4 Weddings and a Baby. Heartwarming friendship fiction. Five Island Cove, Book 6. Written by Jesse Newton. Narrated by Jill Smith. Chapter 14. Eloise opened the glass door that had cozy cakes etched on it and faced the darker interior. "There she is," Robin said, and Eloise saw a shape rise from a table deeper in the space. "I can't believe she made it. I told her she didn't have to come." "I wanted to come," Eloise said. "Besides, I've been home for an hour." She walked toward Robin, her eyes adjusting to the dimmer light quickly. She hugged her friend and turned to AJ, who'd also risen from the table. "My goodness," she said. "You all look so different." She couldn't believe the life she lived now, and while she knew the honeymoon was over and she and Aaron had returned from their trip to Italy, she still felt like her hours were filled with dreams. Tomorrow she'd return to normal life. She'd get Billy and Grace off to school. She'd kiss Aaron goodbye and tell him to be safe at the station. She'd take the ferry to Sanctuary and work at the Cliffside Inn, catching up on everything she'd missed in the past 10 days while she'd been gone. "How was Italy?" AJ asked. "Oh, we're not at the Wednesday tell-all yet," Eloise teased. They better hurry up and taste this cake if they even wanted to make their weekly luncheon with the other women. She stepped back and met Amy's eyes. AJ's sister looked so much like her, and yet so different at the same time. Her hair wasn't quite as golden, and her eyes seemed to hold more life than AJ's. "It's good to see you, Amy," Eloise said pleasantly. "I didn't mean to interrupt. My rideshare got stuck in the detour." She pulled out the remaining chair at the table and sat down as the others did too. Robin introduced Lena Mullen, the owner and baker of Cozy Cakes, and she went back to the binder on the table in front of her. It hadn't been that long ago that Eloise had picked out her own wedding cake, and familiar excitement grew inside her. AJ had been waiting for this day for as long as Eloise, and she knew what it felt like, tasted like, and looked like to have such an amazing dream come true. Lena went to get the first samples, and Robin met Eloise's eye. "Really, how was the trip?" "The most amazing thing ever," Eloise said. "Such rich history in Italy, so many old buildings." She sighed as if that could adequately explain an entire country. "Did you do that gondola ride?" AJ asked. "The one you texted about?" "Yes," Eloise said. "It's just as romantic as you see in the movies." She grinned around at the other women. "I'd go again in a heartbeat." "Duke and I are thinking of doing a vow renewal next year," Robin said. 20 years. We never really got a honeymoon. Maybe we should go to Italy." Eloise's eyes widened. "Robin, you would love it." "I had a boyfriend from Italy once," AJ said, and that didn't surprise Eloise at all. "Did you go to Italy?" Amy asked. AJ shrugged, something mischievous in her eyes. "Not like on a plane, but he was a good cook, and he'd serve me these perfect Italian cookies in bed." "Okay," Robin said, rolling her eyes. "Going to Italy is not the same as eating biscotti with your boyfriend in a condo in Miami." Everyone burst out laughing, AJ included, and Lena returned with a huge serving platter holding 3 different varieties of cake. "Oh, wow," AJ said, her eyes widening as she took in the beautiful slices of cake on the plates. "I already know which one I want based on looks." "Which one is that?" Lena asked. Eloise could have picked for AJ because she knew what AJ liked. As the other woman pointed to the pale cheesecake with delicate raspberries and blackberries perfectly positioned on top, she smiled. "I would have picked that one for you, AJ," she said. "I want that in my mouth right now," Amy said. "I'm not sure it fits with the schematics of the rest of the wedding," Robin said, drawing every eye to her. "What?" She shuffled some papers in front of her, and Eloise had forgotten how everything had to flow for Robin. "You wanted casual, AJ," she said. "You're wearing a non-traditional dress, and Matt's not even wearing a tie. You're getting married on the golf course, and then everyone is moving to your backyard. You're serving seafood and steak bites from—" She cut a glance at Eloise, who raised her eyebrows. Was Robin judging what AJ had chosen for her wedding? "I don't want to give everything away," she said, clearing her throat. "I'm just saying I'm not sure a fancy cheesecake fits with the rest of the decor or the food." AJ blinked and looked at the cheesecake as Lena put it in front of her. "I have plenty of selections," Lena said. "Let's start with this one. I can make it less—" She cut a glance in Robin's direction. "Elegant." Eloise pulled in a breath, and Robin shook her head. "I didn't mean to say the wedding isn't going to be elegant." Eloise picked up her fork as Lena put a plate of cake in front of her. "I don't remember tasting this for my wedding." "That's because you had the quintessential beach wedding," Robin said. "And a fruit platter for dinner. We didn't want fruit on the cake, remember?" "Yes, I remember," Eloise said, giving Robin a wide smile. She took a bite of the cheesecake, her eyes rolling back in her head. This is good." "I do like this," AJ said. "What would you do to make it less elegant?" "Let's say rustic," Robin said crossly. "I did not say your wedding wouldn't be elegant." "I know," AJ said, a smidge of snap in her voice too. "It's not woodsy," Amy added. "Does rustic work?" "These are all semantics," Lena said. "People certainly serve cheesecake at all types of backyard events." She gave AJ a smile and sat down. "Eat, ladies. Let me find what I mean." She began to flip through her binder, and Eloise knew she shouldn't, but she ended up eating the entire slice of cheesecake. She noted that Robin did too, but she'd probably put in a few miles on the beach that morning. Amy only had a few bites, as Amy was by far the most proper among them. "How are the girls?" she asked, and Amy lit up. "They're great," she said. "Very excited to be flower girls in Aunt Ava's wedding." She beamed at her older sister, and Eloise knew they'd had a rough relationship for a while. It seemed AJ had done that to everyone as she'd figured out who she was and how to be around other people. Eloise smiled at Amy and then AJ, who peered at the binder as Lena moved it closer to her. "Come look, Robin." Robin got up from her seat, leaving behind her papers and folders. How she kept track of everything amazed Eloise and always had. She had the uncanny ability to hold tons of details and information in her head, as Eloise had watched her plan proms and dances in high school, and now weddings and other events, big and small, around the cove. She stepped between Lena and AJ and bent down to see the binder too. Lena swept her long, beautiful auburn hair over her shoulder and leaned back slightly. "This is a cake I did for a July wedding. Their theme was patriotic, believe it or not, but we wouldn't have to go all out with the red, white, and blue." AJ studied the cake, a fine line between her eyes. Amy leaned toward the binder too, but Eloise just swiped her finger through the last bit of raspberry puree on her plate. "I do like this," AJ said. "No flags, of course, but the berries are a nice touch. They make it casual and dressed up at the same time." "No blueberries," Robin said. "Lisa's allergic, remember?" "Yes," AJ said, though it was clear she'd forgotten. That was why people paid Robin what they did. She kept track of who and what they needed to make sure the wedding would go off without a hitch. "I do like this," Robin said. "It feels more appropriate for the event we're having for AJ. It'll be classy and sophisticated, of course, but not fussy. This cheesecake feels fussy." "So this isn't a cheesecake," Lena said, pulling the binder back in front of her as Robin returned to her seat. She cast Eloise a look, and Elle gave her a quick smile, hoping that was enough to buoy her up and give her the confidence she needed. "It's a vanilla bean cake with lemon curd filling," she said. "I didn't make it today, but I can whip it up in the next few days and give you a taste. You sold me at lemon curd, Eloise said with a light laugh. That broke the tension at the table, and AJ smiled at Eloise too. Show her, AJ said, and Lena slid the binder across the table to Eloise. Amy leaned closer to see it better too, and Eloise loved the brightly decorated cake. Would you do all the tiers? She asked. It feels like a lot. I think 3 or 4, AJ said casually. And I think if you put some twigs on it and maybe some yellow leaves or something, it would be more appropriate. Oh, my word, Robin said, clearly disgusted. Twigs? No, AJ. No. AJ burst out laughing, and she reached over and took Robin's hand in hers. Robin, relax, would you? I was kidding. Eloise tried to hold back the laughter building behind her lungs, but she couldn't. It too came flying out of her mouth, and she clapped one hand over it to try to stifle the sound. Okay, Robin said, her shoulders sagging. I am a bit wound up. She exhaled and closed her eyes as she took a deep breath. Eloise got out her phone and quickly sent a text to the group, though she sat with 2 of them. We need to take Robin and Duke dinner for the next few nights until he leaves. Then she'll have tons of leftovers, and he'll eat like a king while she's still working a ton. She didn't check with Robin first. She didn't care if her friend got a little mad and then tried to refuse the meals, which Robin would do. Eloise could see and feel this need, and she was going to do something about it. If she had to order food and send it to Robin's address for the next week, she would. She wouldn't need to, though, because only seconds after she sent the text, Kristen responded with, I'll take tonight. I forgot about today's luncheon, and I put a whole chicken in the oven. I'll bring it by around 6, Robin. Before Robin could even look at her buzzing phone, 3 more texts had come in. Eloise grinned to herself and kept her eyes down as Robin picked up her phone. Eloise, she said, disapproval in all 3 syllables. You're tired, Eloise said quietly, refusing to look at Amy or Lena. Let us do this for you. The extent of Robin's exhaustion must have been more than Eloise even knew, because Robin didn't even argue. Eloise looked at her and found her eyes shining as she nodded. Fine. Fine, Eloise said, smiling at her and reaching to take her hand too. She squeezed once and moved the binder back toward Lena. I love this cake. No twigs or yellow leaves, though, just strawberries and raspberries for miles. 4 tiers, AJ said. The vanilla and lemon is fine. You don't need to make it for me to taste. Lena looked like AJ had suggested she frost a cake with manure. Of course I do. I never serve a cake my client hasn't tasted first. She too picked up her phone and tapped a few times. I can do it Monday morning if you'd like to come by for 15 minutes to taste. She looked back and forth between AJ and Robin, who both nodded. Just come around 11:30 or 12, Lena said. No appointment necessary. She grinned at Robin. You bring me the best brides, Robin. Thank you for that. Eloise didn't think Robin got thanked enough for what she did, and she was glad Lena had picked up on that. Her phone rang, and Marge's name sat there. Excuse me, she said, getting to her feet quickly. This is my manager. She hurried away from the table as the line rang a couple more times, and Robin said they might as well eat the chocolate cake so it didn't go to waste. Marge, hello, Eloise said pleasantly, heading for the tall wall of windows in front of her. Eloise, you're back in the Cove, right? Marge asked. I thought you'd landed this morning. Yes, Eloise said, but she didn't elaborate. She'd told her staff at the Cliffside Inn that she wouldn't be back until tomorrow. Okay, good, she said, and the line scratched as she moved. I just wanted to talk to you about the night janitor. Okay, Eloise said slowly. She'd hired an older gentleman in his late 50s to come in the evenings and clean up the kitchen and lobby areas. He did a little bit of maintenance around the property, too, including taking care of the swimming pool and anything that actually needed to be fixed. She employed a groundskeeper to maintain the lawns and gardens, and 3 housekeepers in addition to herself and Marge, who managed the kitchen in addition to living on site for any issues that happened while Eloise wasn't there. "I found him taking some food while you were gone," Marge said, her voice low and mysterious. "I didn't say anything to him because I wasn't sure." Eloise frowned, her mind working quickly. "What food?" "Oh, an extra pot pie from dinner last week, a few muffins from the morning before. Honestly, it was stuff I would have thrown away anyway, and I wasn't sure if you'd told him he could. He hasn't ever taken anything before." Eloise had hired him about 6 weeks ago as preparations for the wedding had amped up, and her time to make sure cabinets didn't stick and the kitchen got thoroughly cleaned from top to bottom every night had dwindled. "I'll talk to him," Eloise said. "Thank you for letting me know, Marge." "It doesn't happen every day," she said quickly. "I don't want to get him in trouble." "I know you're low drama, Marge." Eloise smiled because she'd tried to surround herself with as many low-drama people as possible. Maybe he's just hungry sometimes, and he thinks the same as you, that the food will be thrown away anyway. She took a breath, her mind working fast now. In fact, we should probably find a way to donate it to who needs it. There's no reason to throw away muffins and chicken pot pies if we don't have to. "Is that why you sent Marilyn in last week?" "Marilyn who?" "Marilyn Benson," Marge said easily, as if everyone in the world would recognize that name. "She dropped by and said she wanted to talk with you about how the 2 of you could partner to help the community." Eloise frowned as laughter rose from the table behind her. She turned back to her friends and the cake. "What does Marilyn do?" "She runs the Cove Helping Hands organization," Marge said matter-of-factly. "She's been inviting us to the women in business meetings for a few months." Suddenly, the bells chimed in Eloise's head. "Oh, of course." She gave a light laugh. "I think I need a major nap." She hadn't remembered telling Marilyn to stop by, though. "I'll call her this week, once I get caught up with everything." "She'd probably be a great resource for where the leftover food would be the most needed. She seems to have her hand in a little bit of everything around the cove." "Sounds good," Eloise said. "Thanks, Marge." She hung up on her way back to the table and slid into her spot, which now held 2 pieces of cake, 1 chocolate and 1 almond. They were both delicious, and she let herself get caught up in the chatter at the table among AJ, Robin, and Amy. In the back of her mind, her task list for the Cliffside Inn ballooned, and Marilyn Benson's name circulated like a black stain in clean water. She didn't know the woman very well, and she'd only spoken to her on the phone a few times. All of the invitations for the business meetings had come via email. Aaron will know more about her, Eloise told herself. And with the idea to talk to her husband about the woman cemented in her mind, she was finally able to let go of the nagging feeling that she needed to find out what she could about Marilyn as quickly as possible. Chapter 15. Alice arrived at Sunshine Shores and stepped up to the hostess station. "Alice Kelton," she said, "I have a banquet room reserved." She was tired of eating out in the open and trying to hear everyone. With 7 of them, she always felt like she sat really far from at least 2 people, and she didn't like it. "Alice," someone said behind her, and she turned to see Robin, Eloise, and AJ arriving together. "It's ready for you, ma'am," the hostess said. "Is your party here?" "Some of us," Alice said. "Take them back and I'll wait for the others." She grinned at Robin, who already had her eyebrows up. She looked pressed and sculpted today, with not a single hair out of place. She'd just gotten her eyelashes done, as well as the microblading on her eyebrows. She wore makeup today, which meant she'd had a meeting. Her arrival with Eloise and AJ testified of that too, and Alice grinned at Eloise, who'd been gone for a week and a half. "You're back." "I'm back," Eloise said. "It's good to see you, Alice." She pulled back and studied Alice's face. "You look different, Alice. Are you okay?" "I'm great," Alice said, though she did wonder what Eloise saw in her face. Spending all her time with Arthur, Robin said with a smile. Alice stepped forward and hugged her too, realizing the hostess was waiting. You guys should go, she said. I'll wait for Kristen, Kelli, and Laurel. Okay, AJ said, and she went with the hostess. Robin gave Alice another look, and then glanced at Eloise too. Okay, she finally said, but we want an update on Arthur. I'm only saying it once, Alice said, smiling. She didn't even think she could say it once. She'd said nothing to the twins, though they'd enjoyed a nice dinner at her house on Monday night. At least Alice had thought it had gone well. When she'd spoken to Arthur yesterday, he'd felt the same. Charlie and Ginny hadn't acted weird, and bless Ginny, she'd talked about the prom and their dress shopping escapades from that afternoon through almost the whole meal. The bell chimed on the door, and Alice stepped forward to help Kristen enter. Jean came with her, and surprise darted through Alice. Jean, she said, how good to see you. It's okay, right? The woman asked, her eyes filled with apprehension. Kristen said it would be okay if I came. Of course it's okay you came. Alice exchanged a glance with Kristen. You're welcome every week. I don't want to intrude on you girls, she said. Thankfully, Laurel entered the restaurant in the very next moment, and Alice welcomed her into the trio. You're not intruding, she said. We let this one in, and you're safer than her. Laurel looked like Alice had hit her with a frying pan instead of like she'd made a joke. Alice backpedaled quickly. I was kidding, Laurel. You know Jean Shields, don't you? Laurel's eyes crinkled as she smiled. Yes, of course. Hi, Jean. I sent some of the girls back to the banquet room, Alice said. Kelli was parking, Laurel said. Let's just wait. She turned to Kristen and asked her something about the lighthouse that made Alice's ears perk up. What about deliveries at the lighthouse? She asked. I was just wondering if they came by land or sea, Laurel said, her gaze as even as her voice. The lighthouse is on a cliff, Kristen said. Boats can dock in the bay around the edge of the island. Sea Lion Beach, but they never do. Never? I saw a boat down there a few days ago, Jean said, and Laurel focused in on her. Alice squinted at Laurel, trying to figure out where this line of questioning was going. You did? Laurel asked, and she might as well have pulled out her police notebook and flipped it open. When? What day? Time of day? Jean looked at Kristen nervously, and Alice edged closer to Laurel in a silent attempt to get her to dial back the rapid-fire questions. Maybe Wednesday or Thursday? Jean guessed. Had to be Thursday because I'd just finished lunch, and I drove Kristen to your lunch last week. Jean, Alice said, you should have come. I'm here now, she said, lifting her chin. Getting out is hard for me. But she wants to, Kristen said, smiling at her daughter-in-law. Look, here's Kelli. Let's go sit, because I have some news for everyone. Alice let them go ahead of her, and after hugging Kelli, she stayed right next to Laurel. What is going on? She whispered. That obvious? Laurel asked in an equally quiet voice. To me, Alice said. Well, you're a lawyer. You won't get behavior like that past Robin or Elle either. Laurel's expression turned black, and alarm pulled through Alice. Are you in danger? No, Laurel said wearily. I'm just so tired. That has nothing to do with why you were asking about a boat at Sea Lion Beach. Alice wasn't going to be put off by a comment about not getting enough sleep. She'd used that line plenty of times, and it was never true. I'll tell you later, Laurel said, shooting Alice a glare. Please? Okay, Alice said. If you really will, I will. They arrived in the banquet room, and as soon as Alice entered and closed the door behind her, the noise from the restaurant faded to almost nothing. Relief hit her, and she smiled as she joined the others at the table. She sat in a spot next to Robin on her right and Kristen on her left, glad she'd thought to ask for a round table. She could see every face and hear all of their voices this way. "I love the banquet room," Robin said. "Me too," AJ sighed. "The noise in a restaurant wears me down in 5 minutes flat." "Ditto," Laurel said, reaching for one of the menus in the middle of the table. "News," Eloise said. "I'll go first. Italy was fantastic and we had the time of our lives. I'm excited to get back to real life, though." She beamed around at everyone, no menu in sight. Alice had eaten at Sunshine plenty of times, and she knew she wanted the sampler trio with a side salad, blue cheese dressing on the side. Several of the women congratulated Eloise and welcomed her home, and as the chatter died down, Kristen said, "I'll go next. I bought a condo on the beach, and I'm closing in a couple of weeks." A stunned silence filled the room, and then Robin squealed and launched herself out of her chair and around Alice to hug their seafaring girls' leader. "I'm so excited for you," Robin said. "You're going to love having more space and easier access to the beach." "I think so too." Kristen smiled around at everyone, and Alice put her arm around her shoulders and gave her a squeeze. "Where is it?" Laurel asked, and she seemed like a completely different person now that she'd sat down and had a glass of water in front of her. The storm cloud she'd walked in with had dissipated, and Laurel seemed her normal, cheerful self. "Sandstone," Kristen said. "Reuben and Jean have already rented a truck for me, but I'd love to have anyone come help who wants to when I move." "Just tell us when," Kelli said. "I can come help." "Do you have news?" Robin asked, her eyebrows high. "Not really," Kelli said with a slight shrug. "Things are going really well with Shad. Parker is leaving in another month to spend the summer with Julian. The Wellness Center is on track to open on June 11th, and I hope you'll all come." She suddenly seemed nervous. "Then there will be at least 6 people there. 7. She smiled at Jean. "Maybe 8. I think my mom will come." "Please," Robin said. "It's going to be amazing. I heard a couple of ladies talking about it on the beach last week as I ran by." "Really?" Kelli asked, her hopes sky high. "Really?" Robin said. "They said they wanted to try the yoga so they didn't have to wash sand off everything." "It's a ferry ride," Kelli said, obviously worried about the location of the yoga studio. "It'll be the first full-service yoga studio in the Cove," Eloise said. "There's nothing like it here. The gym only does yoga 3 days a week, and you're going to fill a niche." "I agree," Alice said, giving Kelli an encouraging smile. "I'll go next, if you're done." "I'm done." Kelli gestured for her to go next. Alice exchanged a glance with Laurel. "Arthur and I are talking more long-term." She cleared her throat. "He ate dinner with the twins on Monday night. It went well. She had no idea how to tell her friends about the private parts of her life. It wasn't any of their business anyway, but she'd hoped that if she just told them, they wouldn't ask. She wouldn't have to lie. "He's stayed over a time or two," she said, her voice grinding through her throat. That wasn't technically true, as there'd been no sleeping over for either one of them. But it got the message across, and Alice simply looked at AJ and Robin, sitting side by side. "Your turn. Someone else's turn." "Good for you, Alice," Robin said, acting as voice for the whole table. Alice caught their nods, and she was glad they hadn't made it into a squealing big deal. "Duke leaves in a week," Robin continued. "Thank you for bringing the dinners." She looked down, and Alice knew the moment Robin took to put her emotions back in their proper slots. She was better at it than anyone Alice knew, except maybe herself. "He'll take a bunch of it with him on the boat as he goes to Alaska, which is the part I hate the most. It's such a long journey, and he's all alone on that boat." "He knows the way now," Kelli said gently. "And his friend goes with him." "Yes," Robin said. "They do sometimes tie the boats together and have dinner together in the evening." She brushed at her eyes. It was hard last year, and I thought it would be easier this year, but it's not. It's not at all. Alice took Robin's hand in hers and squeezed. You can come over any time. I'm just home by myself sometimes now that the twins have jobs. An unspoken conversation moved between them, and Alice saw the distance the breakup of Charlie and Mandy had put between them. Robin wouldn't leave her girls home alone, and she wouldn't want to bring Mandy over to Alice's, where she could run into Charlie, now her ex-boyfriend. Or I'll come to you, Alice said. Easy. Sure, Robin said. Easy. I ordered a baby bassinet, AJ said, moving the news along. The noise from the restaurant filtered into the room as the waitress entered. Two women appeared, and they took appetizer and drink orders before leaving again. How are things with Matt's son? Kristen asked, her eyebrows up. Getting better every day, AJ said. He's warming slowly to me. This morning he said he liked the way I made eggs. She grinned and shook her head, which is a miracle because I can't cook anything, even eggs. She laughed, and it felt like the light-hearted kind Alice hadn't heard from AJ in a while. She smiled at her friend, wondering if they should take some meals over for her, too. She had Matt and Justin and herself to feed each night, and she might appreciate it. That just leaves you, Laurel, Kristen said. What's new with you? She drew a deep breath, and Alice felt herself bracing for whatever came out of Laurel's mouth. The tension definitely increased at the table. I told you guys I got a new partner, she said, her voice its usual quiet, even tone. She was always quiet and even and thoughtful, which was one of the things Alice liked best about her. But I got a whole new job. I'm not on the beat anymore. I got promoted to detective, and I'm in the narcotics division now. Narcotics? Kelli asked. Like drugs? Yes, Laurel said. I've been assigned to a major case, and I'm currently trying to figure out how the drugs are arriving in the cove. She looked at Jean, Kristen, and then Robin. By boat? She glanced at Kelli and Alice. Plane? She met Eloise's eyes and then AJ's. Packages to big businesses? Wait, Robin said, holding up one hand. You think drugs are coming into the cove on fishing boats? She asked at the same time Eloise said, I'm not getting drugs at the Cliffside Inn in my soap packages, Laurel. No one else said anything, and Alice needed a few seconds to make all the pieces line up inside her head. I don't think she's accusing any of us of bringing drugs to Five Island Cove, Kristen said quietly. I agree, Alice said quickly. That's not what you're saying, right, Laurel? Chapter 16. Laurel took a sip of her water and said, Of course not. At the same time, the door opened and the waitresses walked back in with their drinks. She didn't say anything as they approached, and no one else did either. At least, nothing out loud. Plenty of silent glances and exchanges happened without words, and Laurel had a conversation with Alice, and then a short one with Eloise. Are you ready to order? One of the ladies chirped, and Laurel sat back in her seat while everyone went around and ordered their lunch. Guilt cut through her, and she should have gone to bed before 3 a.m. so she'd be fresh for this lunch. She'd been at work by 8, and she'd barely been able to get out of the station to come to Sunshine today. The moment the waitress turned to leave the banquet room, she leaned forward. No, I'm not accusing anyone of anything. I'm asking for your help. She looked at Robin, begging her to understand. Maybe you and Duke could help me to know who I might talk to at the fishing docks to find out their schedules, where they sell their fish, and who the shadier characters are. She switched her gaze to Eloise. You're in the tourism industry now. That's a huge way to move products, Elle. I know that sucks, and of course I don't think you're participating in sex trafficking or drug smuggling, but that doesn't mean someone else in the hotel industry isn't. They could be, because you do get a huge amount of goods delivered that no one blinks twice at. I understand, Eloise said, nodding. I'll help if I can. And your husband owns the golf course, Laurel said to AJ. They have special packages with the Nantucket steamer and their own dock right there at the course. People can bring drugs in on their person, and they could be using that steamer and fronting as golfers, and you'd never know. AJ blinked at her, her mouth falling open. I don't even know what to say, she finally said. I'm not accusing Matt or his father or anyone at the golf course of doing it. I just need to explore every way on and off the islands to try to find the holes and plug them. Her chest heaved, and she took a deep breath to try to calm everything. She was a cop, and she could maintain her cool. She also had very few female friends, and she did not want to lose these connections and relationships she now had. Her friends had practically fallen into her lap because she'd been in the cop car that had been called to a scene with Kelli and her half-brother on Sanctuary Island. Tears filled her eyes. It's my first case. Everyone in narcotics is smarter than I am. I just want to do the best job I can. Of course you do, dear, Kristen said, and her smile held so much kindness that Laurel could breathe properly again. So I'd love to talk to you, Jean, about that ship. I'd love to talk to Duke before he leaves about the fishing docks. Laurel had a list a mile long of who she'd like to talk to. I'd like to talk to Matt and see his bookings for anyone coming in on that steamer. I'd like to find out how to get in touch with other hotel owners. I'd love to talk to Shad about the town's policies on drugs. As she looked around the table, she knew her case touched every single one of their lives. And Alice, Robin, I'd love to talk to your kids and find out who's selling and buying at the high school. Alice's face turned a shade paler, and her mouth dropped open too. That's where the drugs end up? The high school? One of the places, Laurel said evasively. The biggest place, actually. Alice looked at Robin, who looked somewhat surprised as well. Charlie has some sketchy friends, Alice said quietly. At least he used to. There was that boy who had pot last summer, Robin said, and Laurel perked right up. It's not pot I'm after, she said, though. It's meth and cocaine. Meth and cocaine? Alice repeated, her voice too loud in the banquet room. I've heard nothing of those. It's a growing enterprise, Laurel said. We're trying to stem the tide before we're hemorrhaging. She met Eloise's eye, who nodded at her. Aaron's been worried about drugs in the Cove for a year. We have a couple of people in custody, but their stories they don't hold up when the hard questions are asked. So I'm trying to push past their flimsy tales and find the real truth. Laurel wanted to do that with her whole heart. Uncovering the truth and bringing justice to those who'd broken the law were two huge reasons she'd become a cop in the first place. She'd worked hard to pass the test to become a detective, and she wasn't going to quit on this case just because it might be uncomfortable for several women in the Cove. I'll help you, Eloise said. So will I, Robin said. And as Kelli said she'd talk to Shad, and Alice said she'd set something up with Laurel and her kids, Laurel's heart grew and grew. She'd already seen Robin brush the emotion from her eyes, and it took a whole lot to make Laurel cry. She never let anyone see her tears. But today, she let them come, and she let them overflow. Thank you, she said, allowing the hitch to clip in her voice. She ducked her head then, her face so hot now. She wiped her eyes, and she looked up when Alice said, Wow, Laurel never lets anyone see how she feels. I think we broke her, guys. She half laughed as the others at the table started to giggle, but it was more of a sob than anything else. Actual tears splashed down her face, and she swiped at her cheek quickly. Group hug, Kelli said. And the next thing Laurel knew, every single woman had gotten up and surrounded her. Robin clutched her tightly on one side, as did Kelli on the other. Everyone piled on them, and their weight leaned into Laurel, who braced herself against the table. Okay, she said, laughing. Do you get it? Robin asked. We love you, Laurel. You don't have to shoulder everything alone. Laurel wanted to believe her, but it would take time for her to accept that. She'd relied so much on herself for so long, and it was hard to admit that she needed help, and that she had people she could trust to provide it. Thank you, she said as everyone laughed and backed up. Really, thank you, everyone. Just tell us what you need, Laurel, Alice said as she walked around the table and sat down. She took a deep breath. Okay, happy stuff. Good news minute? How about we just talk like normal people? Kelli suggested, and that got another round of laughter. So it looked like a regular boat? Laurel asked, keeping one eye on Jean as the woman leaned against the railing overlooking Sea Lion Beach. Laurel hadn't even known this beach existed, and apparently, the only way to reach it was to hike down the trail that led away from the lighthouse, or by boat. Yes, Jean said. I've thought a lot about it since yesterday, and it was definitely Thursday. About 12:30, because I'd already finished lunch. Reuben had gone back upstairs, and he's always back up there by 12:30. Mm-hmm, Laurel said, watching the water undulate down below. It washed up gently on the beach. Hardly any foam or white waves at all. She could definitely see an amazing afternoon slipping by on that beach, and she understood why the sea lions liked it. The privacy it afforded was good for sea mammals as well as drug deals. She wrote a few sentences in her notebook about the beach, the weather, the date and time, as well as her witness's name. Like a speedboat? Yes, Jean said. Like a normal boat you'd see on a lake, pulling a water skier. It's the wrong side of the island for that, right? Laurel asked. Yes, Jean said. The best place for water skiing is between Bell and Diamond, on the southeast side of Five Island Cove. They even have an area roped off, almost like a lake. That's right, Laurel said. The fishing boats go out on the southeast side of the island too, right? Jean turned and looked at her. Yes, she said. The fishing docks are over there. The best fishing grounds are south of Pearl, though. That's the rumor, at least. I'll ask Duke about it, Laurel said, as Robin had already texted her and said Duke could talk to her any evening before he left next week. In fact, she was planning to stick around and eat with Robin, Duke, and their girls when she showed up with dinner that night. Her heartbeat bounced extra hard when she thought about the stew she was planning to make that afternoon. She'd been in the station by 6 a.m., specifically so she could leave by 3 o'clock today. She certainly didn't have time to stand around in the sun chatting with Jean Shields, even though she'd really like to. Anything else you can think of? Did you see anyone on the boat? Yes, Jean said, and Laurel noted how formal she was. She never said yeah, but always yes. A man was driving the boat. He was the only one I saw. No one got on or off the boat? He stayed on the whole time? For the minute or so I was watching, yes, Jean said. I thought it was a little bit odd, seeing a boat down there, but it's not unheard of. I didn't stand there and watch for long. I'm teaching some sewing lessons in the afternoons now, and I had to get some patterns ready for my students. Laurel gave her a closed-mouth smile. Okay, sure, she said. He didn't toss anything from the boat that you saw? No. Thanks, Laurel said, snapping her notebook closed. I'll let you go. Sorry to stay so long and make you walk out here with me. Jean offered her a smile. I don't mind, Laurel. I hope you get the information you need. Me too. Laurel returned the smile, and together the two women started back toward the lighthouse. Laurel's phone rang, and it wasn't her police radio, so it had to be a personal call. Sometimes Paul called her on her cell and not the radio, as everyone on the force could hear those conversations. Eloise's name sat on the screen, and Laurel said, "Excuse me, Jean," and fell behind to answer Elle's call. Hey, she said, turning her back on Jean's retreating form. What's up? I just had the strangest visit from Marilyn Benson, Eloise said, her voice hushed. She's still poking around the property, in fact. I'm getting a weird vibe from her. Laurel's hackles raised instantly, and not just because someone was messing with Eloise. Explain more, she said, sounding very rough and very cop-like. What did she say? What's she doing? First off, my manager and chef, Marge, she told me Marilyn had come by last week while I was on my honeymoon. She runs the Cove Helping Hands organization, I guess. She also hosts all the women in business meetings, which are apparently in the City Hall offices. I don't know. She's been inviting me since I opened the inn, but I've never gone. Okay, Laurel said, flipping open her notebook again and going to a clean page. She wrote Marilyn's name at the top of the sheet. I asked Aaron about her last night because Marge had told me about her dropping by. He said he knows her, and she can be pushy. If I'm not interested in going to the meetings, I just have to be forthright and tell her. I didn't think I'd need to do that, because she invites me and Marge to the meetings via email. I've never answered them before. But now she's showing up at the inn, Laurel said, frowning out at the horizon. Yes, Eloise said. She told Marge last week that she wanted to discuss ways we could partner to help the community. I have tons of leftover food most days, so I thought that might be something, but she seemed very disinterested in that. What was she interested in? Laurel started walking back toward the lighthouse and the parking lot. She'd promised Tom she'd be back to the station by 1:30 to debrief and let him know about the various leads she wanted to pursue. His wife had had a doctor's appointment that morning, where he would have come with her to interview Jean. She really kept pushing me to order all of my toiletries through the Helping Hands organization. She said it gives people jobs here in the Cove. But when I asked her how, she couldn't explain. What did she explain? What's the benefit of ordering your shampoos and soaps through them? Easy to schedule deliveries, Eloise said. Lower prices, you know the spiel. I was actually starting to feel sold, until she said the delivery boy will stay and unpack everything for me. Then I remembered what you said about drugs coming into the Cove in packages, and I thought, who really will unpack everything for me and put it away? They really do that for all the hotels in the Cove? Laurel increased her pace, her pulse racing now. That is interesting, she said. Marilyn made it sound like it was a benefit, Eloise said. Yeah, for them, if they're able to get drugs into the Cove without detection, Laurel said, her mind working overtime. Thanks, Al. I'm headed back to the station to talk to Tom. We're going to want to talk to Marilyn, I'm sure. Okay. Good luck, Laurel. Laurel arrived back at the station several minutes later, and Tom sat at his desk, poring over an open folder. As she approached, she recognized it as the one that held all the details from the air traffic controller. I think you're right about this, he said without glancing up as she sat down at her desk. It's too perfect. We need to talk to Marilyn Benson, Laurel said, quickly relaying everything Elle had told her. I talked to Jean Shields today, too, and she saw a boat at Sea Lion Beach. Tom frowned and sat back from the folder. Marilyn Benson. He reached up and put his hands on the back of his head. He gazed up at the ceiling, his eyes set on Squint. Laurel had only been his partner for a few weeks, but she recognized this thinking pose. She runs the Cove Helping Hands organization, and that could be a huge front for drug movement. Tom dropped his hands and looked at Laurel. Good work, Baker, he said with a smile. I know you're off early today, so I'll set up a meeting with Marilyn for tomorrow, if possible. Thanks, Laurel said, though she wanted to hold on to her leads tightly. She told herself it wasn't a competition. I'm talking to Duke Grover tonight, too. He's going to give me some information on the fishing docks, the boats that come in and out of there, all of that. Tom nodded. Working those connections. He gave her a smile. I'm talking to the mayor and the mayoral candidates this afternoon. He stood and reached for his credentials. We'll meet in the morning, say 8? He glanced at her. Debrief and lay out all our options. See which direction to go in from there? Yep, Laurel said, giving him a smile. Thanks, Tom. You're the one paving the way, he said, meeting her eye with his powerful gaze. You're a good detective, Laurel. Really? She stood up too, realizing how desperate she was for the praise. He chuckled and shook his head. I like the ones that don't even know how good they are. He leaned into his knuckles on his desk. How many moves have you seen coming into narcotics? Laurel searched back through her memories. I don't know, she said slowly, though she did. Tom grinned at her. See you tomorrow, Baker. That was her cue to get out of there. And since Laurel knew how the station could suck a person back in, she opened her bottom drawer in her desk, extracted her purse, and left before she got pulled back to the next interview she needed to complete. Chapter 17. AJ gasped and scooped up her last spoonful of raspberry sorbet. You're kidding. I'm not, Laurel said, practically gleeful. She demanded a lawyer and said she wouldn't say another word without a deal that included full immunity. AJ couldn't even imagine living such a life as Laurel did. And you arrested her? At that point, yes, Laurel said. We were just questioning her about the beauty product delivery previous to that. She was cooperating, too. Laurel reached for her frozen lemonade and flashed a smile around at the group. It was really Eloise who tipped me off. I did nothing, Elle said. Aaron said the arrest of Marilyn Benson could blow the case open. We'll see, Laurel said. The reporter in AJ noted that Laurel had not given the women at lunch this last Wednesday before her wedding any more details than the police had released to the public. Hardly anything had been said in the local paper or online, and Laurel was very careful not to say more than that. AJ wanted to press her for more information, but Laurel wouldn't give it. She also didn't want to put her friend in that position, though she'd done it lots of times to other people she'd interviewed. As a columnist, it was her job to ask the tough questions and get the answers for her readers. She reminded herself she wasn't covering this story in Five Island Cove, and she didn't need more information than she'd gotten from Laurel. Matt had also told her that Laurel and her partner had come to the golf course, and he and his father had opened their books to them. They'd made copies of them, asked a few questions about their contacts at the Nantucket steamer, the boat that ferried people between the two islands specifically for a day of golf in the cove, and left. AJ hadn't asked Laurel anything more, and she hadn't volunteered anything. Perhaps there was nothing to tell, because the lead had gone cold. Are you two ready for the wedding? Alice asked, directing the conversation away from Laurel's big news and toward AJ's. I am, AJ said, exchanging a glance with Robin and then Lisa, who'd come to lunch with her today. Her reception of AJ had gone at least 3 times better than Justin's, and once he'd seen the way Lisa treated AJ, he'd gotten better too. They ate dinner together most nights now, because Lisa liked putting together noodle dishes, grilling hamburgers and hot dogs, and baking a variety of treats. AJ still had 2.5 months left in her pregnancy, but she'd been packing on the pounds since Lisa had shown up. I think we'll be ready, Robin said. There's been a slight hiccup with the band, but I'm handling it. What's the hiccup? Lisa asked, and every time AJ looked at her, she saw Matt, as his eldest child and only daughter had gotten his eyes through and through. She glanced at AJ too, who experienced a trickle of trepidation as she waited for Robin to answer. You didn't say anything was going on with the band, AJ said. The bassist had his guitar stolen, Robin said. We have 3.5 more days. He's trying to get one here from New York, and he said he'll fly to the city and buy one before he'll miss the wedding. She waved her fork around as she spoke. It's not a problem. Like I said, a hiccup I'm handling. AJ nodded, and Kelli asked, How are you handling Duke being gone? The life in Robin's eyes dimmed slightly, and she put her fork down. "It's okay," she said. "1 week in, and only 15 more to go." She flashed a smile made of pure determination and bravery, and AJ admired her so much. She possessed so much strength, and AJ wanted to be just like her when it came to holding her family together, working, and being such an amazing, supporting friend. "How are Mandy and Jamie doing?" Kristen asked, and AJ's eagle eyes saw Alice take a sharp breath in, though she made no sound. "Good," Robin said, her voice a bit too high for AJ's liking. "We're good, you guys, honestly." She gestured toward Kelli and Jean, who sat side by side. "Someone else talk about something." "The prom went well," Alice said, always so good at keeping the conversation going. "Ginny had an amazing time with Ray." She rolled her eyes. "I swear if I have to hear about it or that boy one more time—" She shook her head, though AJ knew she didn't really want Ginny to stop talking to her. The individual conversations picked up then, and AJ watched as Kelli and Jean leaned their heads together and started talking. Jealousy surged inside AJ, and she tried to quench it with a big bite of her fish taco. Of course, Kelli was going to have other friends. She took Parker to the lighthouse, and Jean babysat him quite often. That didn't mean AJ and Kelli didn't still have a close bond. The truth was, AJ still felt a bit distant from everyone currently sitting at the table, and Jean was just another reminder of it. Kristen alone knew how AJ felt about everything, as their morning walks had loosened AJ's tongue as well as kept her sane. Lisa had been joining them, and AJ liked that too. She turned toward the younger woman and asked, "Lisa, you'll take me to pick up the bridesmaids' dresses this afternoon, right?" Matt's daughter's eyes widened. "That's today? I thought it was tomorrow." She immediately started swiping on her phone. A groan came out of her mouth. "I scheduled a call with one of my professors." She looked at AJ with wide, fearful eyes. "I'm hoping he'll be the chair on my dissertation team." "It's fine," AJ said with a smile. "We can go tomorrow, too. I'm just excited to get them and pass them out." "I can take you," Alice said. "And everyone should come get them from you, woman. You don't need to bring them to us." She reached for her phone, which she kept face down near her at all times. "In fact, I'll text everyone right now to do just that." "Alice," AJ started, but the woman had fast fingers, and the text went out before AJ could finish her protest. "I can go this afternoon, too," Robin said as she checked her phone religiously the moment a text came in. "Same," Eloise said. "I'm sorry, Ava Jane," Lisa said. And while she didn't say AJ's full name in the same throaty voice her father did, she did use the name more than the initials. Matt almost always called AJ by her full name, and thus his children did too. "It's okay," AJ said, smiling again. "Clearly I have plenty of help." "I wanted to do it, though," Lisa said, pouting a little bit. "I'm going to text him and see if I can push it back an hour." She glanced up. "We only need an hour, right?" She was so eager to please, but she possessed a strong, almost intimidating air as well. AJ thought that came from her intelligence, as she definitely had a mind that most people didn't. She could be a brain surgeon or a rocket scientist in her sleep, and that did send a tremor of fear through AJ if she thought about it too long. "Done," Lisa said. "It's at 4 now, so I can go too." She gave AJ a bright smile and turned to Alice. "I can drive if you want to go with us." Alice smiled at her, and AJ liked how accepting and welcoming her friends had been to Lisa. This was her second luncheon with everyone, and AJ had thought she'd refused to come last week. But she'd seemed excited when asked, and she fit right in with Laurel and Jean, though they were all wildly different ages. AJ looked around the table at the 8 other women, and her heart warmed. If she needed help, she had it right here at this table. If she needed someone to vent to, she could call on any of these women. If she needed someone's shoulder to cry on, she didn't need to look any further than her group text string on her phone. "All right," she said, reaching for the dessert menu. "Who wants a piece of pie? On me." That caused quite the commotion, and AJ could only grin as Robin practically ripped the pie menu card away from Alice so she could look at it first. A few days later, AJ woke in a strange room, her mind taking a few extra moments to catch up to where she'd slept last night. Kelli's, she thought, and she pushed herself to a sitting position, her back aching. The light of the day hadn't started to come through the slats in the blinds yet, and she probably didn't need to be awake for another hour. She couldn't go back to sleep, though. Not in this bed which Parker usually slept in. She took her time as she stretched out her back and arms, then she got up and padded next door to the bathroom. Due to the baby growing inside her, everything AJ did seemed to take longer than normal. She used to be able to shower, blow-dry her hair, slick on some mascara, and get out of the house in 40 minutes or less. But now, she could barely get in the shower, get out, and get dressed in that amount of time. By the time she did manage that, the scent of coffee wafted up the steps from the kitchen below, and AJ left her wedding dress in the garment bag and navigated down the steps. Kelli worked in the kitchen, putting together blueberry muffins while wearing her bathrobe, and AJ grinned at the simplicity of her best friend. "Morning, Cal," she said quietly, as Lisa slept on the couch near the front door, and Kelli turned to face her. A smile spread across her whole face, and she hurried toward AJ. "Good morning." She kept her voice down, too. "I heard you in the shower, so I thought I'd put together some breakfast before I got in." "You don't need to make anything," AJ said, hugging her tightly. "We have all those leftovers from last night." They'd gone to dinner with Lisa and Parker, and the kitchen sink on Pearl Island, where Kelli lived, gave the biggest servings AJ had ever seen. As teens, she and Kelli would order one meal and share it for dinner before either of them could face going home. They'd done the same thing last night, ordering the crab cakes, clam chowder, and all the garlic cheese toast they could get. AJ knew a stack sat in the refrigerator, but she wouldn't say no to blueberry muffins either. "We can have those for lunch right before we have to go to Diamond," Kelli said as she pulled away. She beamed at AJ, and she couldn't remember the last time Kelli had looked this happy. Maybe she never had. "How are you feeling, Ava? Good? Still want to marry Matt?" "I've wanted to be Matt Hymas's wife since high school," she whispered, glancing over her shoulder to where Lisa still slept on the couch. She faced Kelli again. "So yes, I'm feeling good." "Good." Kelli turned to go back into the kitchen. "Come have some tea. I know coffee makes the baby upset." "He just gets a little too active for me," AJ said, sinking onto a bar stool at Kelli's counter. "Thank you for letting us come here, Cal. It's been hard to get some separation for the big day." "I understand that," Kelli said. "I live next door to my boyfriend." AJ smiled as she kept scooping the muffin batter into the tin. "And how are things going with that boyfriend? You don't sneak over there after Parker's gone to bed and sneak back here before he wakes up, do you?" Kelli slid the muffins into the oven as she said, "Nope." She faced AJ, a semi-worried look on her face. "I don't know, AJ. I'm not like Alice or even Eloise." "Elle and Aaron dated for a long time before she started sleeping over." AJ waved her hand. "I'm not pressuring you. I know who you are." She glanced toward the wall separating Kelli's twin home from Shad's. "Does he?" "He's learning, I think," Kelli said. "It helps that he's older, but I think he's definitely ready to take our physical relationship up a notch." "And you're not?" "I don't know," Kelli admitted, her voice lowering in volume. "I haven't haven't really done that with very many people, and I'm not sure I'm ready. I keep thinking about Laurel and how she wasn't ready until she was, and Paul was so great to support her and just be what she could handle him being. Shad is like that. Well, that's a good thing, right? AJ asked. He's not pressuring you, is he? Not even a little bit, Kelli said, sighing. I just feel abnormal. Shouldn't I want to be intimate with him? Are you saying you don't want to at all? I'm saying, I don't know what I'm saying. In the living room, Lisa groaned, and Kelli clammed right up. From there, the hours passed in a flurry of showers, makeup getting applied, hair being curled and pinned, and clothing bags checked and then double-checked. Shad showed up just after noon and said their rideshare would be there in 15 minutes. Who needs help taking their things to the curb? AJ raised her hand. All of this, she said, indicating her huge wedding dress in the black garment bag, as well as her carry-on, which housed her shoes, makeup, and various other items she might need that day. An hour later, she arrived at the golf course, where Matt's mother, Barbie, ushered her into a gorgeous bridal room. Champagne chilled in a bucket, and Barbie said, I have sparkling cider for you, dear. How are you feeling? She actually put her hand on AJ's baby bump, and AJ wanted to swat her hand away. Instead, she said, Good, Barbie. Thank you so much for taking care of me. Matt's mother had been nothing but kind since he'd called and told his parents about the baby, the wedding, and everything else. She'd brought AJ food during the bed rest week, and she'd never let more than a couple of days go by without texting her to see if she needed anything. All right, ladies, she called now, the room full of AJ's friends. She looked at Robin, who was already dressed in her stunning bridesmaid's dress. The pale blue accentuated her eyes and blonde hair, which she'd styled perfectly. Her makeup enhanced her beauty instead of creating it, and she'd told AJ she'd show up 100% ready so she could check on all the details. The room is yours, Barbie said. The wedding starts in 1 hour. The other women had to get dressed, and then they fiddled with their zippers, their hair, and their makeup until Robin returned to the room and said, 10 minutes, everyone. Let's get AJ into her dress. AJ could get dressed herself, but she had asked all of her friends to help her. They crowded around, and AJ basked in their love and excitement, which they freely gave, and which clearly shone on each and every face. You're something blue, Laurel said, lifting up a pair of blue heels. They weren't Americana blue, but a pale robin's egg blue like the dresses the women wore. Something new, Lisa said, giving AJ a pair of earrings in the shape of teardrops. These are from me and my brothers. Are they real diamonds? Alice asked, and Lisa nodded. We pooled our savings. She took them out of the velvet box. Dad may or may not have added in a little too. You guys shouldn't have, AJ said, her tears pressing so very near the surface. She let Lisa put the earrings on, and she looked at herself in the mirror. She'd worked hard on her hair that morning, and Kelli had curled the back of it for her when AJ couldn't reach. That was how her relationship with Kelli was. When AJ couldn't take another step, Kelli did it for her. When Kelli needed strength for just a few minutes, she borrowed it from AJ. Something borrowed? Alice said, passing AJ a pair of stretchy undergarments. I washed these, and you'll be amazed at what they can do for your back. She's pregnant, Robin said, frowning. I know that, Alice said. It's a pair of smoothers. It's not going to hurt the baby. She helped AJ step into the garment that went halfway down her thigh. It smoothed away all the bumps and lumps that AJ had been accumulating during her pregnancy, at least the ones that came from the clam chowder and chocolate chip banana bread that Lisa had been feeding her. It clips right there to your bra, Alice said, getting the last clasp done. There! Look, she's still pregnant. Robin ignored her, and AJ ran her hands down her body and over her baby bump. It was more like a baby ball now, but she didn't care. She loved the baby inside her with everything she had, and she couldn't wait to meet him. Or her, she told herself, because that was what Matt would have done had he been there. Something old, Kristen said, and she lifted a weathered piece of paper. For a moment, the bottom fell out of AJ's heart, but Kristen's smile made everything better. This is a note you wrote to me once. I've kept it all these years, and that's something, as I threw everything away last year. She tucked the note against AJ's skin, just below her bra and under the stretchy smoothers Alice had just loaned her. You can read it later. She kissed AJ on the cheek and fell back out of the way as Kelli and Amy, the two most important women in AJ's life, stepped forward with the dress. AJ held Alice's hand to balance herself as she stepped into the dress, and she let Kelli and Laurel tug it up over her waist, abdomen, and chest. From there, they started buttoning her into the dress, which fell off her shoulders in an elegant but almost casual way. The soft fabric definitely wasn't the shiny stuff a lot of wedding gowns were made of, but gave off a comfortable yet sophisticated vibe. There were no sequins and no glitzy things. The dress's sleeves puffed out and the neckline scooped. The fabric clung to her body all the way to her hips, and then the skirt flowed to the ground in lots and lots of loose waves. AJ felt like a tall, beautiful supermodel in the dress, if supermodels could actually take pictures while pregnant and wore sleeves as big as their arms. Your crown, Eloise said, and she came forward with the country chic crown made of blue, green, and mauve flowers. This did have twigs in it, and no one said anything about that. You're ready, Barbie said, gripping AJ's shoulders. And not a moment too soon, Robin said. Come on, ladies, it's time to be in the audience. They hugged AJ one by one, and they left in the same fashion. She stood in the room with her sister, who handed her a bouquet of flowers that matched the crown. Dad's right outside, she said, her voice thick and tight. I'll get him, and then I'll get the girls in position. AJ nodded, her own emotion too close to the surface to speak. Amy opened the door, and their father entered the room. A year ago, if someone would have told AJ that she'd be eating Sunday dinners with her dad, having him walk her down the aisle, and spending time with him, she would have laughed in their faces, perhaps yelled a few choice words at them. But now she knew her father had cleaned up his life. He'd tried to mend fences and make things right. He didn't drink anymore, and he'd been working with a couple of new fishermen to get their boats off the ground. Today he wore a suit in a deep charcoal color, his pale blue tie matching the dresses and her shoes. Look at you, he said, whistling. You're such a beautiful bride. He hugged her, and AJ clung to him tightly. Thank you, Dad, she whispered. He's out there, right? He's right by the altar, her dad whispered. The girls are ready with their baskets of blooms. We're just waiting on you. He pulled back and smiled at her. You're ready, right? She hooked her arm through his, and together they faced the door. Yes, she said. I'm ready. She'd waited her whole life for this wedding, and with every step she took, a new memory got made. She saw every flower her nieces, Mary and Darcy, tossed. She saw Amy's face filled with happiness as she stood next to her husband. In fact, AJ saw every smiling face, from Robin and her girls to Alice and Arthur, to Kelli and Shad. Laurel stood with Eloise and Aaron, and Kristen steadied herself with a hand on her son's arm, with Jean right beside him. Matt's children waited in the very front row, and all three of them sent joyful smiles in her direction. No one smiled wider than Matt, and when she reached him, he took her right into his arms and kissed her neck softly. Oh, how I love you, Ava Jane. He'd always loved her, and she'd always known it. even 25 years ago. She pressed her eyes closed as a relieved sigh moved through her body, and all of her anxiety simply dried up. Her mind cleared somehow, and though it had been noisy before, she felt nothing but calm and peaceful as she faced the pastor who would marry her and Matt. She hadn't wanted fussy, and the ceremony took less than 10 minutes. The pastor said, "I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss your bride and start your life together." AJ faced Matt, and he faced her. The moment solidified, and AJ had never felt anything as serene and full of love as that single breath in time. He kissed her, and AJ laughed against his lips, her joy fuller than it had ever been. "This is it," she said, clinging to his shoulders. "This is the beginning of our life and family together. A husband and a family. Two things AJ hadn't anticipated wanting when she'd left the Cove all those years ago." "Together at last," Matt whispered, kissing her again as the crowd cheered behind them. Chapter 18. Kelli entered the city building, leaving behind the bright June sunshine in favor of air conditioning. She did adore summers in the Cove, as the temperature never really got above 80, and a breeze always kept the beaches cool enough to sunbathe for hours. Still, she sighed to be out of the sun for a few minutes. She'd dropped Parker at the lighthouse a few minutes ago, and the activity there had been intense. Everything Kristen owned sat on the sidewalk down the path from her cottage, or it would soon. Moving day. Kelli understood moving, as she'd done it twice in the past year alone, one of which had required packing up everything she and Parker owned and shipping it across 12 miles of ocean, from New Jersey to the Cove. Kristen was only going a couple of miles, but she'd lived in the lighthouse or the adjacent caretaker's cottage for over 50 years. That kind of deep root took a lot to pull up, and Kelli's chest quaked with emotion as she walked past the secretary's desk with a, "Good afternoon, Sandy. Is he in his office?" "Just finished a meeting," she said with a smile. "You two should really come to dinner with me and Rex." Kelli gave her a smile, but she didn't stop. "I'm sure we will." She hadn't spilled all of her secrets to Shad's secretary, but Kelli had stopped by enough in the past month since quitting at the high school to know the woman. "Kelli!" a man boomed, and she grinned at Nathan Baldwin, the city planner. Shad, as the finance director for Five Island Cove, worked with Nathan a lot. She smiled at him and shook his hand. He wore the same thing she'd find Shad in, a pair of dark slacks pressed into neat lines, a white shirt, and a tie. His salt and pepper hair never had a single piece out of place, and he had the brightest, whitest smile she'd ever seen. "Hello, Nathan," she said, chuckling a little. He emanated power and prestige, but Kelli liked him. "How's your wife?" "Good," he said. "She's trying every recipe in one of her cookbooks, but other than that seriously insane endeavor, she's good." He laughed, his blue eyes crinkling around the edges. "You and Shad off for a fun afternoon?" Kelli chuckled as she shook her head. "We're helping a friend move," she said. "I don't think that counts as fun." "No, probably not." His phone chimed in his pocket, and he frowned as he withdrew it. Suddenly, his attention was elsewhere, and he murmured, "Excuse me," in a voice that barely registered in Kelli's ears. As he strode away, she wondered if his wife was really as good as he claimed her to be. Kelli had seen storms like that on a man's face before. Heck, she'd felt them inside her own soul. "I hope he's okay," she said, continuing down the hall toward Shad's office. Shad appeared in the doorway of that office, as if he'd just been waiting for her to finish her conversation with Nathan. "I'm just changing," he said, holding up a pile of clothes. "Then we can go." Kelli slowed and stopped. Okay, I'll wait out here. I want to ask you something, he said. Come in, it'll be 2 seconds. He ducked back into his office, and Kelli glanced around as if a couple of cops would appear and arrest her for going into the office where her boyfriend would be changing. No one appeared, and no one even looked her way. There wasn't anyone to even look her way, and behind her, in the distance, a phone rang and was answered. She too went into the office, quickly pushing the door closed behind her. Shad had unknotted his tie and was swiftly unbuttoning his shirt. He stood facing his desk, and he glanced at her as she pressed her back into the door. "What's up?" she asked, her voice slightly strained. "How's Laurel's case going?" he asked, his fingers deft at such tiny buttons. They'd walked along the beach many times, but they'd never just laid out in the sun. Shad had a decent tan, though, and Kelli couldn't help staring at the muscles in his arms and chest as he switched his dress shirt out in favor of a t-shirt. "Good," she managed to push out through her narrow throat. "At least, I think so. She doesn't say much about it." "She and her partner came by to talk to me this week." "Oh, really?" Kelli watched him unbuckle his belt, and she had the desire to look away and keep staring at the same time. "Yeah," he said, stepping out of his pants. He wore a plaid pair of boxers beneath them, and his t-shirt hung down over most of those. He reached for the jeans sitting on the desk, and continued with, "Stayed for about 30 minutes, just asking questions. I told them what I could." He shimmied into the jeans and zipped them up, finally meeting her eye. "I really don't think it's anyone in government. I know they were going to talk to Mayor Kent, and they've interviewed Greg Sherman, too." Kelli nodded, pressing her lips together. She didn't know all the details of Laurel's case, because while she updated them at their Wednesday lunches if she attended, she usually just said things were going well and progressing. Kelli assumed she was doing interviews and piecing together the case, but she didn't know details like who she talked to, when, and what information she'd learned. "That's good, right?" she asked as Shad bent to pick up his running shoes. They looked well-used and well-loved, and he sat down in one of the chairs opposite his desk to put them on. "It's good," he said. "We don't need a political scandal in an election year." "Isn't that the definition of an election year?" Kelli asked, grinning. Shad chuckled and stood. He met her eye again, this time with a hint of playfulness mixed with heat in his. "I suppose so." He scanned her from head to toe and back. "My, you look amazing this afternoon." "I'm wearing a t-shirt and shorts," she said, "and they're not even clean, as I've been scrubbing the construction residue and dust from everything in the wellness center for hours." He approached and ran his hand along her jaw and back into her hair. "How are you feeling about us?" Before she could even comprehend his question, he kissed her. Kelli pulled in a breath through her nose that sounded sharp, but she kissed him right on back. The windows looking into his office were frosted, and they had complete privacy here. Every stroke of his mouth against hers healed some part of Kelli she hadn't known had been quietly weeping. Shad broke the kiss and moved his mouth to her neck. "I'm feeling really good about us," he whispered, just before touching his lips to the sensitive skin along her throat. "I have a feeling it's going to be a great summer." Kelli gripped his shoulders and ran her hands down his back, drawing him closer. "Me too." He pulled away slightly, but didn't go far. He searched her face. "Is that right?" She let her hands linger along his waist, the nearness of him intoxicating. She looked up to the silver in his hair and smiled. "Yeah," she said boldly, "because I'm feeling really good about us too." "Good enough to talk about serious things?" Shad murmured. "What kind of serious things?" She slid one hand up his arm and into his hair. Kids? I can't really have more kids, Shad. That's fine with me, he said. We'll have Parker to raise. Adoration burst through her, and her eyes quickly moved back to meet his. You want to raise Parker with me? I'm falling in love with you, he whispered. He's a great kid, and of course that's what I want. Kelli took a moment to search her own feelings. I suppose I'm falling in love with you too. A smile accompanied the words, because Kelli had not been in love very much in her life. At this point, she wasn't sure if she'd ever felt this giddy and secure with Julian, despite marrying him and trying to build a family with him for 15 years. Shad didn't smile, but a glow emanated from his very being. Though they already stood chest to chest, he somehow got closer to her. He pressed one hand against the door next to her head and pushed the other through her hair, bringing her mouth to his again. This kiss felt different, and Kelli lost herself to the ebb and flow of it, letting Shad dictate how fast and how deep they went. Her pulse accelerated with her breathing, and by the time he pulled away, he was panting too. We should go, he said in a half growl. I don't think we can finish what we started right here or right now. Kelli opened her eyes, feeling a bit woozy and wobbly. The moment she saw how red-faced and bothered Shad was, a new sort of power entered her bloodstream. She fisted her fingers in his t-shirt and brought him back for another kiss. 1, 2, 3 strokes, and she said, We can later. Tonight later? He asked, backing up a step, then 2. Kelli knew he wanted to stay the night with her. She thought about what AJ had said only a few days ago. They did live next door to one another, and it wouldn't be terribly difficult for either of them to find their way into the other's bedroom. Nerves marched through her, but Kelli said, I think tonight would probably work. Depends on how tired you are after this move. How tired I am. He chuckled and reached for his wallet. He stuck that in his back pocket and straightened up his dress clothes before picking them up. Kelli, you invigorate me. I'm never tired when I'm with you. She looked into his dark eyes and definitely felt herself falling. Maybe one of the serious things we need to talk about is marriage, she said. He smiled, but it was a soft, beautiful smile filled with love and kindness. I'm absolutely okay talking about that. I don't want a big wedding, she said. I'm not one who really likes the spotlight on me. You're kidding, Shad said in a deadpan. I had no idea. They laughed together, and Shad slung his arm around her, the other holding his clothes. Kel, I would marry you anywhere you said, with just us there, or just your mom and Devin and Parker. Whatever you want is fine with me. She put both hands on his chest and leaned into his strength. You'd marry me right now? Right now, he confirmed. You tell me what you want, Kel, and I'll do it. I don't know what I want. He smiled and touched the tip of his nose to hers. I know, sweetheart. That's why I'm moving at your pace. When you know what you want, we'll talk about it. Okay? Okay, she whispered, wondering how she'd attracted the attention of a man as sweet as him. Right now, I want to go help Kristen move. Then I want dinner at the breakfast club. Then, who knows what the rest of the night will hold? I see how it's going to be, he said, his lips dangerously close to hers. You're going to tease me all day in those sexy shorts, make me eat breakfast for dinner, and then kiss me on the couch and maybe kick me out before dessert. Maybe, she said, giggling against his mouth. But maybe not. He groaned and pressed into her, and Kelli held on to him as she laughed. They left his office and the building, arriving outside about the same time Alice pulled up to the curb in her SUV. Perfect timing, Kelli said, reaching for the front passenger door handle. Hey, Alice. Sorry I'm late, she said, clearly flustered. I have this new client who loves to tell me the same thing 4 or 5 times. She shook her head and reached for a couple of files sitting on the passenger seat. She's impossible to get off the phone. She craned her neck to see into the back seat. Sorry about the mess, she said to Shad. I let Charlie drive this to work, and he lives in here in the evenings. It's fine, Shad said, getting in behind Kelli. She heard him pushing some things out of the way and then settling as Alice got the car moving again. I can't believe Kristen is moving, Kelli said. It's so exciting, isn't it? I know she's thrilled, Alice said. I went with her to sign the papers, and we got the key. She took me on a tour, and it's a fantastic condo. She'll be so happy there. I can't wait to see it, Kelli said. Working on Belle did keep her a bit isolated from the happenings here on Diamond Island, but she'd accepted as much. Eloise owned the Cliffside Inn on Sanctuary, and while she lived on Diamond with Aaron and the girls, she also had a separate life from the women on the main island. Alice? Shad asked from the back seat. Yeah. She made a turn that would take them out of the downtown area and up into the hillier part of the island where the lighthouse sat. There's a box of condoms back here. He held it up, and Alice yelped, hit the brakes, and jerked the wheel to the right. Kelli cried out too as the SUV came to a halt. Alice jammed the car into park and twisted around. You're kidding. Let me have those. She took the box from him, faced the front, and stared at it. It's not open. She looked up at Kelli, her eyes wide and filled with fear. It's not open, she repeated. What does that mean? Sorry, Shad said. I just know you worry about your twins. I shouldn't have said anything. Are you kidding? Alice said, regaining her sophistication and complete confidence in a single breath. They left these in my car. They're either stupid or oblivious. She shook the box of condoms, both of which indicate they're not ready to use these. She shook her head, her eyes blazing with anger now. My word, these teenagers are going to be the death of me. She shoved the box under her seat and put her blinker on to move back out onto the road. Were we this bad as teenagers? I don't think we were. Well, AJ did sleep with about 50 boys, Kelli pointed out, reaching for the handle above the door as Alice gunned the engine to get them back into the flow of traffic. You went over to that boys' camp a few times. I did not sleep with Billy Bridge, Alice said forcefully. Everyone thought I did, obviously, but I didn't. Robin snuck out all the time, Kelli continued as if Alice hadn't spoken. But that was just to spite her mom. I don't think she was out doing anything that required a condom. No, Alice said. She wasn't. She'd just sit on her roof or wander the neighborhood. She's lucky she didn't get kidnapped, honestly. Kelli shook her head, her memories of her childhood streaming through her head now. I didn't get in much trouble, even before things fell apart with my dad. That's because you were so good, Alice said, grinning at her. What about you, Shad? Did you cause your parents to get ulcers? Oh, yeah, he said casually, and Kelli turned to look at him, definitely interested in these stories. Me and my brothers got in so much trouble. He grinned at her. Nothing that required condoms, unfortunately. Well, my oldest brother, Wilson, he did have a fair bit of luck with the girls, but I didn't. I think they found me too intellectual. Kelli said. Smart is sexy. Now, he said. Back then, everyone wanted a big, buff athlete, and well, I couldn't put on weight as a teenager. Charlie can't either, Alice said, but he doesn't seem to have a problem getting girls. Times change, Shad said, and Kelli gave him another smile and turned around as Alice made the turn into the parking lot at the lighthouse. Oh, wow, she said, and Kelli knew why. She got instantly overwhelmed at all the boxes, people, and movement at the lighthouse. Everyone had come to help, and only a quarter of them were actually needed. Shad probably hadn't needed to change his clothes, but an image of his bare chest and shoulders stole through Kelli's mind, igniting every cell in her body. "All right," Alice said with a sigh. "Let's get through this." She got out of the car, Kelli half a beat behind her. She felt like she'd spent a large portion of her life getting through things. She didn't want to live like that anymore. She wanted to experience life, the good and the bad, the hard and the easy, the wonderful and the awful. "Hello," she called to Robin, who also wore a tank top and a pair of shorts. She had a box in her hand, which she passed to Reuben, who stood in the back of the moving truck. "Hey," Robin said, smiling. "Look at you two." She cocked her hip and put one hand on it as Shad slid his hand along Kelli's waist. "You look so good together." She stepped into Kelli and hugged her, then did the same to Shad. He looked surprised, but he went with it, and when Robin pulled away, she said, "Kristen is still in the cottage. Maybe you can see if you can get her to leave." "Is she still packing?" Kelli asked. "No," Reuben said from the truck. "Everything she owns is out here. She just wanted a minute in the cottage alone." "It's been 20 minutes, Jean said as she handed a lamp to her husband. "Parker's with Mandy and Jamie. They went for a walk down to Sea Lion Beach." "Thanks, Jean," Kelli said. She glanced at Shad. "Well, it looks like we're going to avoid any of the heavy lifting." She took his hand and stepped up onto the sidewalk. Several others simply milled about, chunks of sandwiches in their hands as they laughed and talked. Kelli left the fray behind and went up the path that led to Kristen's cottage. "She lives here?" Shad asked. "Not anymore," Kelli said. "But yes, and you should have seen it after Joel died." She forced a fake shudder through her limbs, smiling at her boyfriend. The man was a pack rat and a hoarder. It wasn't pretty or fun to go through. They arrived at the cottage, and Kelli rapped on the door. "Kristen?" she called. Getting no answer, she opened the door anyway. The cottage had been emptied of everything. It seemed so cavernous without the wall-to-wall papers, filing cabinets, folders, and furniture. Kristen stood in the kitchen, in front of the sink, gazing out the window. "I can't get myself to leave," she said, her voice gravelly and nasally at the same time. "I've stood here so many times, just watching the wind play with the branches. If you listen, you can hear the ocean." The window had been opened, but Kelli couldn't hear the ocean. She heard people talking from down the hill in the parking lot, and they covered any oceanic sounds that might have come inside. "The birds calling," Kristen said, sniffling. "I love this place, and I'm so familiar with it." Kelli reached her and put her arm around her, bringing her flush against her side. She didn't know what to say, so she said nothing for the time being. Shad stayed somewhere in the living room, silent as well. "When I decided to leave New Jersey," Kelli said, "I did exactly this. It was so hard to let go, and so hard to walk out of the house where I'd lived for so long for the last time. The very air seems to have memories in it I thought I'd lose." Kristen turned her head to look at her, but Kelli kept her gaze firmly out the window. "Only when I got here did I realize that the memories I wanted, the ones that really mattered, weren't tied to a house or a car or a place." She reached up and put her hand over her heart. "They're tied to me. They go with me because they live inside me." A set of tears pricked her eyes, and she looked at Kristen. They wept together for a moment, and then Kelli wrapped her in a tight hug. "It's time to go, Kristen. What you need and want will come with you." "Okay," Kristen whispered. "I'm not sure I believe you, but I do trust you." Kelli pulled away, wiped her tears, and took Kristen's hand. Together, they took the first step away from the window, then all the way out of the kitchen. Shad smiled at Kelli, one of his "I see your heart and it's beautiful" smiles. When they reached him, he too put his arm around Kristen as an added measure of support. She smiled at him too, and he said, "After I lost my wife, I didn't think I could ever leave the house we lived in. But I did, and I've been in that twin home for a while now. It's where I met the second love of my life. This new condo is going to be a chance for a second breath of life for you." Kelli heard the words he'd said, "second love of my life," and she ducked her head and smiled. She'd forgotten what it felt like to be loved, and it sure did feel wonderful. Chapter 19. Alice exited her office when she heard Ginny and Charlie's car pull into the driveway. She'd had the windows open for a few weeks now because the weather in the cove was the balmy, beautiful high 60s and low 70s she loved. Days like the past few weeks were definitely a huge pull to keep Alice in the cove if she'd needed one. She rounded the corner that led into the dining room, kitchen, and living room, and her eyes went straight to the box of condoms on the kitchen counter. She hoped Ginny's and Charlie's would too. She hoped the sight of it froze them in their tracks. She hoped she could see their reactions and know which twin she needed to interrogate just from the look on their faces. She'd had to wait a few days to stage this intervention because the twins both had jobs. They didn't always come home together, and she'd wanted to see their faces at the same time. Alice was well versed with twins, and they could easily pawn something off on the other if they weren't both present. The back door opened, and Charlie led the way into the house. He turned to hold the door for Ginny, who was saying, "That's it. You can't just expect her to be all hunky-dory." "I don't," Charlie said. "Can we not talk about this? We're already going to have to spend all summer with her, and I don't want—" He turned and saw Alice, freezing instantly. "Mom," he said loudly. Ginny nearly collided with him from behind, and Alice folded her arms. She knew who they were talking about. Mandy Grover. Yes, they were probably going to see a lot of Robin, Mandy, and Jamie over the summer because Robin was Alice's best friend. They'd spent last summer together, which was how Charlie and Mandy had started dating. "Good afternoon," Alice said, hating that she'd stalled their arrival in the kitchen. Ginny could barely see past Charlie, a fact Alice knew from the way she bumped him, and said, "Don't stop in the doorway, you idiot." She muscled past him and came the few steps down the hall and past the laundry room. She arrived in the kitchen with a, "Hey, Mom," in her normal, cheery voice. All at once, she froze again, her eyes landing on the box on the counter. Charlie followed her, shouldering her as he said, "Who's stopping in doorways now?" He looked at the box on the counter and kept on going. "Mom, can we order from Monk's tonight? It's fish fry and we haven't had it for so long." He looked at her with puppy dog eyes and actually took her into a hug. Alice didn't get to hug her son all that often, so she took advantage of it if she could, even if he was only doing it to get fish fry for dinner. "It'll be like a celebration of the end of school," he said. "You have another week," Alice said. "But the last week is stupid," Charlie said, stepping back. "You can invite Arthur?" Alice smiled at her son. "Sure, baby. Do you want to get on and order it when you're ready?" Charlie grinned at her, his eyes blazing with laughter. "Yeah, I'll do it. Arthur is a yes?" "He'll be a yes, yes," Alice said. Her son grinned and said, "Perfect," just as his phone buzzed. "That's Soraya. We have to go over the schedule for our summer Olympiad stuff." He looked at her. "I'm okay to talk to her in my room?" "Sure," Alice said, barely looking at Charlie anymore. Ginny was sweating bullets in the kitchen, and while Alice was surprised the box of condoms belonged to her, there was no doubt they did. "Go ahead." "Thanks, Mom." Charlie headed upstairs, leaving Alice and Ginny alone. She still hadn't moved from where she'd grown roots in the kitchen. Alice sighed, some of the fight leaving her body as she moved into the kitchen. She sat down at the counter, the box only a foot or two from her now. "Do you have something to tell me?" "It was a joke," Ginny blurted out, her eyes wild. "For real, Mom, some stupid guy threw them at Ray, saying something crude about how we shouldn't use them all in one night, and he tossed them in the back of the car laughing." Alice nodded, wanting to believe her daughter. She hadn't been in high school for a very long time, but she knew what teenagers were like. "I forgot about them," Ginny said. "I swear I haven't slept with Ray, with anyone." "The box is unopened." "Exactly," Ginny said, finally moving. She dropped her backpack by the cupboard where they kept the cereal and paper goods and stood at the end of the counter. Alice reached out and curled her fingers around Ginny's. "I believe you. I worry about you, but I believe you." "Ray's my boyfriend," she blurted out, tears filling her eyes. "We had such a good time at the prom, and he's so cute, Mom. He's smart, and he takes his classes seriously. He doesn't act like an idiot, but he likes to have fun. And bonus, he likes learning about World War II as much as I do, and his favorite flavor of ice cream is cookies and cream, just like me." She swiped at her eyes and shook her head. "I don't know why I'm crying. This is stupid. I haven't done anything wrong." Alice took a few seconds to absorb everything Ginny had spouted at her. "Except maybe not telling me he's your boyfriend. If that's not wrong, why did you hide it from me?" The prom had taken place a month ago. Ginny had been stunning in her black dress with a jeweled belt around her waist. Abby and Emily had come over to do her hair, and Alice had let them use her master bathroom because the counter space was bigger. She'd enjoyed listening to them talk about school, summer, jobs, boys, and what they wanted to do with their lives. They were nice girls. At least it seemed so to Alice, and she'd enjoyed having them in her house. "I don't know," Ginny said, her eyes still leaking. "I just see the way you're always on Charlie about his girlfriends, and I thought maybe I shouldn't have a boyfriend." "I worry about Charlie," Alice admitted. "Because he's a boy, and Ginny, boys aren't like girls." "I know, Mom. I've heard this lecture before." "Yes, well, maybe you need to hear it again, as someone who now has a boyfriend. Ray's not like you. He will want to be physical, and that's normal." She swallowed because she had experience with boys and men. "You'll have to decide when and if you're ready for that. I don't think it's wise to be having sex in high school." She cleared her throat. "That's my stance for both you and Charlie, and I'm sticking to it." She picked up the box of condoms and stood. "I'll keep these for now, because I suppose if you do decide you need one, you should come get it from me. We can talk more then if you like." Ginny nodded, and Alice took the box into her bathroom. She sighed as she looked in the mirror above the sink. "I hope this is the right thing to do." Another breath went down easy, and Alice thought finding the condoms in her car was probably a blessing in disguise. She went back out into the kitchen, where Ginny had put an English muffin in to toast. "I need to talk to you and Charlie," Alice said. "Do you have another few minutes?" "Yes," Ginny said. "He knows about me and Ray." Alice didn't say anything as she went to the bottom of the stairs. "Charlie?" she called up. "I need you for a minute." "Coming," he yelled down, and his footsteps sounded on the steps a few seconds later. "What's up?" He looked from where Alice had perched on the arm of the couch to Ginny, who stood in the kitchen with a butter knife. "Okay," Alice said. "Ginny just told me she's dating Ray." "It's not called dating, Mom," Ginny said, rolling her eyes. "Whatever," Alice said, near to snapping. She pressed her eyes closed and breathed in through her nose. She'd always been transparent with the twins. They knew things about her relationship with Frank she'd tried to shield them from. "They know," she heard in her mind, in Arthur's voice. "I am dating Arthur," she said, her voice grinding on the first few words. It's getting serious. We're talking about marriage, and that impacts you guys. Marriage? Charlie asked, his voice pitching up toward the rafters. Really, Mom? It's been 2 months, Ginny said, clearly surprised as well. Yes, Alice said, but I'm not 16 years old. I've been in love before. So has he. He doesn't have any children, so it would just be the 4 of us. We wouldn't move or anything. He works at the high school, Charlie said as if Alice didn't know. It'll be weird. He turned to Ginny, right? I don't know, Ginny said. I mean, we never see the counselors. I do, Charlie said, spinning back to Alice. It's weird, Mom. It's been okay when he's come here for dinner, she said, watching Charlie's face for his real feelings. Arthur had been over for dinner with Alice and the twins 3 times now. He's coming tonight. You like him? Yeah, but... Charlie trailed off, and Alice knew he didn't really have any argument against Arthur. She straightened. We've been intimate, and I am falling in love with him. I love you guys with more energy than the sun puts out, and I guess I just need to know if this is going to break us. You're sleeping with him? Charlie roared, his fists balling up. Mom, come on! He paced away from her while Ginny stood stock still in the kitchen. I'm not 16 years old, Alice repeated, swallowing as Ginny continued to stare at her. It's not the same as you and Ray at all, or you and Soraya. How is it not different? Charlie asked, plenty of sarcasm in his voice. For one, Alice said, piercing him with a glare, I can't get pregnant. For 2, Arthur and I are both gainfully employed, with careers and skills and supporting ourselves. 3, I'm an adult with plenty of life experience, including having sex with other men, behind me. Ew, Charlie said. Mom, please stop talking. So you're saying having experience makes you wiser? Ginny asked. No, Alice said quickly, seeing this conversation derail and fast. I'm saying I'm 30 years older than you guys. I'm not stuck in a constant cycle of hormones, and yes, I've had enough romantic experiences to know exactly how I feel. When you're young, like you 2 are, everything is new and wonderful, and you don't really know how you're feeling. You learn as you have innocent, age-appropriate relationships. She folded her arms, the final punctuation mark on the conversation. What she knew that they didn't was that sex took something from a person. There was a price to it, no matter what age a person was when it happened. She simply wanted them to be the smartest they could be when it came to their relationships, and she'd keep talking to them about that until the day she died. It was that important to her. Both of them simply looked at her, but Charlie had taken the disgust off his face, and Ginny's stare had warmed considerably. Well, she said, as her English muffin popped up and she turned to butter it. I guess those condoms will go to good use. Gross, Charlie said. This can't be happening. He looked between Alice and Ginny. Wait, what condoms? Alice grinned, the action only widening when she saw the smile on Ginny's face. Though she kept her head down, she said, Charlie, you are seriously so clueless sometimes. What? He asked. Mom had a box of condoms on the counter when we got home, Ginny said, picking up the twist tie that closed the bag of English muffins and throwing it at him. They're the ones that idiot Lance threw at Ray last week. She found them in her car. Charlie looked so confused, and Alice wasn't going to be able to hold back her laughter for much longer. Today? On the counter today? Yes, Ginny said, starting to giggle. They're not mine, he said automatically, his gaze flying back to Alice. Of course they're not, Ginny said with plenty of exasperation. They're mine. Well, Mom took them and put them in her bathroom. She slid her gaze to Alice. I guess now I know why. Alice just shook her head as she started to laugh. Ginny joined in, but Charlie still seemed so confused. Alice opened her arms and gathered him up, moving him into the kitchen with Ginny, where they finished laughing together. This isn't going to break us, is it? She asked, sobering. Me and Arthur? No, Ginny said. I actually like Arthur. Alice looked at Charlie, her eyebrows raised. He had to know she'd do anything for him, anything to protect him. And he finally lowered the tension in his shoulders. No, he said. It's not going to break us. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I like him too. Alice hugged her children, pure gratitude that she'd been given such amazing kids filling her. I love you guys, she said. I will always love you no matter what. Even if I want one of those condoms? Charlie asked. Alice pulled back and searched her son's face. Even if, she whispered. You haven't been dating Soraya for very long. No, he said. About as long as you and Arthur, though. I'm not 16, she said. You forget we turned 17 a couple of months ago. Alice nodded, swallowing the biggest lump she'd ever tried to get down. That's fine. But can we talk about it some more before I just hand one over? Charlie nodded, his Adam's apple moving too. Maybe not right now, he finally said. Okay. He stepped out of Alice's arms and out of the kitchen completely. Okay, she said, turning to watch him go back upstairs. Her worry over him doubled. And then, as if someone was blowing on the white tendrils of a spent dandelion, she exhaled, and all of her anxiety left her. Her son was a good kid. The twins were almost adults. Alice couldn't control them the way she once had as children, and she had to trust that she'd done a good enough job educating them to make the smartest decisions. He's not Dad, Ginny said quietly, causing Alice to turn back to her. What? He's not Dad, she said again. I know you worry about him being this huge womanizer like Dad, sleeping with every female who walks by, because that's what Dad did. But Charlie's not like that. In fact, he wants to be the opposite of that. She took a bite of her English muffin as if they were discussing homework or the bulbs Alice had planted a couple of months ago. He sees what Dad did to you, and he doesn't want to do that to anyone. Breaking up with Mandy almost killed him, and he's been trying to be so nice to her since. Ginny shook her head. He really doesn't get some things. Is Mandy okay? She is, Ginny said, her voice taking on a false quality. I miss hanging out with her. She was a good friend. You can still hang out with her, Alice said. He's right. We're going to see them a lot this summer. It's okay if it's just us, Ginny said. But sometimes she wants to talk about Charlie, but I don't know. It's hard. Alice nodded, because yes, sometimes life and situations were just hard. There was no other way to describe them, and they couldn't be circumvented. They just had to be gone through. As Ginny picked up her backpack and said she was going to do her chemistry homework, Alice pulled out her phone and typed up a quick message to her friends. I love you guys. Thank you for being right beside me this past year. She read it over once and then twice, and then sent it. She suspected Robin would call to find out what had happened, and Eloise would send her a private text to make sure she was okay. Kristen would too, and she'd offer to take the twins to a movie so Alice could deal with whatever she needed to deal with. AJ was on her honeymoon, and Alice didn't expect her to answer. But Kelli would reply to the group and repeat the sentiment of love. Laurel would say she'd be over in 10 minutes to make sure the twins were behaving. And Jean would send emojis with heart eyes and then maybe a chicken. She'd said she just loved the chicken emoji and couldn't help sending it whenever possible. As all of those things happened exactly as Alice predicted they would, the love of her friends enveloped her from head to toe. "They're here," Alice said needlessly as the doorbell pealed. "Ginny, get out the lemonade, would you? Charlie, take the salad out to the patio."
"Mom,"
he said, even as he picked up the bowl of pasta salad.
"They're cops, not the Queen."
He rolled his eyes as he stepped out of the sliding glass doors that led onto their patio. Alice exchanged a glance with Arthur, who picked up a stack of plates and followed her son as she went toward the door. She opened it to find Laurel and her partner, Tom Beardall, standing on the front porch. They wore identical looks of resignation and dread, at least until Laurel smiled. "Evening, Alice," she said, moving into her personal space for a hug. "Relax. My word, you look like we're here to arrest you." She gave a light laugh and joined Alice in the foyer. "This is Tom, my partner." "So great to meet you," Alice said, her Hamptons training returning in an instant. She shook the older gentleman's hand. Come in, come in. We've got dinner on the back patio all set up." She stood back while Tom entered, and she then ushered him and Laurel through the house to the patio. Ginny was just finishing with the lemonade, and Alice made all the introductions. "Let's sit," she said after the last handshake. "These two just have some questions for all of us. No one's in trouble." She'd given this speech before, but both Charlie and Arthur looked a little nervous. "I'll start," Laurel said as she speared a cucumber from her pasta salad. "We just want to know who buys and sells drugs at the high school."
"Names if you've got them and are willing to tell us,"
Tom added.
"Everything is kept really confidential. No one will know you told us."
Charlie exchanged a glance with Alice, who gave him a slight nod. He reached for a slice of pizza she'd ordered from their favorite place and said,
"I know a few guys who use."
"Use what?" Laurel asked.
"They smoke pot.
Charlie said, lifting his chin.
Sometimes something a little stronger."
"Cocaine?" she asked. And how she could talk about such heavy subjects while she ate was a marvel to Alice. She seemed so at ease, and while Alice had admired Laurel before, it now went off the charts.
"I think,"
Charlie said.
"Crack is cocaine, right?"
Tom nodded.
"Different form, same drug."
Charlie cleared his throat and took an enormous bite of pizza. Silence reigned over the table, but while Alice put food on her plate, she couldn't take a bite of it. The sun shone in the west as it arced down, and birds literally chirped around them. It didn't feel like the right setting to be talking about drug deals between teenagers. She glanced at Arthur, who'd said nothing but hello to the cops.
"Paulie smokes crack,"
Charlie said.
"Paulie King. As far as I know, he's the only one who gets it and gives it out to his buddies."
"They're not really his friends," Ginny said, her voice almost a squeak. "I saw him push one of them up against the lockers and say if he didn't pay up, there would be a real problem."
"When was this?"
Laurel asked, reaching for her notebook. "Oh, a long time ago," Ginny said. "January, maybe?" Laurel nodded and made a note while Tom said,
"Do you see any drugs, Arthur?" "I have a few kids on my list who clearly use,"
he said.
"I can give you their names." "Do you hear any rumblings from the teachers about it?"
Tom asked.
"It's brought up in faculty meetings,"
Arthur said.
"We're all trained to know what drug use looks like and smells like. It's supposed to be reported to the admin, students sent to call home, that kind of thing."
He took a bite of his pizza, but a more normal one.
"We'd love those names,"
Laurel said.
"Students and the admin over your drug use enforcement." "It's actually our on-site officer,"
Arthur said.
"in conjunction with one of our vice principals."
"Sean Newmeyer?" Laurel asked, exchanging a glance with Tom.
"He's your enforcement officer, right?" "Yes,"
Arthur said slowly, looking back and forth between Laurel and Tom.
He teaches a class on law enforcement and does our forensics as well. Everyone knows if there's a problem at the school or in the community and he gets called out, he'll just leave class.
He took a deep breath.
But he's just got the two, and it's only happened a couple of times.
Like when we had to shelter inside a couple of months ago because there was that creepy guy trying to get in cars with girls? Ginny said.
Right.
Arthur nodded.
So Patricia calls the police, and Sean is on site. He's there immediately, and he can fill in the real police when they arrive.
He's a real police officer, Laurel said.
Right, of course,
Arthur said, and Alice smiled at him. Seeing him flustered was actually kind of cute, because he was so supremely confident most of the time.
I just meant, yes, of course he's a real police officer. And Patricia, she's the VP that works with him?
Tom asked.
No, she's the head secretary,
Arthur said.
The VP is Marlo Benson. Benson?
Tom and Laurel asked at the same time. Laurel's pencil scratched at a mile a minute, but Alice couldn't read the chicken scratches on the paper.
Right,
Arthur said.
He's been there for years, maybe close to retiring. He's a good guy. I've known him for a lot of years. Went through a nasty divorce a few years ago, but he's still a family man. Has a few grandchildren in the Cove.
He cleared his throat and finally stopped talking. Both Laurel and Tom nodded, and another round of silence went around.
Okay,
Tom said as he inhaled through his nose.
We'll just take the names if you've got them.
Arthur pulled a paper out of his pocket and said,
I typed mine up.
He handed the list to Laurel, who didn't even look at it. Charlie opened his mouth to speak when both Laurel's and Tom's radios went off. A terrible screeching sound happened, and then a female voice, almost like a robot, came over the airwaves. Alice couldn't make out most of it, as it was a jumble of words and numbers, but Laurel and Tom instantly got to their feet. Sorry, Laurel said, while Tom simply hurried into the house. We have to go. What's going on? Alice asked, her brain still trying to catch up to the few words she'd heard come through the radio. She didn't understand the numbers or the order the instructions went out, but she had heard fire and loading dock. I'll call you later, Laurel said, dashing after Tom. She didn't bother to close the sliding glass door, and Alice stepped over to do it so she wasn't air conditioning the backyard. She faced the table, suddenly feeling very cold.
Sounded like a fire at the loading dock,
Arthur said, standing and joining her. He put his hands on her arms and rubbed.
Come sit down, sweetheart. There's nothing we can do about it.
True, Alice said slowly, and she let him tug her back to her seat at the table. But why would two narcotics cops race off to the scene of a fire at the loading dock? She knew why. Laurel had said she was trying to find the conduit bringing the drugs into the cove. Could it be via the supply ships that came from the mainland? And what would happen if those shipments got delayed or stopped? With summer arriving, Alice suddenly had the urge to get to the grocery store and get everything she needed for the next 3 months. Instead, she sat down to a pizza dinner with her boyfriend and children and pretended everything was A-OK. Chapter 20. Laurel snapped on a pair of rubber gloves and adjusted her protective face mask. The ship still smoked, and not in the way a steamer should. This wasn't a steamer, anyway. This was a large commercial transport ship with shipping containers full of food, goods, cars, building supplies, and everything else necessary for the 35,000 people who lived in Five Island Cove. Things weren't cheap here because everything had to be shipped over from New York, Maryland, or Massachusetts. Their closest neighbor in the sea was Nantucket, and even that island was 6 miles away. Laurel longed to escape to Nantucket right now. The Point would be beautiful right now in early June, and her mother would bake scones in the morning and fish pot pies in the evenings. Her mom and dad had moved there a few years ago. once her father had retired as a fire captain from the Five Island Cove department. The familiar wails of those fire engines roared through Laurel's ears, and she knew the firefighters wouldn't let her and Tom anywhere near the still-burning ship. The possibility of it exploding kept everyone on the dock as the engines pulled up and men and women jumped from them and got to work. "This is a disaster," Laurel said.
"It's a day early, too,"
Tom said, frowning at the ship. He hadn't put on his protective face mask yet, but Laurel found the scent of smoke terribly off-putting. Her ex-husband used to burn things in the backyard just for fun, and when she blinked, she suddenly stood in the spare bedroom, watching him through the slatted blinds as he took off his shirt and added it to the fire. Terror ran through her, and she forced her eyes open again. She wasn't in that house. She wasn't trapped in that marriage. She wasn't going to get hurt that night. And her past was where it belonged, in the past, behind her. "You're right," Laurel said, catching up to what Tom had said. "The ship is a day early. I wonder why." She glanced around. "Do you think the manifest is here? The harbor master? Maybe he can tell us why the ship is early." If anything, Laurel was more accustomed to shipments and deliveries coming late. They'd already spoken with Philo Rock, the man in charge of the harbor. He'd given them the schedule of shipments, and Laurel's distrusting mind immediately started conjuring up reasons why he hadn't given them the correct one. Perhaps Philo wanted to make sure the drugs got off the ship before we showed up.
"You think Philo's in on this?"
Tom asked. "I'm not ruling anyone out," Laurel said, cutting him a glance. "I think Marlo Benson has something to do with it. I want to talk to Sean, too."
"I really don't think Sean is smart enough to pull off a drug ring like this,"
Tom said quietly. "All the same," Laurel said. She'd be calling the chief that night, and if it were up to her, she and Tom would be sitting down with Sean Newmeyer in the morning. First thing. In fact, why they hadn't thought to go to the enforcement officer at the school to find out about the drug ring intrigued her. "Did we miss Sean?" she asked. "Why didn't we know he was at the high school?"
"He's only there in the morning,"
Tom said, shifting his weight as they both continued to watch the ship smolder. Spray went high into the sky, and the smoke coming off the ship turned light gray and then white.
"He runs the beat on Rocky Ridge in the evenings. That's where he lives."
"How do you know all this?" Laurel asked, realizing she didn't even trust her partner. She backtracked and took a deep breath to settle herself down.
"Sean's an older cop, like me,"
Tom said, flicking a glance in her direction.
"We have sons the same age. Trust me, he's not the brightest bulb in the box. That's why he's still on the beat and at the school."
"If you know him, why didn't we go to him?"
"Honestly?"
Tom faced her, his frown lines deep between his eyes.
"I forgot. He's a forgettable guy, and not smart enough to orchestrate a drug ring in Five Island Cove from his office in the high school."
"Okay," Laurel said, a little testily to match Tom's tone. "I just feel stupid, like we missed an important piece of the puzzle." She wouldn't have involved Alice's boyfriend or kids had she known there was an enforcement officer at the high school, that was all.
"We didn't miss an important piece of the puzzle,"
Tom said.
"unless you're talking about Marlo Benson."
"Yeah, what's with him? Are he and Marilyn married?"
"Once upon a time,"
Tom said.
"I texted Cheryl, and she just confirmed it."
He held up his phone for Laurel to take. She did, and she quickly read the brief text exchange between her partner and the narcotics secretary at the station. She handed the phone back, her chest doing that weird, vibrating, popping thing it did when she got really nervous. "This is crazy," she said. "Could the two of them be bringing in the drugs? A high school administrator?"
"He fits our profile,"
Tom said quietly.
"A prominent figure if the case gets blown open. Heck, she's a prominent figure too, and there have been articles every day since we arrested her."
"Yeah, but they don't say anything." Laurel was proud of that, because it meant there were no leaks in the case. Nobody in narcotics talking to people they shouldn't be. She probably had the most occasion to let something slip to her friends, and she'd had to work really hard not to do that. The need to talk about the case ate at her and ate at her until she finally talked to Paul about it. But Paul was safe, as he demonstrated time and time again.
No, but they're there. Can you imagine if an active school administrator was named as the ringleader? It also makes sense for why she's protecting him.
Does it? Laurel asked. They're divorced. Most divorced people don't hold fond feelings for their ex-spouse. She certainly didn't. But once again, Laurel had to remove herself from the equation if she wanted complete objectivity.
I don't know the extent of their divorce,
Tom said.
We'll need to pay Marlowe a visit tomorrow for sure.
Absolutely, Laurel said. I'd love it if we went in the morning and got Sean in the room with him too. See who squirms.
The chief will never let us do that, Tom said. We'll have to go through IA if we want to question Sean as a suspect.
But we can ask him what he knows about the drugs at the school, Laurel said. Like we did those kids tonight. They weren't suspects.
Right.
Laurel really didn't want to go through internal affairs because the paperwork alone could bury a cop. But if Sean Newmeyer was involved at all in the buying and distribution of drugs in the Cove, Laurel would gladly swim through the red tape and mountains of papers to bring him to justice. The firefighters stopped the flow of water, and Tom took a step forward. Laurel lurched after him, feeling very much out of her league in this partnership. She let him take the lead as he spoke to the fire chief and then Philo, the harbor master.
We want it all, Tom said. It's a crime scene, Philo, and no one's going to get on that ship again or take anything off of it without first going through me or this young lady here.
He indicated Laurel, who felt a sense of pride swell beneath her breast.
A crime scene? Philo asked. You're insane. Some hand warmers got too close to one of those oil heaters and they ignited. It was an accident.
Yeah, Laurel said dryly. And who's buying oil heaters and hand warmers in June in the Cove? Tom smiled at her and nodded at Philo.
It's a crime scene. If it's in the way, we'll have the boat towed around to the south dock so we can examine it.
Philo growled, his frown taking over his whole face.
It's not in the way. I have other loading bays. Great,
Tom said cheerfully. He turned to Laurel.
Well, you heard the fire chief. No one's getting on that boat tonight. We might as well turn in.
She saluted Philo, who simply glared at her as if it was her fault someone was trying to smuggle drugs through his port, and turned to leave. Struck with a sudden thought, she turned back to him. Philo? She asked. Do you know where the hand warmers and oil heater were going?
To the department stores, I'm assuming,
he said, starting to flip some sheets of paper.
I gave you the manifest last week.
Right, I know, Laurel said. But it just listed what was coming in. It didn't say where all those things go. Surely you know that too, right, sir? Or do you just let anyone back up their van and start loading up boxes? He looked up sharply from his clipboard.
Of course not. I know where every box is supposed to go, and every single one is signed for by the company who ordered it.
Of course, Laurel said with a smile. Are those records digitized or... She looked at Tom and raised her eyebrows. We can come back tomorrow and start digging through your filing cabinets if that's where we'll find who's been ordering hand warmers and oil heaters for the past, 9 months. Philo's mouth dropped open, and Tom's expression changed to one of pure delight. If he could applaud with just his eyes, he was currently doing so.
I can pull up who ordered the hand warmers and heaters on the computer,
Philo said. He glanced around and lowered his voice.
Do you really think they've been bringing coke in that way?
I think anything is possible, Laurel said. We're just trying to follow up on every lead. And frankly, she was utterly exhausted because of it. If you can email me or text me the list of who's been buying those specific products in the last 9 months, I'd be grateful, she said. And if we need to see physical signatures of who signed for those items, we just ask you? She blinked a couple of times.
That's right, Philo said. Those are physical copies, and I keep them in a filing cabinet in the control tower.
Gotcha. Laurel grinned at him. Thanks so much, Philo. You're amazing. She did turn then and start to walk away. Behind her, Tom said something, and then he caught up to her with a low chuckle coming from his mouth.
Lady,
he said under his breath,
you are good.
Laurel glanced at him, glad for his praise. If you picked up a hand warmer and felt it, would you know if the sandy stuff inside was what it was supposed to be, or cocaine powder? She cocked one eyebrow and watched Tom's expression roll through shock, disbelief, and then acceptance.
I'd have no idea,
he said. Exactly, Laurel said.
You're really good,
Tom said.
Your mind almost scares me.
Join the club, Laurel muttered. They reached their cruiser, and she got in the passenger seat as usual. What time do you want to pick me up to come back here to go through the carnage?
Well, we were having a whole crew come at 3 tomorrow afternoon,
he said,
to search the ship. How about 3?
Laurel nodded and focused her attention out the windshield, the cool air from the air conditioner hitting her straight in the eyes. That leaves the morning open to pay the high school vice principal a visit. Laurel faced the wind and gathered her hair into one hand. This is amazing, she said, letting all of her cares and worries lift off her shoulders. Beside her, Paul laughed.
Have you never ridden the steamer to Nantucket?
He asked. She looked at him and released her hair. It went flying again, the wind trying to whip it right off her head. Not for a long time, she said soberly. Remember, I barely left the house for the last year of my marriage. Paul's face changed in an instant, too, and he said,
I'm such a jerk. I'm sorry. Of course I remember that.
He gathered her close to his chest, and she wound one arm around his waist. My parents are going to love you, she said.
What's amazing is that we got the weekend off together,
he said. Aaron was in a really good mood after we talked to Sean, Laurel said with a smile. Heck, it made me happy too, knowing he's not involved in this drug case.
You brought in the vice principal, though,
Paul said, clearly hinting for more information. Laurel sighed. Yeah, she said, just for questioning. He didn't have any new information, which is ultra frustrating.
And what did you find on the ship?
Clothes, shoes, lettuce, milk, treadmills. Laurel could go on, but the ship that had caught fire earlier in the week seemed to be simply another boat bringing supplies to the cove. Crib bumpers, strollers, meat, potatoes. We've released all of it that wasn't contaminated by smoke or burned by the fire. She'd stood on the hard cement for days, watching as vendors picked up the things they'd ordered. She'd checked everything off the same as Philo, and she and Tom had gone home irritated, tired, and cranky. They'd boxed up all the burnt items and anything left over or unclaimed and taken it back to the evidence warehouse near the police station. Then Chief Sherman had ordered both her and Tom to take a 3-day weekend, and he'd threatened to fire them if they so much as set a pinky toe on police property. Laurel really needed this weekend in Nantucket with her fiancé and her parents. I don't want to talk about the case, she said, exhaling away all of the stress. I don't even want to think about the case. Paul chuckled and nuzzled her neck, his voice quiet as he said,
I know you, Laurel. You won't be able to stop yourself.
She brought his mouth to hers and kissed him for several long seconds. I know, Deputy Chief Leahy. That's why I brought you along, to distract me.
Oh-ho,
he said, chuckling as he kissed her again. They arrived in Nantucket a few minutes later, and Laurel's heart took flight when she saw her mom and dad waiting for her on the hood of her dad's Jeep, which he'd parked facing the water right where the boats arrived and departed. There they are, she said, waving. He's got the red windbreaker on. Laurel couldn't wait to hug her mother, and she turned toward the back of the boat so she could get closer to the ramp they'd walked up to get on. Come on. Paul went with her, and they managed to get off the steamer near the front of the crowd. Still, they had to walk slowly behind an elderly couple, so it took a few more minutes before Laurel cleared the station and ran toward her mom. You made it, her mother said, wrapping Laurel in the best of hugs. Oh, I've missed you so much. You're so thin. Are you working too much? She didn't release Laurel until her dad said, You must be Paul. Then Laurel stepped back and took Paul's hand in hers. Mom, Dad, she said, though the water and the wind did make a noisy backdrop. This is my fiancé, Paul Leahy. Paul, my mom and dad, Jim and Faye Baker. She beamed from her parents to the man she loved and back. It's so wonderful to meet you, her mom said, her voice pitching up. We've prayed so hard for Laurel to find the perfect man for her, and she says it's you.
Oh, well, I don't know about perfect,
Paul said as he accepted her mother's hug. He grinned at Laurel over her shoulder, but Laurel got taken in another hug, this time from her father. Hey, Dad, she whispered, relying on his strength and power yet again in her life. Her parents had rescued her from her first marriage, and they'd been smart enough to take pictures and document everything inside the house and on Laurel's body that had allowed her to claim this new brand of freedom she enjoyed.
You're not too thin,
he said to her, and Laurel burst out laughing. Thanks, Dad, she said, stepping back. The job's been tough lately, but I do eat. She linked her arm through her mother's while Paul shook her dad's hand. All right, her mom said. Since you made it on the morning steamer, we're just in time for lunch. There's this new pop-up at the Holiday House. Really? Laurel asked. Isn't that a boutique that sells Christmas decorations? They still do that, her mom said. But every day of the week, there's a new restaurant there. Your dad and I checked it out on the way here, and today it's Lobster Legion. Every dish has lobster in it. Lobster for days and days. Laurel grinned at Paul, who'd fallen into step beside her. My mom loves lobster. It's her soul food, what she wants for her last meal. He chuckled, and Laurel saw him sliding right into her family. He fit there because he was the perfect man for her.
Lobster Legion it is, then,
he said. He stepped forward and looked past Laurel to her mother. Have you ever had lobster ice cream? Her mom's eyes rounded. No, sir. Is that even a thing? Oh, it's a thing, Paul said with a smile. And delicious. If anyone makes it, I'm sure it'll be Lobster Legion, Laurel said. I didn't check the dessert menu, her mom said. Now, Laurel, tell me what you decided to do about the food for the wedding. Wasn't your first choice unavailable? Something about not being able to get enough filet mignon for the whole force? Oh, my goodness, yes, Laurel gushed. They didn't want to put the steak bites on the buffet, so we had to either choose a different buffet, but all the protein choices were seriously lacking, or go with per-plate meals. And I have the best wedding planner in the world, and she swooped in and saved the day. Laurel grinned at Paul. We got the gold tier buffet, that's what they call it, with the steak bites for all those red-blooded men on the police force, by paying a little bit extra. How much extra? Her mom paused by the Jeep while her dad unlocked the doors. We were already paying a premium fee in order to feed the number of people we want, so Robin said if we added another couple $100, couldn't they do the steak? They agreed, and done. She grinned and opened the back door. You're going to love it, Mom. Robin's the best, and she managed to book the glass slipper for the ceremony. It's this gorgeous castle on the beach. Laurel sighed, feeling a bit out of her own skin, because she'd never really worried too much about what her wedding would be like. But once she'd sat down with Robin, and the pages of those binders had been opened, it was like a whole new world had bloomed before her eyes. And you're still wearing your dress uniform to get married in, her mom said, not really asking. Yes, Laurel said firmly, reaching for Paul's hand as he slid onto the bench seat beside her. I'm a cop, Mom, and it's what I want. Okay, her mom said airily, though Laurel knew she'd like her to wear a frilly white dress to get married in. But because Laurel didn't need to fund a wedding dress, she'd been able to pay for the steak on the buffet. Does anyone care what I'm wearing? Paul asked, and that broke the tension and got everyone to laugh. Yes, this weekend on Nantucket was exactly what Laurel needed, and she snuggled into Paul's side, ready to escape the pressures of her new job back in Five Island Cove, if only for a few days. Chapter 21. I'm invoking the first rights of refusal to talk about Shad. Robin gasped at Kelli's text and immediately reached for her phone. Never mind that she had strawberry jelly up to her knuckles. Phones washed, didn't they? Shoot, no, she said, as the first smear of sticky stuff went across the screen. Mandy, come finish these sandwiches. Her oldest daughter got off the couch with a sigh. I don't even like peanut butter. Then make what you do like, Robin said, stepping over to the sink. She quickly washed her hands and returned to her phone. She carefully wiped the jam off the screen to find that nearly everyone had responded already. Her heart pounded because Robin hated missing things. No way, Alice had said. I was going to do that for Arthur. Wow, Kelli, Eloise said. I won't ask you anything about him, Kristen said. What's this first rights of refusal you speak of? Laurel had asked. That means you have something to say, Robin muttered as she typed. She hit send right as Alice started to explain their ritual of calling the right to refuse talking about a topic. Only one of them could invoke the right at a time, which meant Alice would talk about Arthur today if she was forced to. Robin didn't like forcing her friends to tell her things they didn't want to. She did like being in the know, and she disliked feeling left out. No, Kelli said. It means I don't want to answer a million questions a million times. Just answer one, then, AJ said. How are things going with him? She won't answer that, Robin said, watching as a couple more texts flashed on her screen. You mean I could have just invoked this right not to say anything all this time? Laurel asked, complete with the double question marks. Robin laughed out loud because she did love having Laurel as a friend. She was level-headed and smart, and she'd experienced truly hard things in her life. Robin really related to people who'd worked hard to get where they were, and that fit Laurel to a T. Sure enough, Kelli didn't say anything else in the text string, while Alice, Laurel, Elle, and Kristen went back and forth in speculation about why Kelli would invoke this right. It was AJ who finally said, Enough, guys, leave her alone. Robin turned back to the spread of food on the kitchen island and sighed. Ready? She asked Mandy, just as she put the top on a ham and cheese sandwich. Is there room for that in the cooler? Yep. Mandy smiled and put the ham sandwich on top of everything else Robin had packed into the cooler. Did you get the shade? Dad put it in the van for me before he left. Robin smiled at her daughter. They'd survived an entire month with Duke gone, and she could admit that the days had passed in a blur of activities, lists, phone calls, and 5 events in only 4 weeks' time. I'll see if I can lift this. She'd purposely not filled the cooler to full capacity because, while it had wheels, she still had to be able to lift it in and out of the car. She grunted as she got it from the counter, and it sounded like it had broken the floor for how hard it hit. Oof, Robin said. You better come help me load it in the back of the van. All right. Mandy started to follow her, and Robin decided to take a chance on talking about Charlie. She'd tried in the past several weeks since he and Mandy had broken up, but her daughter had said very little. I see you decided to wear your suit, Robin said. Jamie, she called down the hall. We're loading up. Bring me your phone and let's go. She continued rolling the cooler down the hall, where Mandy opened the garage door for her. Together, they hefted it down the steps to the floor of the garage and then into the back of the van. Mandy sighed and wiped her hand across her forehead. "Yeah," she said. "I decided that I can make this summer awkward whenever I see Charlie, or I can make it fun. I'd rather have fun at the beach." She gave Robin a weary smile that did show sadness around the edges. "I love the beach, Mom. He shouldn't get to take that away from me." "No," Robin said, reaching out and tucking her daughter's hair behind her ear. "He shouldn't. I don't think he meant to take anything away from you, sweetie." "I know." Mandy blinked a couple of times as her sister came out into the garage. "I know he didn't." She headed for the house, adding, "I need to get my bag." "Me too," Robin said, holding out her hand for Jamie's phone. "I'm not ready to leave yet." Her youngest put her phone in Robin's hand, scowling as she did so. "I don't see why you have to check my phone 15 times a day." "Because you send 500 texts an hour," Robin said. "As soon as that slows down, I'll stop checking." She gave Jamie a raised eyebrow look. "Did you delete any of these?" "No, Mom." "How about you take the sarcasm and sass down a couple of notches?" Robin asked. "Your sister and I have been putting together food and supplies to go to the beach for over an hour while you've been texting Damien." She hadn't even looked at the phone yet. "Or you can stay here while this phone and I go enjoy this glorious Sunday at the beach." Jamie had the decency to look terrified and ashamed at the same time. "Sorry, Mom. I'll go get my stuff and help Mandy bring out the towels." "Good girl." Robin watched her almost 14-year-old trudge back into the house, as if being separated from her phone was akin to losing an eye. She took a deep breath and blew it out as she started scrolling through the text messages. Jamie had found quite a group of friends, something Robin was grateful for. They'd been somewhat isolated last summer, as Robin had been so attached to her friends after Duke had left. She didn't see anything nefarious or scandalous on the phone, and she never had. That didn't mean she was going to stop checking. She did look up as a car engine drew closer, and she frowned as her mother's car turned into her driveway. Robin went to the back of the van and tucked Jamie's phone under her arm as she folded both of them across her chest. She met her mom's eyes through the windshield. And then Jennifer Golden took her sweet time getting out of the car. Robin didn't move a muscle to help her. "Hey, Mom," she said, already tired, and they hadn't even left the house yet. The sun, surf, and conversation with her friends would buoy her spirits, and she'd been looking forward to this beach day for over a week. She'd suggested it as a way to celebrate the beginning of summer, and it turned out that a few hours on this Sunday was the only time all of them could make it. Laurel had been in Nantucket with Paul, but they'd agreed to catch the morning steamer back. Kelli's ex-husband was coming to get Parker tomorrow, and then he'd be gone for 2 months. The twins had summer jobs, as did Mandy, and while they'd be able to attend beach days here and there, it wouldn't be every time. Even the chief had taken this Sunday off. It felt like the whole world just needed a break, and Robin felt that keenly deep down in her bones. "Going to the beach?" her mom asked, still holding on to the car door. "Yes." Robin didn't want to beat around the bush. "What are you doing here?" Behind her, the garage door opened, and she heard her daughter's voices. They stalled when they saw their grandmother, and that made Robin's heart hurt. "I was just coming by to see how you were," her mom said, committing to getting out of the car and closing the door. "Hey, Grandma," Jamie said, because she was the nicest of all of them. She put her backpack of stuff in the van and went to hug Robin's mom. "We're doing great," Robin said, exchanging a glance with Mandy as she put her canvas bag on top of the cooler. She didn't bother to invite her mom to the beach. Jennifer Golden hated sitting in the sun, and she'd just say no. Worse, she might say yes. For a few months there, Robin had thought she and her mother would be able to find a way back to each other. She'd worked so hard to forgive her mother, So hard to be patient with her, so hard to let her backhanded insults roll off her back. But when she'd witnessed for herself how her mom had lied to her and her girls, Robin had decided enough was enough. Just because they shared blood didn't mean they had to be friends.
Good.
Her mom said as Jamie stepped away.
Great.
She met Robin's eye again.
Maybe you three would like to come have dinner tonight at my place, after the beach.
Mandy coughed, and Robin shook her head. I'll have work to do, Mom, and the sun always exhausts the girls.
There's no school tomorrow.
I have to be at work at 7, Mandy said. Remember how I'm working on the grounds crew for the city? The look on her mother's face said that no, she had not remembered. Now, if one of Robin's siblings' children had told her mom they had a good-paying summer job, it would be all over social media, and Robin would have heard about it for hours straight. Of course, her mom said smoothly. The last time they'd spoken, they'd argued, again, about how much Robin was working. She wasn't going to get into it again, and she turned back toward the garage. We're doing fine, Mom. Sorry about dinner. Maybe another time.
Robin, I know you're upset with me.
Her mom started, but Robin just kept walking. If she didn't, she'd say something she'd regret, and today was about golden sunshine and warm sand. They were going to Kristen's new condo, which had a sprawling beach that she visited every day. She told Robin hardly anyone used it, and once Robin had texted about this Sunday beach day, Kristen had invited everyone to her retirement community. They'd have a bathroom, 2 of them, nearby, and everyone had readily agreed. Her mom would follow her into the house, but Robin didn't care. Did we get the chairs? She asked the girls. Right here. Mandy lifted them. Mom, we could go to dinner. I'm not in the mood for dealing with her, Robin said quietly as her mom entered the house. She picked up her purse and her beach bag and headed out of the kitchen again. Sorry, Mom, we told Jamie's friend we'd pick him up at 10 and we're late. Robin, I'm not upset with you, Robin said, pausing in front of her mother. She waited until Mandy and Jamie went back outside. I simply don't want to have another fight. I'm doing what I think is best for my family, and that's that. I don't see why you think you get to have an opinion on it. Her mom reached up and patted her perfectly styled hair. Well, Anna Maria runs her own business from home, Robin said. She works 18-hour days sometimes and travels for shows. I have never heard you say a word about her or her schedule, and yet here you are, again, about to tell me I don't know what's best for my own family. Please, I'm begging you, don't. Jennifer's eyes glinted with displeasure, but Robin didn't care. No, she couldn't care anymore. Oh, and by the way, Duke and I will either be looking to buy this house by the end of the year or leaving it to buy one of our own. Maybe if I'm not renting my house from you, you'll stop feeling like you get to tell me what to do. She took a step past her mom and then stopped. Although, I'm not sure why you think that gives you any right now. We pay the agreed-upon rent, and we have not missed one time. Not once, Mother, even in the weeks Duke had no income coming in. So please, just go invite someone else to dinner and let me live my life. Robin made it to the garage door before her mom said, I'm sorry, Robin. The apology made her freeze. Jennifer Golden didn't apologize. For what? She asked quietly. For trying to be part of your life when you don't want me to be. That's not it at all, Mom. Robin sighed. I want you to be part of our lives in an appropriate way. That means you come to birthday parties just for us. If you say you're going to make crab legs and you ask us to make something to go with, you don't lie and change your mind. It means you mind your own business, even if you don't agree with something we're doing. It means you don't put literally every other grandchild above the 2 you could see every single day, if only you cared enough about them. Her chest heaved, and she hated that she'd walked away and then gotten into the fight anyway. I have to go. I'm sorry, too, for whatever I did that has never been good enough for you. I'm sure it's a long list that compounds and piles on top of one another. please just know I'm sorry. I'm doing the best I can, and that's all anyone should be able to ask of me." With that, she left, her fingers trembling as she put her purse in the front seat and her bag in the back. She reached up to close the back of the van, and she got behind the wheel. "Is she leaving?" Mandy asked. "I don't know," Robin said, putting the van in reverse. "Let's see if we can get out of the driveway with her there." She managed it, as her mom hadn't pulled very far in. As they trundled down the road to pick up Damien, Robin said, "I love you girls, okay? Please don't ever let us get to where I am with my mother." "You're nothing like her, Mom," Mandy said quietly, and Jamie just nodded in the back seat. "I'm doing the best I can," Robin said, feeling her strength erode second by second. She did not want to cry on what was supposed to be a glorious beach day. "You're doing great," Jamie said. "That's his house, Mom, the brown brick one on the right." Robin came to a stop, and a teen boy who didn't look a day over 10 came running outside. He climbed in the back with Jamie, said hello to Robin and Mandy, and they continued toward Kristen's new community. An hour later, the gray cloud that had been following Robin since her mother's visit finally dissipated completely. She trilled out a laugh at something Eloise had said, and she gazed fondly at her friend. "I'm so glad this new family is working out for you." She reached over and took Elle's hand in hers, and the two of them watched Aaron splash through the shallow water along the shore, his girls laughing as they played with him.
"Billy's interesting,"
Elle said.
"If a boy showed up that she knew, or even another girl, she'd revert to her calm, quiet, more mature self. It's good to see her let go a little bit."
"Did anything ever happen with that boy she brought to the wedding?"
"They got their extra credit in dance class."
Elle shrugged.
"I think they really are just friends."
Robin switched her gaze to where Mandy, Ginny, Jamie, and Damien were building a sandcastle. "I'm glad." She didn't want to talk about Jamie at the moment, and she watched her older daughter to make sure she was having fun. Mandy could hide a lot from most people, but Robin had a special vision for her kids. She could see and feel things others couldn't. Charlie swam out in the ocean with Parker, Justin, and Derek. Matt sat with AJ just a seat or two over, and every time she even moved a limb, he was right there, asking her what she wanted. "How are your boys liking the cove?" Robin called down to him. Matt turned toward her, his sunglasses a shiny, reflective blue.
"I think they like it,"
he said.
"Derek and Justin are less than thrilled to get up at 6 a.m. to come work at the course, but the tips are good."
He chuckled and turned his attention to the water, too.
"Justin's not that much older than Charlie."
"Don't remind me," Alice said with a groan. She and Arthur sat on Robin's other side, and Alice had both feet completely buried in the sand. She sipped a mocktail she'd whipped up right there on the beach, and Robin reached for the one Alice had made for her. "Have you heard from Kelli?" Robin asked, and Alice looked toward her. "She'll be here." "She's late," Robin said, twisting to look behind her. Kristen, Reuben, and Jean had set up their shade back there, and she smiled at them. "Yes, well, Laurel and Paul aren't here yet. They're coming from Nantucket," Robin argued, "not Pearl." Just then, a car pulled up and Kelli and Shad got out. "My word," Robin said. "He's wearing a dress shirt to the beach."
"He's not staying,"
Elle said.
"Haven't you read your texts?"
"I turned off my phone," Robin said. And that was a mistake. She could feel Elle's eyes on the back of her head, and Alice's bored into the front. It was AJ, though, who said,
"Did you get in another fight with your mom?"
"I don't want to talk about it," Robin said, rising to her feet. She left the others to gossip about her, though she knew it wouldn't be mean-spirited. She reached the curb and helped Kelli with Parker's bag. "Hey," she said, giving Kelli a quick side hug. "I was just asking about you." She switched her gaze to Shad. "Hello, Shad. Are you staying for the afternoon?" Maybe he just liked wearing slacks and shiny shoes in the sand. Robin knew of kookier things, that was for sure.
Unfortunately, I can't,
He said.
We've got a budget proposal due in the morning, and my team has misplaced half of it. Nathan's livid, and I have to meet with him.
"Nathan's the city manager," Kelli supplied. "Oh, right," Robin said. "I know Nathan Baldwin."
Everyone knows Nathan.
Shad said with a quick smile.
Some days I wish I didn't know Nathan, and today is one of them. He's not pleasant to be around when things aren't going his way.
Robin exchanged a glance with Kelli, who wore a look of worry on her face. Shad sighed.
Anyway, I have to go figure out what's going on and fix it.
He wore a look of genuine dismay, and Robin offered him a smile. "I'm sorry," she said. "We'll be here for hours if you get done and want to come back."
I just might.
He said, leaning over to give Kelli a kiss.
You've got my suit, right, sweetheart?
"Yes," she said, changing out her anxiety for a sunnier disposition. "Good luck." He got back in the rideshare, waved, and the car drove off. Robin picked up the beach chairs from the sand, and together they started for the group on the beach. "Nathan Baldwin isn't terrible," Robin said quietly. "Do you know him?"
I've met him a few times,
Kelli said practically under her breath.
They're just stressed because the fiscal year starts on July 1st, and they have to have the budget approved at Tuesday's city council meeting, or things will be messed up for the whole next year.
"Shad will find it and fix it, and it'll be okay," Robin said. Kelli nodded as they reached the group. She started setting up her chair between Eloise and AJ, and as she did, she said,
Okay, you're going to get a couple of sentences about me and Shad. If you want to hear this, you better come close enough to hear.
She waited while Kristen and Jean joined them, and while Alice wandered closer. Kelli stabbed her umbrella in the sand and started to twist it down in to anchor it.
We're talking about getting married.
Robin pulled in a breath and held it. She could see exactly the wedding she'd planned for Kelli and Shad. Something muted and off the books. Something that would only accommodate 20 people because that would be all Kelli would want there.
He hasn't proposed or anything, but we went ring shopping over the weekend.
My goodness, Elle said. She got to her feet and moved Kelli's chair into the shade for her.
Did he buy something? Not that I'm aware of.
Kelli finished with the umbrella and faced everyone.
I'm a little freaked out because Parker leaves tomorrow and the studio opens on Friday, and I just want one normal day. Okay? Just a day with sandwiches and too many chips and, oh my word, where did you get that mocktail?
Alice held one up, her smile blinding, and Kelli practically dove for it.
I think we can give her that day,
AJ said. Right, ladies? Robin murmured her assent along with everyone else.
And I know what everyone wants to know,
Kelli said.
And no, we haven't done that yet. It's just one more thing I'm freaking out about, and I'm trying not to.
AJ patted her chair. Come sit, Kel. No one expects you to be anyone but yourself. Kelli sat heavily in her chair and faced the water, a long sigh escaping her mouth. After she took a drink of her cranberry and lime mocktail, she said,
Alice, you're a miracle worker.
Alice laughed, and Robin moved her chair back by Jean and Kristen to sit by them for a little while. Half an hour later, Laurel and Paul arrived, and they looked fresh-faced and rested. Robin hung back while the others said hello, and then they piled under the shade made by Reuben's large tent. How's the case going? Robin asked once Laurel had a mocktail and had sat down.
Not great,
she said, a frown marring her finer features.
But I haven't thought about it much this weekend. I got a text on the way back from Tom, and we're going to be going over all of our evidence again this week.
Laurel wouldn't say much else, and Robin nodded. She enjoyed the roar of the waves and the chatter around her. She thought of Duke and where he was right now. The clock would have just ticked to 8 a.m. in Alaska. and he'd probably been out on the water for a few hours. He was probably bringing back his first load of fish for the day, and he'd be headed back out after a spot of breakfast. She sent him her best thoughts, prayed for his safety, and watched as Matt's kids all came in from the water. AJ started to pass out their lunches, and Robin sure did like that sight. It seemed that no matter how old children got, they'd still want someone to pack them a sandwich for the beach. She smiled at Charlie, who stood near his mom and toweled off. She watched as Mandy and the others with her came in to get something to eat too.
Look,
Kristen said, as if Robin wasn't already looking. I see her, Robin murmured, and she actually blinked to make sure her eyes were working properly. Mandy had stepped over to Charlie and touched his arm. He'd looked at her, and now she said something to him. She looked nervous as a rabbit among wolves to Robin, but then she smiled. Charlie smiled too, and he gave her a quick hug. That done, she got out her sandwich, a soda pop, and a bag of pretzels, and she and Charlie went about 10 paces in front of the group, spread out their towels, and sat down to eat. Ginny joined them, as did Jamie and Damien, and Robin could only shrug when Alice turned around and lifted both of her hands as if to say, "Can you believe what just happened?" "Want something to eat, Kristen?" she asked. "I brought PB&J and those dill pickle chips you love."
yes to the chips,
Kristen said, as Robin stood.
Reuben made me a salmon sandwich, though.
Robin had almost made it back to her cooler when AJ stood up.
I have terrible news, she said. I just got an email that said my baby bassinet was destroyed in a fire and won't be delivered.
Robin paused and looked at Laurel. She got up and came closer too. "A baby bassinet?" she asked. "It must have been on the ship that caught fire last week."
Must have, AJ said, frowning. I had to special order it, and they won't have another one in time for the baby.
"Must be one amazing bassinet," Alice said, and Robin shot her a look. She collected her lunch, including the dill pickle chips and a plastic container of shrimp salad, and returned to Kristen's tent. "Chips, my queen?" Kristen laughed, but Robin noticed Laurel didn't chime in. "What's wrong, Laurel?" She offered her the sandwich. "I have tons of food." Laurel took the sandwich, but it was clear she hadn't even realized she'd done so. Her frown deepened, and then she turned to Robin.
She said bassinet, right?
"Yes," Robin said, her stomach growling and her cooler 10 steps away across hot sand.
I don't remember a bassinet on the manifest, Laurel said quietly, and I've been through the ruined items 3 times. There was no bassinet.
"What does that mean?" Robin asked, keeping her voice low.
It means there's a bassinet that was supposed to be on that ship that wasn't. So where is it, and why would the shop say it had been destroyed in the fire?
She got to her feet quickly, despite Paul's protest. "Sorry," Robin said, meeting his eye. "I do have more sandwiches."
I'll take a couple,
he said, watching Laurel.
She has more energy than anyone I know. She's just working through something,
Kristen said. Paul yawned.
Right, and I'm more tired now than I was when I went on vacation for the weekend.
He chuckled, and Robin got up to go get more sandwiches. She arrived just as AJ said, "Rockabye. I got the bassinet from Rockabye. Or I was going to."
Perfect. Thanks, AJ.
"For your fiancé," Robin said, handing Laurel a few more sandwiches. She met Robin's eye before she took them, and Robin had seen that look before. Laurel was back on the case.
Chapter 22. Kelli stood with her son outside the twin home, a couple of pieces of luggage on the sidewalk beside them. You got your toothbrush? She asked, though she'd asked 10 minutes ago.
Yes,
Parker said.
You have your phone and the charger? Yes, Mom, he said. Kelli looked down the street, expecting to see a rideshare at any moment. Julian had texted when he'd gotten on the ferry on Diamond, and they ran like clockwork. He should be here by now. She told herself that the line for rides could be long, as it was officially the first day of summer vacation, and the cove had been filling with people for a couple of weeks now. Behind her, the scent of chocolate chip pancakes filled the air, as her mother had come over that morning to make them for Parker on his last day here for a while. Once her mother left, Kelli would be alone in the house. Shad had already gone to work that morning, and he'd be in his budget meetings with Nathan until early afternoon. Then he'd get fed, and he'd go back for more meetings that would last until evening. Kelli had plenty of tiny details to attend to at the yoga studio, and she'd probably spend her day there simply so she didn't have to be here. There he is, Parker said, and Kelli blinked her way out of her thoughts. You remember the code word if you feel unsafe? Kelli said. All you have to do is text me or call me and say it. I'll drop whatever I'm doing and come get you. Yes, Parker said. I remember it. Tell me, she said anyway, watching the blue sedan get closer. Sure enough, Julian sat in the back seat, and he was alone. Relief filled Kelli, because while he'd said he'd come alone, she hadn't quite believed him. Tiffany could be waiting in a hotel on Diamond Island for all Kelli knew. She had no idea when Julian had flown in, or when he and Parker would be returning to New Jersey. Spaghetti, Parker said, and Kelli dropped to a crouch in front of him. I love you, she said, taking him into a tight hug. No matter what happens this summer, and no matter what your dad says, I love you. I know, Mom, Parker said. I love you too. She straightened as the car came to a stop. She pressed her palms to her thighs as the man she'd been married to for 15 years emerged from the back seat. He didn't look at her, and he wore a giant grin as he jogged around the car toward Parker. Hey, buddy, he said, laughing as he lifted his son right up off the ground. Dad, Parker said, and he sounded so happy too. Watching them embrace did Kelli's heart some good, and she fell back a few steps to stay out of the way. Is this all your stuff? Julian asked, setting Parker back on his feet. Yep. Let's get loaded up then. Julian grabbed both bags and took them to the trunk, which the rideshare driver had opened for him. Get in, bud. We're going swimming today, and then we'll fly out tonight. Parker got in the car, and Julian closed the door before he turned to face Kelli. She looked at him, seeing all of the good things about him she'd liked so much. Those memories were strong as they sang through her. At the same time, this man had cheated on her. He'd wanted a polyamorous relationship which included the woman he'd married only a few months after the divorce was final. He'd racked up debt to the tune of $1 million in her name and his. How's the business? Kelli asked, tucking her hands into her pockets. Good, he said. Listen, thank you for letting us. He cleared his throat. Me? Thank you for letting me have him for the summer. Kelli swallowed. Let me know if you need help with anything. He's not allergic to anything, and he's got his inhaler in case he runs a lot. It hasn't been a problem, though. Julian looked like he might say something more, but he just nodded and started around the back of the car. Our flight is at 4:30 tonight, he said. We'll be back in Jersey by 6. I'll have him text you. Okay, she said, and she switched her gaze from her ex-husband to her son. She waved to him through the window, and he grinned and waved back. Then, with just the press of a foot against an accelerator, her son went zipping away from her. Kelli felt like part of her heart had been ripped out with a hot fork, and she struggled to breathe. She had no idea how long she stood there on the sidewalk, watching the empty street where the car had disappeared. Her mom finally found her and said, Come on, dear. Come inside and have some tea. Kelli did what her mother said because she wasn't sure what else to do. Inside, she blinked against the cooler air and said, "That was horrible. I never want to go through that again." "But you will," her mom said in a firm tone. "You will go through that again, Kelli, and it will be okay." She looked up as she sat down. What if he's not okay? "He'll be okay," her mom said. "You have to trust that he'll be okay, otherwise you'll drive yourself crazy. You prepared him. You told him the truth. You've done everything you can to make sure he'll be safe and taken care of. Now you have to trust that all of that will be enough." She smiled and patted Kelli's hand. "Another pancake? I kept the buttermilk syrup hot just in case." Kelli nodded, though she didn't really want another pancake. She wanted to be able to trust in herself and in the world out there that her son would indeed be safe and cared for in New Jersey this summer. "Please," she prayed, something she hadn't done in a very long time. "He's only 10 years old. Bless him to be safe and cared for when he is not with me." Her mom put a plate of pancakes in front of her and sat down at the small two-person table with her. "All right, Kel. Are we going to the studio today? Staying here?" She sipped her tea and watched Kelli. "We?" she repeated. "I know Shad is busy," her mom said. "If we stop by my house, we can grab Tina, and then she won't have to be alone all day." Kelli said, smiling at her mom. "Last time you brought your Yorkie to the studio, she tried to eat all the boba pearls." That set them both laughing, and Kelli had never been more grateful for her mother than she was in that moment. "Okay, Mom," Kelli said. "You stand right over there." She straightened her top, a floral, flowing tank top that felt like cool water against her skin. Her nerves skittered through her system, but Kelli tamped them down. She'd been working to open her yoga studio and wellness center for 7 straight weeks. She'd spent a small fortune, and she'd hired good instructors. She'd be working there 7 hours each day, and a few on Saturdays, too. Based on the surveys she'd been sending out to the people who'd signed up for any classes or her newsletter through her website, she'd decided to only do 1 yoga class on Sunday, and quite late in the day. That way, she could sleep in. She could still go to the beach before noon with her friends. Kelli wanted this with every fiber of her being, but she also wanted to be a good mother, a good friend, a good daughter, and a good girlfriend. Fiancé? Ran through her mind, but Kelli didn't have room for it right now. "Have you seen Heather or Sabrina?" she asked Devin, but he shook his head. Kelli looked at her phone and frowned. Her sisters had arrived in the Cove yesterday, and because her mom's house was so small, they'd stayed at the Cliffside Inn. It was 2 ferry rides from Sanctuary to Belle, but Eloise's mother had been here for half an hour. She didn't have the ferry schedule memorized, and she didn't want to start without her sisters. At the same time, she had a schedule to keep. After she cut the ribbon, she'd open the doors and let everyone walk through the facility on a self-guided tour for 20 minutes. Then she was doing a 10-minute class with yoga as she went over their classes and membership options. "Kelli," Sori said, "it's almost time." She put a stack of paper cups next to the water dispenser on the porch. "Yes," Kelli said, looking down the street to see if any cars were coming. Sori had come in for an interview and blown Kelli away with an amazing aerobics routine. Not only that, but she was a dietitian, and she'd agreed to do their first class on proper vitamins for women for their optimal health. "This is so exciting," Marina said as she mounted the steps. She wore a pair of leggings and a baggy tank top because she would do all of the yoga moves with Kelli today. She'd been assigned the yoga classes, including the early morning ones. Right now, 3 yoga classes and 2 aerobics ones were all Kelli needed to keep up with those who'd signed up through her pre-launch promotions. She'd hired 2 part-time nail technicians too, and Sori would run the juice bar once the fitness classes concluded for the day. The first week of appointments in the nail salon had been booked, and Kelli was hoping to get more today. She'd also hired one masseuse, a mom who wanted to work a few hours each day while her kids were in school. Her youngest was starting into first grade this fall, and Wanda came with great credentials, even if they were a few years old. Those appointments had gone quickly too, and Kelli had only opened them up for a month so as not to overwhelm Wanda or the studio. Eloise had been incredibly helpful with the software, and Shad had helped Kelli get everything integrated into her website. She felt like she'd learned years' worth of information in only a few weeks, and she reminded herself that it was just all new. The climb was steep in the beginning, but some things that had been hard the first few times she could do without thinking now. "Where's Wanda?" she asked. "I want everyone up here." She smiled at Erica and Tony, the two women she'd hired to do pedicures and manicures. "Right here," Wanda said, pushing through the women standing back behind the gate, where Kelli had wanted them. She couldn't count everyone, but Shad would as they entered the studio. Kelli estimated there to be 50 or 60 people there, and she couldn't complain about that. "It's time," Shad said in her ear, and Kelli shivered with excitement and nerves. He'd been nothing but supportive, and yes, they'd gone shopping last weekend for diamond rings. He hadn't brought it up again, and while Kelli had enjoyed snuggling with him and kissing him this week, she hadn't slept at his place, and he hadn't once asked to stay at hers. She stayed awake as long as she possibly could. That way, she fell asleep the moment her head hit the pillow, and she didn't have any time to miss Parker. He'd texted her every day since he'd left the Cove, and he hadn't used the word spaghetti once. Kelli put her brightest smile on her face and took the large pair of silver scissors Shad had brought from the city offices. They used them for ribbon-cutting ceremonies for new government buildings, and he'd said she could use them for her grand opening. "Welcome, everyone," she called in her loudest voice, and she somehow channeled her inner Robin because her voice made everyone go silent out on the sidewalk. "I'm Kelli Thompson, and I'm thrilled you're all here for the grand opening of Whole Soul, a yoga, aerobics, and wellness studio destined to meet your fitness, health, and beauty needs." A cheer went up, and Kelli would be forever grateful to AJ for helping her write the absolute perfect opening speech. She didn't want to be in the spotlight for long, so she lifted the scissors and added, "Once this ribbon is cut, I invite you to come forward and explore the building for a few minutes. Then I'll lead everyone in a short, simple yoga routine, and we'll have everyone who will be working here around to answer questions about memberships and class options." "Miss Thompson?" someone called just as she started to move the scissors. Kelli looked up, her pulse throbbing in her neck. "Yes? Can you tell us a bit about this location?" She recognized the local reporter for the Cove Chronicles, as she'd contacted all of the press in Five Island Cove to try to get the word out about the studio. "Oh, sure," she said, smiling. "This is the house I grew up in. My father was Guy Watkins, who was somewhat of a legend as a local artist. He poured all the stained glass windows you'll see in the house, and I bought it after his death because I loved the flickers of color that came inside the house. They remind me of happy times, and they bring me joy. I hope they'll do the same for anyone who comes to Whole Soul." She lifted the scissors, glad she'd been able to answer the question without getting emotional. "All right, everyone, welcome to Whole Soul." She sliced through the big red bow that had been tied from one pillar to the other. It drifted to the top step as the crowd cheered, and Kelli grinned out at everyone. She knew the reporter had a photographer with him, and she hoped her mother would be visible in the pictures. She nodded to Robin, who opened the gate, and the men and women who'd gathered on the sidewalk streamed onto the property. Kelli stepped back to Shad's side, somewhere she felt very comfortable, and smiled and said hello to people as they went by. 77, Shad said once they'd all gone inside. "That's incredible," Kelli said. "I hope we get a lot of sign-ups today." She met Eloise's eyes, who grinned at her. "You will," Elle said. "I've got the computer set up, and I'll go man it." "Everyone to their posts," Kelli said, and her friends and loved ones entered the house too. "Kelli?" someone called, and she turned to find Heather and Sabrina hurrying up the street. "We didn't miss it, did we?" "Yes," she said, irritated at her sisters. "Just the ribbon cutting. We just started." She hadn't seen them in so long, and they'd only be here through the weekend. She didn't want to spend the time feeling frustrated and bitter, so she released her feelings into the sky as she went down the steps to greet them. "The line for our rideshare was so long," Heather said. "We decided to just walk, but wow, that hill is steep." She huffed and puffed as Kelli drew her into a hug. "It's okay," she said. "Go find Mom and make sure she's not hyperventilating in a corner somewhere." "Why would she be doing that?" Sabrina asked. She was the oldest of the girls, with lighter hair than both Kelli and Heather. She'd escaped most of the childhood trauma that had come in Kelli's teen years, but she still didn't like the Cove much. "Mom doesn't like this house," Kelli said, finding it odd that she knew more about their mother than either of her sisters. But at this point, she obviously did. "I'll go make sure she's okay," Heather said, and she bustled off to enter the house. Kelli linked her arm through Sabrina's and said, "I'm so glad you guys are here." "Me too." She grinned at her, and Sabrina had always been the sunniest of them all. She saw the good in people, and she believed she could do anything. She had done amazing things with her life, and Kelli looked up to her in many ways. "We're going to Kaleidoscope tonight, right?" "If I'm still standing," Kelli said with a grin. She climbed the steps and entered the yoga studio, feeling as if her soul was indeed whole. Chaos flowed around her, and her first thought was to go right back outside. She overcame that, and she repeated, "If I'm still standing." Later that night, Kelli could barely stay on her feet as she climbed the steps to her twin home. The grand opening of Whole Soul had been smashing success, and she had enjoyed the afternoon with her family and friends. They had eaten at the Kaleidoscope Cafe, and Kelli had introduced Shad to everyone important to her. He held her hand as he patiently moved at her pace, and when they reached the top of the steps, Kelli said, "The code is 7477. "Too tired to enter your own code?" Shad teased, and Kelli gave him a warm smile. He released her hand and pressed in the buttons. The door clicked as the bolt moved, and he opened the door for her and gestured for her to enter. "Do you want to come in for a drink?" she asked, because while she was tired, she didn't want to spend the rest of the night alone. "Sure," Shad said easily. "Do you have wine or only soda pop?" "I have a bottle of champagne I haven't opened yet," she said, "and one of red wine I have." "Ah, I see. You've been over here drinking without me." "A glass of wine before bed is not drinking," she said with a light laugh. Shad entered her house and closed the door behind them. The electronic lock would twist itself after 4 minutes, so Kelli left it, kicked off her shoes, and sighed in bliss. "Thank you for today," she said, leading him into the kitchen. "You spent your entire day off with me." "Exactly how I like it," Shad said, and Kelli gave him a smile over her shoulder. In the kitchen, she got down 2 glasses, one champagne flute for her and one wine glass for him. He slid his hand along her waist, and Kelli melted into his touch. "Kelli," he whispered, and she stepped into his arms to kiss him. Her heart pounded so hard because she knew what she wanted to do. She wasn't very good at articulating how she felt or what she wanted, and she told herself to be brave. If she could employ just a little bit of courage, she could foster a relationship that was more open and more honest than the one she'd had with Julian. She pulled out of the kiss, his touch so tender and so wanted. "Shad," she whispered, sliding her fingers through his hair. Will you stay with me tonight?
Absolutely.
He murmured, claiming her lips again. She cradled his face in her hands, feeling the sexy roughness of his beard beneath her fingertips. She had one more thing to say, and she had to say it before they went upstairs. Shad, she said again, tilting her head back for him to kiss her neck. I'm in love with you. He paused and lifted his head. His dark eyes searched hers, hope and desire mingling there.
I love you too,
He said, a smile appearing on his face.
my dear Kelli. I love you so much.
Joy burst through her, and while she wanted to kiss him again, she said, I want us to talk through everything before we get married. Money, where we'll live, what we want our life moving forward to look like and feel like, friends, family, and the demand they put on us, how we'll deal with Parker, since he's my son and not yours, at least biologically, what we both want from the relationship, careers. She cleared her throat, because she and Julian hadn't talked about any of the things she'd just said. If she'd known what he wanted, they might still be together. What we want physically, all of it.
I can do that,
He said.
Does this mean we're engaged?
I don't see you down on one knee, she said with a grin, or any diamonds in sight. He chuckled and pushed her hair back off her face.
All right, I'll get that done really soon.
He gazed at her, pure love and tenderness in his expression now.
How about we start with what you'd like tonight to be?
Kelli smiled at him and ran her hands down his arms to his, where she laced her fingers through his. I can do that. She turned and led him toward the stairs, her heart rippling with every step she took. Chapter 23. Eloise looked up from the registration podium as the door of the Cliffside Inn opened. It was almost 3:30, and that meant Billy and Grace should be arriving soon. They came every afternoon about this time during the school year, and in the summer, she and Aaron juggled the girls between them, his parents, her mom, and even her friends. Today, the girls had been with his mother in the morning, and she'd been planning to take them shopping for new flip-flops, feed them lunch, and put them on the ferry to come to the inn. The people entering the inn weren't her two stepdaughters, and while Eloise wanted to frown and wonder where they were, instead she smiled. Good afternoon, she said as the older gentleman finished holding the door for the woman and they turned toward her. Can I get your name?
Marlo Benson,
he said, and Eloise looked at her tablet instead of him. She knew the name because she'd seen the articles that had been circulating the Cove for the past several weeks. Everyone in Five Island Cove knew the names Marilyn and Marlo Benson by now, but Eloise determined to be professional in public. She could freak out in private. Looks like I have you for the weekend, she said with a smile. It's a great weekend to be at Cliffside. She picked up their holiday flyer and put it on the top of the podium. We're doing a fireman's breakfast tomorrow morning from 7 to 10, right outside on the front lawn. She smiled and reached for a fresh keycard. Her mind spun around what she should do as soon as Marlo and this mystery woman checked in. It wasn't Marilyn. But then again, they'd been divorced for 6 years. The woman was a little older than Eloise, but not much. She wasn't as old as Marlo, that was for sure, and she had a head full of dark blonde hair that stopped at her shoulders. It almost looked like a wig. Tonight is seafood night in the lobby, Eloise said as she put the key card in the coder. With a couple of taps, the machine would program the card to work on their room. I have you on the top floor in our corner suite. It's a great view to the west, across the island for the sunset, and the balcony is available to you. You also have a fantastic view to the north, and we've had reports of whale sightings from the corner suite. The machine beeped, and Eloise took out the card. She put it on top of the flyer announcing their 4th of July weekend events, which neither Marlowe or his mystery woman had touched. "Do you want 2 keys?"
"One is fine,"
Marlowe said in his gravelly voice. He gave Eloise a smile and reached for the key and the flyer. "I just need to see the card you reserved with," Eloise said, putting a card reader on the top of the podium too. Marlowe turned to the woman, and she opened her purse to get out the credit card. Eloise could barely breathe while the woman's fingers fumbled through her wallet, and when she finally produced it, she caught the tremor in her hands. She gave the card to Marlowe instead of trying to insert it herself, and he got the job done. Eloise tapped on her tablet to complete the transaction, and the information came up on the screen. Adele Spencer. She touched the button to print the receipt and said, "You can take the card out now." Marlowe did, handed it to Adele, and signed the receipt for Eloise. "Welcome to Cliffside," she said as she gathered the receipt and tucked it on top of the pile of the others she'd generated that afternoon. "Do you need some help with your bags?" The inn didn't have an elevator, and Eloise had been considering putting one in. It would be expensive, and there was no way to do it inside the inn. She'd had a general contractor who worked on the commercial side of the hospitality industry in the Cove, on Nantucket, and in Cape Cod come and look at the building, and he'd suggested adding it on to the outside of the inn. The stairs went up right beside her, and he'd mentioned putting the elevator parallel to them, but on the outside of the building. It would take up some patio space, but then guests could go out to get on, and the doors would open on the other side, on the inside of the hallway at the top of the stairs on each floor.
"We're fine,"
Marlowe said, the bag on his shoulder still in place. Adele only had a small bag too, and she seemed to be able to lift it just fine. Eloise didn't mean to stare, but she often wondered who the people were who came to the inn. What were their stories? Why had they chosen to come here? She was grateful they did, because they paid her bills and allowed her the luxury to think about installing expensive elevators. The inn had been booked full every night for a month now, and while some of her more expensive rooms remained open until only days before, they'd been selling out eventually. She fished out the receipt from Adele and studied it. Would it help Laurel to know Marlowe was here? Who was Adele? She hadn't looked that much like him, as Marlowe had darker hair, bushier eyebrows, and a face the shape of a box. Adele had been more delicate, with blue eyes to go with her blonde hair. That hair was not real, she mused, and she tucked the receipt into her pocket just as the door opened again. She looked up for Billy and Grace, but the woman who'd opened the door was taller than a junior high student. Still, Billy entered the inn, followed by Grace, and then Alice stepped inside. Eloise grinned as she moved around the podium. "Hello, my babies," she said, wrapping Billy and Grace into a hug simultaneously. "I've been wondering where you were."
"We ran into this riffraff on the ferry,"
Alice joked, and she too took a turn hugging Eloise.
"I insisted they ride with us, and we needed a bigger car because of the luggage."
She stepped back and nodded toward the still-ajar door.
"Arthur's getting it now."
"I have to admit, I forgot you were coming this weekend." Her heart warmed at the sight of Alice in a pair of knee-length shorts the color of deep, dark eggplant skin. Eloise would never even consider buying a pair of purple shorts, but Alice pulled them off like she was a runway model. She'd paired the shorts with a dark gray tank top that seemed simple, but Eloise was sure had silver thread running through it. Alice looked good in metallics, and she had several pieces that showed off her slim frame, her skinny arms, and the angles in her face. With a pair of strappy sandals on her feet, Alice looked ready for whatever this summer day brought her. Eloise always felt frumpy next to her, and she told herself she had to wear the black slacks and professional blouses at the inn. She was the owner, for crying out loud.
"Did Marge make cookies?"
Grace asked, bouncing on the balls of her feet. There's always cookies during check-in. Eloise smiled at her. Can we go swimming, El? Billy asked. I brought our stuff. Yep. Eloise looked down the hall that led into the back foyer. Through a door that way, the patio expanded, and then the swimming pool took over the yard. Go find Marge and ask her if you can change in her suite. We're full today. Alice and Arthur are the last guests to check in. You can use our room, too, Alice said, if you can't find her. Okay. Billy smiled at Alice and then Eloise before she went with Grace to find Cookies and Marge. Arthur entered the inn, and he gazed around as if he'd just discovered some unknown land.
This is fantastic, he said. I had no idea this was here.
I told you Cliffside was a hidden gem in the cove,
Alice said, smiling at him as she took his hand. Eloise bustled back to the podium to get them checked in, and she went through her spiel about the pancake breakfast in the morning, as well as the activities throughout the weekend. They were simple things like face painting, a pony ride on Sunday morning, and special discounts and coupons at the restaurants on Sanctuary Island and Rocky Ridge.
Impressive,
Alice said.
Nothing on Diamond?
I'm trying to keep people out here, Eloise said. Diamond Island is amazing, don't get me wrong, but I want them to eat at our restaurants and sit on our beaches. They're less crowded, for one, and they're also just as good.
Are you going to partner with Matt once he gets that golf course open?
Yes, Eloise said. We've already talked about it. They're moving fast, too. He wants it open before the baby comes. Alice's eyes widened.
That seems hard to believe they'll get that done.
Well, all 3 of his kids are working for him, Eloise said. They just bought the old Sears Center here on Sanctuary, too. They're turning it into a miniature golf course.
Wow,
Alice said.
I'm glad someone finally bought that land. It's been an eyesore for a while now.
Eloise nodded, finding it almost comical that she and Alice were talking as if they'd driven by the abandoned retail center for years and years, when really, neither of them had been in the cove for very long, despite having grown up there.
I'll take the bags up,
Arthur said, reaching for the keys. He did just that, while Alice leaned her hip into the podium. So, a weekend trip away, Eloise said, feeling shiny from head to toe. Who's staying with the twins?
They're at my dad's,
Alice said with a sigh.
And neither of them is terribly happy. But they both have a boyfriend or girlfriend, and I didn't want to leave them alone at home. This way, if they're going to sneak out and do something naughty, it'll have to happen on Rocky Ridge.
She smiled, but the gesture lacked its usual luster. I bet your dad is happy to see them. Eloise's mother adored Billy and Grace, and she often met them at the ferry and brought them up to the inn when Eloise couldn't.
He's thrilled. They're going out on the boat for the whole weekend. Dad says he knows the perfect spot to be able to see the fireworks in New York City, Nantucket, and Five Island Cove without having to move a bunch of times.
She grinned and shook her head, glancing up as Arthur's footsteps receded. Eloise cleared her throat and started cleaning up the podium. She always filed the receipts, made a list of who was checking out the next morning by name and room number, and locked the tablet. In the evenings, she'd check the reservations for the next day's check-ins, make the housekeeping list, and send the texts and emails to the people who needed them. That way, the rooms got cleaned that needed cleaning. Welcome packets got made, checkout documents were printed. It had taken a few months, but going into month 7, Eloise finally felt like the machine was oiled and operating well. Have you guys talked about marriage again? Eloise asked. Alice drew in a long breath.
Yes,
She admitted.
I mean, not as seriously as Kelli. I'd be shocked if she's not engaged by Monday.
Me too, Eloise murmured. It'll happen fast too, don't you think?
She won't want anything big,
Alice said.
that's for sure. So yes, I think it'll happen fast. Probably before school starts for Parker.
Eloise nodded. That's what I think too. He won't be back until mid-August, and I bet they get married in that 2-week window between when he's here and when school starts.
I'm sure you're right.
Alice glanced at the stairs on her right again.
I don't know. I really like Arthur. Like,
She sighed.
it's hard to explain.
Eloise watched her closely. She seemed so happy when she was with Arthur. They'd spent afternoons on the beach together, and since he didn't work in the summer, Alice had told everyone that she saw him every day for hours. The twins like him, Eloise said. Right?
Yes,
Alice said.
he adores them too, surprisingly.
She rolled her eyes.
17-year-olds aren't that fun, and yet he gets along with them so well. They talk to him, and he talks to them, and there's no tension.
She rubbed her hand down her face.
I'm not sure how he does it.
He's a high school counselor, Eloise said. He's trained to talk to 17-year-olds without judging them.
I don't judge them.
Alice said quickly. I know, sweetie. She rounded the podium and put her arm through Alice's. Come get a cookie and tell me why you can't take a weekend trip to New York City and get married. Alice made a choking sound and stumbled.
I could never.
Eloise laughed and kept walking. But you've thought about it. When Alice didn't respond, Eloise knew she was right.
I don't know, Al.
Alice said as she sank onto the couch in the lobby. Eloise found the cookies on a table near the kitchen door and brought the whole plate over to the couch. She offered one to Alice, who took it and bit into it in the daintiest way possible. She sat next to Alice and waited. She didn't have to relentlessly question the way Robin did to get Alice to talk. Sometimes silence did the trick first.
I couldn't marry him without the twins there,
Alice said.
I think Ginny would be fine with it, but Charlie's still on the fence.
Charlie acts like he's on the fence about everything, Eloise said, and that got Alice to laugh.
In most things,
she agreed, finishing her cookie. She dusted off her fingers and exhaled slowly.
I can see myself with him.
She met Eloise's eyes.
That scares me a little. I was with Frank for so long, too long, and while this year has been hard, it's also been very liberating. I don't want to give up what I've found.
Eloise set the plate of cookies on the coffee table in front of her. And what have you found, Alice?
Myself?
She whispered.
Who I am, and what I want. I love my little law office in the front room of my house. I like that I can pay my own bills and provide a house for my kids where their friends can come. It's like...
She paused, and once again Eloise just waited. So much of what Alice was saying, Eloise could have said for herself. This past year had brought so many changes to her life. It hadn't been easy, despite having such amazing people at her side, supporting her. She'd always been herself, because she'd been alone for so long. But she'd found a new part of herself that had always wanted to step into the spotlight and hadn't been able to.
It's like this open, honest life that I'm not afraid to let other people see,
Alice said.
I was hiding in the Hamptons. Everything had to happen behind closed doors, and I was so unhappy.
Arthur isn't going to steal you away to the Hamptons again, Eloise said gently.
No, I know.
It doesn't have to be a big affair, Eloise said. Certainly not the wedding of the year. She grinned at Alice, who smiled back. Think Kelli style. Who would be there to watch?
My dad and Della,
Alice said.
the twins, they'd walk me down the aisle.
A dreamy smile touched her lips, and Eloise realized she had been thinking about this. Seriously.
All of the ladies we eat lunch with on Wednesdays.
And
that's it,
Alice said.
I mean, your mother could come if she wanted to, but I don't need her there.
Of course. Eloise heard footsteps coming from upstairs. That's less than a dozen people, Alice. A few more if you let Duke, Aaron, and the other men come. Honestly, you could tell us all to meet here one afternoon, have the wedding, and Marge will feed everyone dinner. Done. Alice's eyes widened again, and Eloise thought she might actually be considering what she'd just said.
Hey, hun,
Arthur said.
I swear I saw some whales out the window upstairs. What do you say we drive over to the North Shore and check it out?
Alice got to her feet and stepped right into her boyfriend. He put his arms around her and grinned as she said,
Yes, let's go see if your eyes are as good as you're always bragging about.
They laughed together, said goodbye to Eloise, and left the inn through the front door. Eloise stayed on the couch for a moment, enjoying the comforting feeling the couple had left behind. Alice looked good with Arthur. They got along well. She'd learned some things from her first marriage, and she'd learned a lot about herself in the past year. They'll figure out what's best for them, Eloise told herself. And then she got up and collected her phone from the podium. She pulled the receipt out of her pocket and looked at it, torn about what to do. Then she dialed Laurel's number.
I'm just saying, I don't want to talk about Laurel during dinner,
Aaron said. He picked up the salt and pepper shakers and turned to put them on the table. He faced Eloise again and took her into his arms.
I don't answer to very many people, but Nathan is one of them.
I know, she said as he nuzzled his lips against her neck. She giggled and tipped her head back to kiss her husband, her life so different than it had been last year. She hardly recognized herself at all, and she was so very glad for that. She hadn't even realized how miserable she'd been in her brownstone in Boston, and she'd started to think about selling it. She wasn't going to go back there, and she didn't need to keep it. She hadn't wanted to sell it because she'd had it for so long, and she did love the 4-story house she'd lived in for decades. Perhaps we can take a trip to Boston, she whispered against Aaron's lips, just before school starts, like we did last year. He pulled back and looked at her.
Yeah? You want to?
Or after Laurel's wedding, Eloise said. We could go for the weekend, stay in the brownstone, enjoy the city, or just each other. She smiled at him. Maybe your parents could take the girls for a long weekend. I could ask Kristen or Robin, too. Aaron held her tight against his body, and Eloise loved being encircled in his arms.
Let me look at my schedule, he said. I'd love to take the girls. And we could go down into New York, too.
Sure, she said. Maybe for fall break, if it works out. Going to the city would take a little longer than a weekend.
Billy's always wanted to go to New York,
Aaron said as he stepped away from Eloise.
Right, Bills?
She exited the hallway, and she looked like she could kill her dad with her bare hands. I hate this dress.
It's 2 hours, Aaron said, for my boss. We have him over once every few years.
He swept toward Billy, and she squealed as he lifted her up off her feet. Dad, put me down! She laughed, though, and Eloise liked the sight of the two of them. Aaron set her on her feet and looked behind her.
Where's your sister?
I'll go check on her, Eloise said just as the doorbell rang. Aaron jerked toward it. Billy smoothed down her skirt. He and Eloise exchanged a glance. It'll be fine, Eloise said. City managers love me. She gave him a smile, ran her hand down Billy's hair, which had been slightly mussed when Aaron had picked her up, and continued down the hall to Grace's room. Gracie? She said when she reached the doorway. The little girl sat on her bed, and she wasn't crying at the moment, but she had been. Eloise darted into the room and brought the door closed behind her. Hey, she said, hurrying toward the 11-year-old. All of her stuffed animals, including the one Eloise had given her for her birthday last year, crowded around her. What's wrong? She pulled the child onto her lap. Why are you crying, Gracie Lou? She glanced toward the door. Aaron's boss was here, and he wouldn't want to deal with anything other than that right now. At the same time, Nathan knew he was a father. Nathan Baldwin was a father too, actually. His children were all older and out of the house, like Matt's, but Aaron had been telling Eloise about them for the past week or two since she'd learned they'd be hosting Nathan and his wife, Polly, for dinner.
I can't get my shoes on, she said, and they're the ones that go with my dress. I don't have anything else to wear.
Eloise looked at the ground where a pair of shiny white shoes lay on their sides as if Grace had thrown them there in frustration. She took a deep breath. Okay, sweetie, let's see what else you have. Maybe you could wear a different dress.
I can't, she said. Dad said I have to wear this one because the lace makes me look pretty.
Eloise slid the girl off her lap and crouched in front of her. Grace, she said, you're pretty no matter what you wear. Let's find something because your daddy's boss is here already. She stepped over to the closet and started going through the clothes there. She'd never concerned herself with the girls' rooms or clothes, but since she'd become their stepmother, the last 2 months had found her learning more and more about them. Grace didn't hang up anything, and Eloise had put a royal blue dress in this closet last week. What about this? She pulled out the dress and held it up. You have those white sandals you could wear with it.
Okay,
Grace said. Eloise helped her change quickly, and they emerged from the bedroom at the same time Aaron called, Elle? Right here, she said, walking toward him with Grace in front of her. She met Aaron's eye and hoped she could tell him what had happened in the space of a single glance. Her eyes are so blue when she wears this dress. Aaron put his hand on his daughter's head in a kind, parental gesture. You are perfect, Gracie Lou. Come with Dad, okay? He took her hand and led her into the kitchen. You remember Grace? He said, his voice slightly different when talking to Nathan. Eloise exited the hall while Nathan gushed over Grace's dress, and then he faced her. Good to see you again, Nathan, she said, stepping forward to shake his hand. She looked at Polly, a properly polished woman without a hair out of place. She reminded Eloise of Alice when she'd first come to the Cove last year for Joel Shields' funeral. Expensive clothes, makeup applied by a professional, false nails to go with her false smile. You must be Polly. I'm sure we met at the wedding, but it was a busy day for me. Eloise had never smiled so politely in her life, and Polly returned the gesture. You were the most stunning bride, Polly said, even her voice like rocks that had had all the edges smoothed off. I told Nathan we should do a vow renewal just to have Robin plan a meal for us. And I told Polly that we should just do a 25th anniversary party. It'll be the same thing. He grinned at her, and the love in his eyes wasn't hard to miss. He put his arm around her and they chuckled together. Come, sit down, Eloise said. Would you like something to drink? They moved then, and Eloise played the perfect hostess by pouring wine, making chit-chat about the upcoming Heritage Fair the Cove put on every August, and then serving the dinner Aaron had picked up an hour ago. Billy knew how to play her part, too, and Polly seemed charmed by her. Nathan spent most of his time talking to Aaron, and Eloise kept her smile in place while talking to Polly about her marketing company. It's called Cove Creations, she said. We do everything from banners to billboards to boxes. Polly seemed quite proud of the endeavor, and Eloise supposed she should. How do you keep up with everything? She asked. Well, Nate's not the mayor, Polly said, lifting her wineglass to her lips. He even helps me sometimes, especially with shipments around the cove. That's wonderful, Eloise said, hardly recognizing her own voice. She was not used to dealing with political things, though she knew Aaron's job required it from time to time. Everyone knew who he was. Everyone had an opinion on the police and how they were doing. She figured she could smile until her cheeks hurt a couple of times a year. the same way Aaron could stand there and take family pictures when he didn't want to. By the time the Baldwins left, Eloise thought she'd used all the patience the good Lord had given her. Aaron laughed and closed the door, the sound immediately cutting off. He exhaled heavily and slumped against the door. Eloise watched from her spot in the doorway between the living room and the kitchen. It was a large, arched opening, and one could see all the way from the front door to the back of the house.
I'm exhausted,
Aaron said, straightening and coming toward her.
Thank you, Elle. I know that's not fun.
She wasn't going to argue with him, though she had not enjoyed herself. I can't believe your dad wants to be one of those guys. He grinned at her as he took her into his arms. They danced in the kitchen, and he said,
Fits my mom, though, right?
Eloise peeled out a string of laughter. Your mom is only about half as fake as Polly Baldwin.
Something for her to aspire to,
Aaron joked. He stepped over to the sliding glass door and opened it, finally letting Prince back in.
Hey, buddy, sorry to stick you out there for so long.
He rubbed down the dog, who adored Aaron as much as everyone else seemed to. I'm going to go change and check my phone, Eloise said. I'm afraid I've left Laurel hanging for too long. He raised his eyes to hers.
I'm worried about you helping her with any sort of undercover thing, Elle.
He straightened and approached her again.
You don't know what that's like.
I know. She didn't know what it would be like to be in such a high-pressure, undercover operation. But Aaron, I think I can help her. She said Adele Spencer is a ghost except for that charge at Cliffside. Doesn't that seem shady to you?
Elle.
He smiled at her and gave her a sweet kiss.
Everything is shady to a cop. The important part is picking apart what is really shady and what's just your mind making things up.
You think Laurel is making things up?
No.
He sighed and looked over Eloise's shoulder.
I think Laurel is a brilliant detective. That's why I put her in narcotics. But I also think she's hunting for clues in this case, and she's hunting hard.
She wants to get it right, Eloise said. I know that much. She's not going to do anything without hard evidence.
Which may or may not exist,
he said.
We don't always get the hard evidence we need. She might be chasing a ghost.
The drugs are here, right? Eloise asked.
Oh, they're here.
He stepped back, and he did look so tired. She didn't want to argue with him about the drug problem in 5 Island Cove. She hadn't even known there was a drug problem until Laurel's case, and she assumed most people on the islands didn't either. It was such a pristine, quaint place to live and explore. Come on, Mr. Sherman. It's way past our bedtime. She led him down the hall, leaving all the dishes on the table and in the sink where she'd do them tomorrow. She saw her phone flashing with blue and green lights, but she decided Laurel and whoever else had messaged her could wait a little longer. And she turned to unknot the tie at Aaron's neck as she kissed him. Chapter 24. The devices are tiny these days, Laurel said, flipping up Eloise's collar and barely touching her finger to the fabric there. There's no wire to be found, no recording device. It's a mic, Elle. It'll broadcast everything that's said to us where we'll be recording it. Eloise nodded, because they'd been through this before. She still looked like she'd swallowed a bomb and was waiting for it to go off. Tom sat on the couch in the chief's office, while Aaron himself sat behind the desk, glowering at everyone and everything. Laurel knew he and Eloise had argued about her wearing the mic and going to the meeting Marilyn Benson ran for women business owners in 5 Island Cove. She'd gone over everything with Eloise 4 or 5 times, maybe 6 or 7, perhaps even more. The past 10 days had been busy for Laurel, though she felt like she and Tom were just spinning in circles. There'd been no bassinet on the ship manifest. Nothing in the evidence warehouse had indicated any infant products of any kind. The manager, and then the owner at Rockabye, the pediatric supply store where AJ had ordered the bassinet, said the fire was in their storage facility in New Jersey, one of the largest ports on the eastern seaboard. It hadn't even shipped to the cove. Lucas Winters and Harold Marsden refused to change their stories, and even when Tom and Laurel had tailed Harold for 72 hours, they'd found nothing nefarious in his activity, the people he met, nothing. She'd interviewed Marilyn again, but since they didn't have anyone else giving them any information, nothing she said could be corroborated. The city attorney wouldn't offer her a deal without some hard proof that what she said was true. They'd released her a couple of weeks ago, but Laurel was sure she was running something illegal through the Cove Helping Hands organization or through her toiletry delivery service. She'd watched through the two-way glass while Tom had talked to Marlo Benson, but the vice principal had seemed completely baffled by the line of questioning. Yes, he knew about the drug problem at the high school. No, he didn't know where they'd come from. When they'd visited him again after his holiday weekend at the Cliffside Inn, he'd said he'd taken his sister to Sanctuary because her husband had just passed away. She was enduring chemotherapy treatments and needed cheering up. Eloise had confirmed they'd stayed in the corner suite, which did have 2 beds, and Laurel had tracked down an Adele Spencer in Louisville, where a Douglas Spencer had died 2 weeks ago. On every turn, she'd been met with another dead end or the perfect alibi that actually checked out. All she had left was Marilyn Benson. And if this didn't pan out, Laurel had actually considered admitting defeat. She and Tom would start working a case with new, fresh leads, and this one would simmer on the back burner until something different presented itself. That felt like failure to her. But Tom had said that was how cases worked. Some of them went cold, only to warm up later. "Okay," Laurel said, exhaling. "Remember what we talked about?" "Yes," Elle said. "I'm just going to see what she says. If she approaches me, and we think she will, because she wants Cliffside to join her toiletry trade, I'm going to act interested and sign up." "That's right."
"This is ridiculous,"
the chief said, standing.
"I still think I should go too."
"It's a women in business meeting,"
Tom said in a deadpan. The chief leaned into his palms and practically growled. In the past, Laurel would have shivered and scampered out of the chief's office. Now she just shot him a nervous look and focused on Eloise again. She wore a look of pure determination on her face when she met Laurel's gaze, and Laurel admired her strength. When she looked at Aaron, Eloise softened. "Aaron, you're literally going to be in the next room over. What could possibly happen?"
"That's exactly what I don't know,"
he said.
"It's nerve-wracking."
"It's going to be fine." Eloise reached up and patted her collar. "I can't even feel it. She's not going to pat people down before the meeting."
"There are metal detectors at City Hall,"
Aaron said.
"There's no way they'll get that,"
Tom said, now scrolling on his phone.
"They get past airport security, Chief."
He groaned as he got to his feet.
"There's going to be 6 cops within 20 feet of that meeting. I understand you worrying, but we're being as careful as possible."
"It's time to go," Laurel said. That got everyone moving, and Eloise exited the office first. She stopped by the station sometimes, especially in the summer, and she collected the girls from Sally's desk where they'd been eating Skittles and Starburst, and the 3 of them left. When Laurel couldn't stand being in the tense presence of the chief, she stepped out of the office and walked casually over to her desk, Tom behind her. They sat down, and she pretended to look through a couple of files. To her left, back toward the chief's office, a commotion drew her attention. The city manager, Nathan Baldwin, laughed as he approached Chief Sherman's office, but Aaron certainly didn't seem happy to see him. Tom stood and pocketed his wallet.
"Let's go,"
he said.
"Richard and Ethan are already in position. They have the recording device set up. We need to get in there before the ladies start showing up so we can tell Eloise where to sit."
He started for the exit, and Laurel did her best to copy the smooth, easy way her partner walked. She met the chief's eyes, and he looked worried. He couldn't walk out on the man he reported directly to and who appointed him to his position. But his wife was wearing a mic at a meeting where she hoped to get information from Marilyn on a drug case. Laurel's stomach felt like she'd swallowed bees. She couldn't believe she'd put her friend, one of her best friends, in this position. Tom talked on the way to City Hall, but Laurel didn't respond once.
"You're not one for undercover work, are you?"
he asked as he pulled into the parking lot. "No," Laurel said. It felt she'd suddenly been transported right back to her abusive past. She glanced around, knowing danger could walk through the door at any moment. "I'm not good at this." Perhaps she wasn't cut out for narcotics, or simply being a detective. She'd taken control of her life while on patrol, and maybe she should go back to that. This type of work, where she tracked down leads and talked to people who didn't want to talk to her, made her queasy.
"You're a good detective, Laurel,"
Tom said.
"Take a minute and get yourself together."
"What if I'm not cut out for this?"
"Then you'll know after this, and the chief will put you somewhere else."
Tom gave her a sad yet friendly smile.
"I'd hate to lose you, but I do need you to be on your game here."
She nodded, tiny, short bursts of movement. "Yes," she said. "I'm putting on my game face right now." Tom got out of the cruiser, and Laurel basked in the silence as it entered the car. The sun beat down on it too, and without the air conditioning, Laurel would bake before long. "You can do this," she told herself. "Get it together." She didn't really want to go back on the beat, but she wasn't sure undercover work was for her either. She felt like she was trying to stuff herself, a round peg, into a square hole. She got out of the car as Tom turned back to check on her, and she caught the concern in his eyes. He probably had children close to her age, and she appreciated the fatherly vibe he put off. She also appreciated that he didn't ask her if she was okay. He just nodded at her, and they walked into City Hall shoulder to shoulder. She let him do the talking, and they put their weapons on the security belt to walk through the metal detector.
"Morning, Buff,"
Tom said, nodding to the guard standing there.
"Tom."
The security guard smiled so fast, if Laurel had blinked, she'd have missed it. He trained his eyes on the monitors as Tom walked through, and then as Laurel followed him.
"You're good,"
he said, putting the bowls with their keys on the counter. Laurel wrapped the gun belt around her waist again, latching everything tightly before she reached for her keys and change. Tom tucked his wallet in his pocket, and they continued toward their goal, the narrow room behind the conference room, where most people stored bottled water and the lunches they served to the people in the bigger, more spacious conference area. Tom knocked 3 times on the door and leaned closer to where it met the jamb.
"It's Tom,"
he said. A moment later, the door opened, and Rich Foundling stood there. He wore the same uniform Laurel used to don every morning, and she smiled at how clean and crisp his was. He looked from Tom to her to the area behind them.
"Come on in."
They did, and the 4 of them smashed in the room was almost too much. As Laurel was the only woman, the testosterone was definitely through the roof. "This door won't open from the other side?" Laurel asked.
"That's the last thing we need, someone coming in here during the meeting."
"It won't," Rich confirmed. Laurel took a chair near the window, as they still had 2 more people coming. Technically 3, but she didn't think the chief would make it before the meeting started. Nathan Baldwin stopped by the station from time to time, but the chief usually knew about it in advance. Laurel remembered a time when he'd kept 8 of his junior officers late one night just to make sure every wisp of dust had been wiped from the floors and windowsills. She'd been one of those 8, and a small smile touched her mouth. She'd been so excited to have a job at the police station. She'd have stayed until all hours of the night to spray cleaner on glass and wipe it clean. Anything that proved she wasn't chained to anyone or anything, that she got to decide how she spent her time, that she could get a job and keep it. She'd been spending a lot of time inside her old memories this summer. and she realized her new job had stirred up all kinds of things she'd stopped thinking about.
20 minutes,
someone said, and Laurel kept one ear on the conversation as she pulled out her phone and texted her therapist. She went back and forth with the receptionist, and a few minutes later, she had an appointment for the next afternoon. She sent a text to Tom to let him know, and then one to the chief, as he'd always wanted to know when one of his cops was seeing a counselor. The department would pay for her to see one of their approved therapists, but Laurel had been seeing Dr. Adams for years, and she wasn't willing to change now. In the beginning, her parents had paid for the sessions, as Dr. Adams only took cash, and it was $50 for 45 minutes. Laurel could pay it herself now, and that fact made her spirits lift. Something came through the speakers, and Laurel perked up.
"We've got live action,"
Rich said, fiddling with the volume button.
"Are we going to have Carol stop in and see what's going on with the meeting?"
"Yes,"
Tom said, bent over the table.
"They're prepped. They should be here in a minute."
A woman's voice came through the speaker, but it wasn't loud enough for Laurel to hear. Her heartbeat pounding in her ears probably had something to do with that, and she wished she could press a button and calm herself down.
"Just put that over there,"
a woman said in a saccharine-laced voice, and Laurel knew it. Marilyn Benson.
"Yes, right there, Bitsy. Thanks."
She sounded nice, and Laurel wondered how many ladies would attend today. Marilyn's arrest hadn't seemed to deter her or anyone she knew from simply continuing on with their lives. Voices kept filling the room, and Laurel had a hard time keeping them separate. Rich turned down the volume on the speakers one at a time and then twisted toward Laurel.
"Have her sit by the windows if she can."
"North or south?" Laurel asked as a text from Elle came in.
"She's here."
"By the windows," she sent quickly, waiting to see if you should be near the front of the room or the back. Her gut told her to put Elle close to the front of the room because that would put Laurel only a few feet from her, on the other side of the door she looked up and stared at. "North end," she typed out while Rich hummed and hawed about it.
"North,"
he finally said. But Elle had already confirmed. "Oh, yes," came through the speakers, so loud it made everyone moan, groan, or cry out. "I'm Eloise Hall, Sherman." She gave a giggle, and thankfully someone had turned down the speakers by then. "I just got married a couple of months ago. That last name still trips me up."
"You're the chief's wife,"
someone said. "Yes," Elle said, and she sounded so diplomatic that Laurel smiled to herself.
"I'm Sadie Flock.
I own a dog salon near the restaurant district." "I own the Cliffside Inn," Elle said, and several other women joined the conversation, asking her questions about business and how her booking software worked. They'd obviously been observing her website, and though Laurel had nothing at all to do with Cliffside, a swell of pride filled her chest for Eloise.
"Ladies,"
a woman said, and she sounded close.
"It's time to begin."
"You guys okay in there?"
a man asked, and Rich gave 2 thumbs up, though the 2 cops checking in on the women's business meeting couldn't see him. "Where a go?" Laurel sent to Eloise just as a text from the chief arrived.
"I'm on my way, but I couldn't get Nathan out of my office."
"She's good," Laurel said. "Set up in the right spot. We can hear her loud and clear." Then Laurel settled in for a long meeting about stuff she didn't care about, and sure enough, that was what transpired. 2 more cops piled into the room, and when the chief arrived, it was standing room only. Marilyn led the meeting with a semi-iron fist that Laurel actually admired. The moment the meeting ended, she sat up a little straighter, thinking, "Take the bait. Please, Marilyn, take the bait."
"Eloise, right?"
Marilyn asked, and Laurel's hopes flew toward the stratosphere. If they could get the sting set up, sitting in this claustrophobic room for an hour would have been worth it. She stared out the window, every muscle tight, as the blue sky, green grass, and white clouds outside created the picturesque setting for a small beach town. "Yes," Elle said. "It's good to see you again, Marilyn."
"Again?"
Laurel could just see Marilyn cocking her platinum blonde head, her dark brown eyes telling the world her hair color came from a bottle. A lot of bottles. Yes, Elle said again, her voice a touch more guarded now. You came by the Cliffside Inn a few months ago. Something about signing up for a delivery service? Oh, right, Marilyn said, and Laurel worked hard not to scoff. She couldn't jump to conclusions so easily. What did you think of the meeting? It was good, Elle said. A little over my head, to be honest, but it was my first one, and one of the ladies I was talking to before it started said I'd catch on quickly. You will, Marilyn said, and she was being so nice. Maybe Laurel had read her all wrong. We meet every second Thursday. Yes, Elle said. I've got the schedule right here. I got it on the way in. Is it always here at City Hall? Yep. A brief pause, and Laurel cocked her head, trying to envision what was happening on the other side of the door. Eloise was performing like a champion, that was what. Are you interested in learning more about the consumables delivery? Marilyn asked. I can't remember if you were going to call me and set up another meeting. Consumables, Eloise said, a snap following her words. Yes, you would not believe how many bars of soap I'm going through. I think people take them for souvenirs. Marilyn laughed, and Rich hurried to turn down the speaker again. She must be standing so close to Eloise, and Laurel itched to get out there and make sure she was okay. She met the chief's eye, and he wore a thundercloud right there on his face. He was about to blow, and Laurel held up her phone and raised her eyebrows. He nodded, and she tapped to get a call to go through to Eloise. Yes, that should work, Eloise said, and Laurel had missed the other part of the conversation. Excuse me, this is my friend who's getting married, and I'm helping with the wedding. The ringing line came through the speaker, and then Eloise's voice entered the room and Laurel's ear at the same time. I'm leaving now, she whispered. I seriously feel like I'm going to throw up. Aaron's on his way out, Laurel said, loud enough for him to hear, and he practically shoved his cops out of the way to get from one end of the room to the other, and then to his wife. Laurel hung up and collapsed back in her chair. When are they meeting?
Monday at 1,
Tom said, his eyes glittering.
We got our sting, Laurel. Excellent work.
Chapter 25. I love the Cove, Lisa said, and AJ glanced over at her. She could definitely walk faster than AJ, but she seemed content to go whatever pace AJ wanted. Dad didn't bring us here much, usually once in the summer, sometimes for one of the winter holidays. She turned her face into the sun and smiled. AJ really liked Lisa Hymas, her new stepdaughter. Out of the three of Matt's children, she'd been the easiest to connect with. She'd accepted AJ from the first moment they'd met, and she acted as excited about the baby as Matt and AJ did. Justin was far nicer than he'd been the first time AJ met him, and Derek lay somewhere in between Justin and Lisa. He was the middle child as well. AJ herself was a middle child, and she knew the subtle art of hanging out in the middle without too many spotlights on her. I couldn't wait to leave the Cove, AJ said. I left right after high school and didn't come back until last year. Really? Lisa lowered her eyes to AJ's, and though they wore sunglasses, Lisa's weren't the reflective type. AJ could see her eyes through the shaded lenses, and she nodded. I hated it here. My mother left me and my siblings when I was only 10, she said. My dad turned into a drunk, and I didn't like it here. I left as fast as I could, on a scholarship to Miami, and I never looked back. Is that why Dad says he's glad he didn't let you get away again? Lisa smiled and reached for AJ's hand. Yes, AJ said. He tried calling me and stuff after I left, but I never responded. She let a sad smile cross her face. I feel bad about that, but life was life, you know? I could only operate on what I knew at the time, and I absolutely didn't want to end up back here. And here you are. Time changes things, AJ said. Time and experience changes people. AJ took in a deep breath of the morning air, and they made the right turn that would take them down the road that ran past Kristen's new condo. What about you? What do you think of Derek's new girlfriend? Lisa let out an exasperated sigh. I think she's a bit fake. I think she thinks Derek is rich and she wants a free ride. You think so? AJ asked, though she had felt the false vibes from the woman. Interesting. He won't see it because he's a sucker for a blonde, but Lisa shrugged. Dad told us for years not to get pulled in by a pretty face. Handsome, in my case. So you're not seeing anyone? Not at the moment, Lisa said. But there's a man who will be in my program next year that I've got my eye on. She grinned as widely as the ocean before them, and AJ laughed with her. I'm sure you do, AJ said, feeling like everything in her life had finally come together. What's his name? You're going to laugh, Lisa said, but her smile didn't hitch at all. Try me. Bart, she said, and Lisa herself burst out laughing. It's such a cartoony name to me. She kept giggling, and AJ joined in. She thought happiness was made of two women walking in the morning, the bright blue sky above them, and a warm beach breeze in front of them. There's Kristen, AJ said, pointing ahead as the older woman stepped past the fence that marked her retirement community's property. When she reached her, AJ slowed and gave her a hug. I wonder how things will go with Elle's meeting. She said she'd call, and that I could put you on speaker, Kristen said, holding up her phone. It's not for hours, but I'm on the edge of my seat every time my phone so much as dings. She grinned, and AJ returned the gesture. Hello, Lisa, dear. Kristen hugged her, too. Are you ready for this bread baking lesson? I can't wait, Lisa said, and she sounded so genuine. My mother wasn't great in the kitchen. I spend most of my expendable cash on takeout. Now you have a stepmother who can't cook either, AJ said. Great. Hey, you put pizza and frozen lasagnas in the oven, Lisa said. Mom doesn't even do that. What did you eat growing up? Kristen asked. Cold cereal, Lisa said. Peanut butter sandwiches. She gestured to AJ. Frozen pizza, mac and cheese, ramen, hot dogs, grilled cheese sandwiches, takeout. She shrugged again. You know, we got by. Cooking is as easy as reading a recipe, Kristen said. You'll see. I hope so, Lisa said. I recall Jean saying the same thing about sewing. It's as easy as reading a pattern, and I couldn't do that. She laughed again, and AJ loved that she'd tried to integrate herself into AJ's life while she was here this summer. Jean has a sixth sense behind a sewing machine, Kristen said. She's the same way on a boat. That's how she and Reuben met, you know. Yacht club in college. Really? AJ asked. That's so cute. Yes. Kristen cleared her throat, and AJ just waited for her to continue. The older woman had claimed a place in AJ's heart years ago, and only cemented herself there in the past few months, coming to stay with AJ in the early days of her bed rest. I'm going to petition the city council to reinstate the seafaring girls, she said. I think Jean would be a phenomenal leader for the organization, and I can help her restart it. Of all the things I kept when I purged everything last year, I kept my files for the seafaring girls. Wow, AJ said, trying to wrap her mind around the idea. I think that's a great idea, Kristen. Do you? She asked. I've been nervous to tell everyone. Why? AJ kept her eyes on the road in front of her because she only had 1 month left in her pregnancy, and her balance was a precious, precarious thing. I don't know, Kristen said. I'm afraid Robin will think I'm going to try to do it myself, or that Alice will be like, you'll never be able to recreate what we have, Kristen. Something. Oh, don't listen to Robin or Alice, AJ said with a wave of her hand. I learned that when I was 15 years old, and I've been so much happier. AJ, Kristen said in a chastising tone. Then she burst out laughing. AJ joined her, and she decided that happiness was definitely 3 women walking in the morning, the blue sky above them, the ocean breeze accompanying them, and the conversation between them meaningful but lighthearted. I do love the cove, AJ said, hooking her arm through Lisa's. Thank you for walking with me, both of you. It does my soul so much good to get out of the house. Of course, Lisa said. I love it too, Kristen said. It does my heart good to see you well, AJ. Being outside does free my thoughts, AJ said. She glanced at Lisa. I struggle with depression and anxiety. I'm usually on medication, but I can't take it while I'm pregnant. And probably not while you nurse, right? Lisa asked. Right. AJ had forgotten about that, and some of the fog that usually stayed out of her head on her morning walk tried to crowd in. She didn't let it, though, and she smiled at Lisa. You'll come see the baby even after you go back to Baltimore, right? I want you to come as often as you can. I'll do my best, Lisa said. I'm going to be in my first year of medical school. I know, AJ said. No pressure, I promise. I'll bring him to you if you want. Are you going to keep writing? Kristen asked. Probably, AJ said. Matt says I don't need to, especially once they get that second golf course open. And the mini golf course will be pure profit, they say, but that's not until next year. She smiled into the sun as they turned and started walking east. But I don't know. I do like putting together an exclusive story. I love interviewing athletes. There's a rush there I'll miss. The truth was, AJ's life wasn't done shifting, and she didn't know exactly what the future would hold. As long as she had her friends, she thought she'd probably be okay. Her phone rang, and she dang near jumped out of her skin. It can't be Elle, Kristen said, pulling her phone out of her pocket. It's not even me. It's me, AJ said, slipping her phone out from underneath her bra strap. It's Kelli. She swiped on the call, her smile as real as ever. Hey, Cal. She hadn't checked the time, but it couldn't be past 9 yet, and Kelli taught yoga and aerobics from 9 to noon. AJ, Kelli said, I have some news, and I wanted you to be the first to know. AJ's heartbeat sang in her chest. Okay, she said. I think I know what you're going to say, but go on. She didn't want to take the magic away from Kelli, who was the nicest woman in the world and deserved all the best things from life. Shad asked me to marry him, and I said yes. AJ lifted her free hand straight up into the air. Yes! She cried. I knew it! I'm so happy for you, Kelli. Is she engaged? Kristen asked. AJ nodded enthusiastically. She's engaged, she practically yelled. I'm walking with Lisa and Kristen. When are you going to put it on the group text? I was thinking of waiting until Wednesday, Kelli said between giggles. But that's mean, right? You do what you want, AJ said, grinning like a fool. I'll keep your secret if you want. I know Kristen and Lisa will too. Okay, Kelli said. Well, we'll see. I guess if you see it on the group text, the cat is out of the bag. I want the full story, AJ said, a hitch in her side making her pull harder at her next breath. I have a class coming in, Kelli said, but he asked me this morning and I wanted you to be the first to know. I still need to call my mom. Okay, AJ said, though she wished she had more time to hear Kelli's excitement. In times like these, AJ hated the distance between the islands and the cove. She wanted to run to Kelli with her favorite cup of coffee, hold her tight, and congratulate her. Why can't you? She thought. And she looked at Kristen and Lisa as Kelli said goodbye and the call ended. Would you guys be okay doing the bread baking alone this afternoon? I want to go to Belle and surprise Kelli. Of course, Lisa said, in tandem with Kristen. Great. A pain ran down AJ's spine and she groaned. I need to slow down. I think I pulled a muscle in my back with that fist pump. She shook her head in disgust. This is what happens when you get old, Lisa. Don't do it. You don't know what old is, Kristen said, and she adjusted her pace to match AJ's snail-like walking. The 3 of them laughed, and even that hurt down in AJ's abdomen. but she couldn't help continuing to do it. Matt wouldn't be happy about her going to Belle this afternoon, but AJ knew she needed to be there for Kelli if they were going to mend everything that had happened this spring and take the next step into the future together. She wanted that more than anything. So she'd get on the ferry and go visit her best friend. "Right here is fine," AJ said, and the rideshare driver pulled over. "Thank you." She touched her card to the payment reader, collected her 2 Arnold Palmers, and got out of the car. It wasn't nearly as easy as it had once been, and AJ could say that about everything. Getting out of bed? Not nearly as easy as it used to be. Getting on and off the couch? She actually groaned when she did those things now. Eating? She had 2 bites before she felt stuffed to the gills. Even this iced tea lemonade combination would fill her to the brim with only a few swallows. She'd taken 1 step through the gate at whole soul when Kelli came out of the front door. "AJ," she said, her smile made of pure sunshine. "What are you doing here?" "I come bearing refreshment for your after-aerobics workout." She lifted the Arnold Palmers, her purse sliding down from her shoulder. She couldn't shrug it back up without dropping one of the drinks, and Kelli hurried toward her to take one of them. AJ got her purse back where it belonged and hugged her best friend. "I couldn't stand not hearing your engagement story, and I thought I could ride the ferry back to Pearl with you. Or we could go to lunch here, or whatever." She stepped back and looked at Kelli. "You have plans with Shad, don't you?" Kelli grinned and shook her head. "Nope." She took a long sip of her drink and sighed. "Thank you for this. I've been drinking this wheatgrass stuff, hoping it'll get better, and let me tell you, it never does." She laughed, and AJ loved the sound of joy coming from her. "I have an idea," AJ said, "but I can't walk very far, so we'll have to get a ride." "Hurley Beach?" Kelli's blue eyes lit up, and she lifted her phone. "I'm already calling for a ride." AJ tipped her head back and let her hair fall over her shoulders. "The sun is warmer on Belle," she said. "Diamond is so windy." "Hurley will be windy too," Kelli said. "We'll see if we can get a spot by the only trees in the sand." "In July?" AJ shook her head. "Not gonna happen, Cal." "Hey, my boyfriend proposed to me this morning," she said. "Anything is possible." Her phone revved at her, and she added, "See? Rideshare only 2 minutes away instead of the usual 10. The same car AJ had just gotten out of pulled up a moment later, and she waved to the guy driving as if they were old friends. "He just dropped me off." Xavier, if she remembered right, jumped from the car and opened her door. "This wasn't the right place? Just picking up?" "I was meeting a friend," she said. "We decided not to stay here." "I can tack this onto the other one," he said. "Save you the flat fee." "That would be amazing," AJ said. "I feel bad I didn't buy you an Arnold Palmer." "Oh, I can't have the caffeine," he said. It's better if I avoid it." He flashed her a smile, a pink tint coming into his face. He was probably a decade younger than AJ, and she found him cute and personable. "Where to now?" "Hurley Beach, please," AJ said, dropping into the back seat. She used to slide into a seat, but not anymore. The moment Kelli joined her, AJ turned toward her. "All right, start talking." Kelli took a drink first and glanced toward the driver. "Shad came with me to the studio this morning before he went to the office. The moment he insisted we get a rideshare instead of walking from the ferry station, I knew something was up." "Do you normally walk?" "Yes, but he said he had to get to work and we should get a car, and I was like, okay." She sighed and leaned her head back, letting her eyes drift closed. "So we got in the car, and as we came up the hill, I could see the roses, the bows, and the balloons." "Aw," AJ said. "You love balloons." "I do," Kelli said, giggling. "It's kind of silly how much I love balloons." Anyway, he had them tied on every fence post, flowers hanging from the eaves of the house, bows tied around the columns and laced through the fence. Wow. When did he do all of that? He said he got on the first ferry this morning to do it, then went back to Pearl to get me. Kelli glowed with happiness, and AJ could not be happier for her. Anyway, he had the ring on the top step. He legit left a diamond ring sitting on the front porch of the house for 2 hours, and he got down on one knee and said he loved me. This is so romantic, AJ said. Kelli, he's an amazing man. You're going to be so happy with him. I hope so, Kelli said. I do love him, and he loves me, and he loves Parker.
Early beach?
The driver said, and AJ tapped her card again, thanked him again, and got out of the car again. She drew in a long breath and faced the sand. Kelli had been right. The wind blew here, too. At almost 1 o'clock, plenty of people had decided to come to the beach, and AJ waited for Kelli to join her so they could pick a spot. There's a patch by the trees, she said. We don't have chairs or anything. She scanned AJ, who wore a rainbow-colored maxi dress, her baby belly very obvious. If you get down on the ground, can you get back up? I have no idea, AJ said with a grin. Feels like an adventure, doesn't it? Kelli shook her head and led the way toward the patch of shade near the trees. Can we sit here? She asked a younger couple who'd put down a couple of towels. Yeah, sure, the woman said. Oh, goodness, you're due any second. Marsh, go get her a chair. I'm fine, AJ said, but she eyed the sand at her feet, feeling like it was a mile if it was a meter, and she had no idea how to even sit down without something or someone to hold on to.
I'll get you ladies a couple of chairs,
the man said, and he dashed off to the rental hut on the beach. We could have done that, Kelli said. We're fine, really. We're only going to be here for a little while. We have friends coming, the woman said. So we'll keep them all day. It's not a problem. If you have friends coming, we'll be in the way, AJ said. They won't be here for a while. You're fine. Marsh returned quick as a whip, and he set up the chairs for them, steadied AJ as she sank into hers, and smiled at them. Thank you, AJ said. That familiar groan coming from her mouth. Something sharp sliced through her abdomen, and she sucked in a breath. Ooh, I aggravated something. She pressed her palm against her left side, and the pain ebbed into nothing. She and Kelli sat in silence for a few minutes, and then Kelli said, I do love him, AJ. I didn't think I even knew how to love, but I guess I do. AJ reached over and took Kelli's hand in hers. Of course you do. You've loved me my whole life, even when I was completely unlovable. Kelli smiled into the sky. I feel like Julian broke me. He told me how to do everything, and I let him. We tried to have Parker for so long, and it bonded us. But then it was like he didn't really want me anymore. I didn't really want him. I understand, AJ said, though she didn't, not really. The part about not being wanted, she got. She'd had plenty of boyfriends who only wanted one thing from her, and it wasn't to meet her at the altar and become her husband. But with Shad, I can feel that he wants me. It's nice to feel wanted, AJ murmured. I slept with him, Kelli whispered. I haven't told anyone, and I'm not going to either. You're the only one, AJ. It's none of their business. They'll assume anyway. Kelli closed her eyes and sighed. I guess I better put it on the group text. If you want, AJ said, another pain roaring to life, this time in her back. She shifted in her seat and held her breath until it started to fade. It only lasted a few seconds, and she wondered what she'd done to irritate the nerves in her back. Probably all that getting in and out of a low-riding sedan. I'll wait to see how things go with Elle today, Kelli said. She'll have big news any minute now, I'd think. AJ sipped her drink while Kelli checked her phone. What time is it? 1:40. Yeah, she should be done soon. The breeze blew, and AJ listened to the man and woman behind them chatting, and she thoroughly enjoyed just sitting on the beach. Nothing soothed her as much as the sound of water trying to play with the shore, as children calling in the surf, as the steady white noise of the wind. She must have dozed, because the next thing she knew, another pain had startled her, and then Kelli said, Here she is. Oh, it's a long text. AJ opened her eyes, trying to take in her surroundings quickly. Ready? Kelli asked, and AJ nodded, though her head felt detached from her body. The meeting went well, Kelli read. Marilyn Benson actually seems very nice. There are tiers to the delivery, and while I didn't know that, Laurel and I had talked about the possibilities of them trying to move in the drugs with such a new client. So I went for the gold tier, as it's called. I'll get 3 shipments per month, and while I don't need that and would never pay this much for it, if it'll help Laurel find out who's bringing the drugs into the cove, I'll do it. Kelli took a breath, and AJ sucked at the air as her entire abdomen tightened. All at once, she realized what was happening. No, she thought. The baby's not due for another month. Kelli kept reading with, "My first delivery is on August 11th. I guess we'll find out then if they're sending drugs with the soaps and shampoos." She looked up from the phone, and she must have seen something on AJ's face. "What? It's all good, AJ?" "I think I'm in labor," she blurted out, her panic starting to rise through her. She pressed both palms against the armrests on the flimsy beach chair and pushed. She couldn't quite get to her feet, so she fell back and then used her legs to get some momentum to get up. "Labor?" Kelli jumped to her feet easily and put a steadying hand on AJ's arm. "Really? Are you having contractions?" "My word, she's having contractions," the woman behind them said. "I don't know," AJ said, her voice made mostly of air. "I've never had a baby before." Discomfort moved around her like someone had put a rubber band around the roundest part of her and tightened it. "Something's definitely happening." "Does your back hurt?" "Yes," she said, the pain intensifying now that Kelli had named it. "It hurt this morning, too, on my walk." "Let's go," Kelli said. "Even if you're not in labor, it's still probably an hour to the hospital. You don't want to be on bell right now." Tears filled AJ's eyes. "He's a month early, Kel. I'm not ready." "Yes, you are," Kelli said firmly as she marched steadily away from the trees. "Thank you for the chairs," she called over her shoulder. "Keep moving, AJ." AJ did what she said, every footprint in the sand sending her further and further into a tailspin. "We don't even have a name picked out." "That's because you don't know if it's a boy or a girl," Kelli said. "I can't do this." "Hey." Kelli stepped in front of her, her eyes set on laser mode. "Yes, you can do this. You came back to the Cove when you didn't want to. I left Julian in New Jersey. You broke up with Nathan. We have rebuilt our entire lives in the past year, and this baby is the pinnacle of that. You've waited for him your entire life, and you can do this." Nobody would argue with Kelli when she spoke in that voice, least of all AJ. She nodded as another wave of pain coursed through her. "It hurts," she said. "It feels like this tightening pressure, pain through my abdomen and into my back." "Yes, honey," Kelli said, and she got them moving again. "That's called a contraction." Chapter 26. Kristen arrived at the hospital, having dropped her needlepoint the moment she'd seen Kelli's text. "AJ Proctor?" she said to the woman at the information desk. "Wait, AJ Hymas." The woman looked up from her novel.
"Do you know why she's here?"
Kristen noticed there was no computer at the desk. "She's having a baby."
"Maternity is on the 3rd floor,"
the woman said, standing slightly.
"Go down this hall to the elevator, then up to floor 3. You can't miss it when you get off."
"Thanks." Kristen's mind raced so fast she was sure she could miss maternity. She told herself to calm down as she walked toward the elevator. She wasn't going to be able to do anything. She wasn't a midwife. The baby was coming so early, though, and Kristen sent up another prayer that everything would be all right. She told herself once again that infants could survive at 36 weeks and that all an early baby meant was that AJ would be more comfortable sooner. She stepped off the elevator on the 3rd floor, and sure enough, she couldn't miss maternity. The hallway only went left, and a huge sign announcing the department stared her in the face. She didn't see Robin or Alice there, which surprised her, but she went straight to the nurse's station.
Do you know where I can find A.J. Hymas? The woman frowned. We don't have an A.J. Hymas. Ava Jane Proctor? Kristen had to be in the right place. There was only one hospital in Five Island Cove. Sanctuary had a medical clinic, but Kelli and A.J. wouldn't have gone there.
She's still in delivery,
Another nurse said, looking over from a stack of folders in front of her.
They haven't brought her up yet. I'm not even sure the baby has been born.
Oh. Foolishness filled Kristen. She probably hadn't needed to race out the moment Kelli had said A.J. was in labor. She'd had 2 children herself, and Clara especially had been stubborn about arriving. That girl had been trouble from the start. But Kristen smiled to herself and said, I'll go wait over here. The nurses paid her no mind as she retreated to a sofa in a waiting area halfway between the elevator and the maternity wing. No wonder no one else had arrived yet. Kristen sat down, and she opened her notes app on her phone. She went over her presentation for the assistant city manager, a woman named Athena Cruz. Kristen had known Athena for years, as she knew most people who'd been in the Cove for a while. They tended to gather for events like the Heritage Fair on Diamond Island, or the hot air balloon festival that took place each year on Belle. Sanctuary had dances in the evenings every weekend in the spring, and Kristen used to attend anything and everything in the community. Athena would then take the idea to the city council, and they met on the 3rd Thursday of the month. She still had another week and a half, but she was sitting down with Athena for lunch tomorrow. On Wednesday, Kristen would tell the girls what she'd done and why. Reuben and Jean had put in their adoption papers, but there had been no movement on them. Their caseworker, who operated out of Boston, in mainland Massachusetts, said it could take longer to place a baby out in the Cove. They were trying to be patient, but Kristen knew Jean needed something more than her 2 dogs, a couple of cats, and her few sewing lessons to pass the time. The seafaring girls would give her purpose, and it would allow her to work with kids. Kristen had enjoyed her time with the girls so much, and the skills of water safety, sailing, and watercraft general care and maintenance were just as important today as they'd been 30 years ago.
Kristen?
She looked up at the sound of Robin's voice and found her standing there with Jamie. She wobbled as she got to her feet to hug Robin. Where's Mandy?
Work, Robin said, almost breathlessly. Have you heard anything?
I rushed right over like a fool, Kristen admitted as she pulled away and smiled. She was still down in delivery. Robin glanced toward the station.
I'll go check.
Kristen checked her phone, wondering where Kelli was waiting. There were only texts with idle chatter about if the baby would be a boy or a girl from the others. Nothing from Kelli, Lisa, or A.J. We're waiting on the 3rd floor outside maternity. Kristen typed out. Should we be somewhere else? She sent the message and met Jamie's eyes. How's summer going, dear?
Too fast, Jamie said with a smile. It always does.
That's true. Kristen could see so much of Robin in Jamie's heart-shaped face and blue eyes. I suppose that just means your dad will be home sooner. Her countenance fell.
Yeah.
A glance toward the nurse's station showed Robin in conversation with one of them. Kristen retreated back to the couch. Come sit down, dear. She patted the cushion beside her, and Jamie took the spot. Tell me what he's doing in Alaska.
He called last night, Jamie said. I think it's easier if he doesn't. I miss him more when I can hear his voice.
Kristen put her arm around Jamie. I'm so sorry, she whispered. Her phone buzzed, but she ignored it. Is the weather nice? Does he get to see a lot of wildlife?
He saw a pod of killer whales yesterday,
Jamie said, perking up.
He goes out really early in the morning to fish while it's still dark. He brings back a whole boatload of fish before breakfast. After that, he goes out again and again. Every time he comes back full, he gets paid more.
He must work a lot, Kristen said.
14 hours yesterday, Jamie said. He sounded really tired, and I know my mom worries about him being alone on his boat.
She too glanced further down the hall.
She hasn't been out on the boat with him in a while, but I have. He's real strong, and he knows what he's doing.
I'm sure he does, Kristen said.
Plus, he's not alone,
Jamie added as Robin turned toward them.
He has a crew of 3 guys who go out with them. My mom only hears what she wants to sometimes.
Kristen smiled, because that was such a wise statement from such a young person. We all do, dear. She looked up expectantly as Robin neared.
They're bringing her up right now, she said, grinning from ear to ear. They had a boy, but the nurses didn't have a name yet.
Kristen nodded, joy bursting through her. AJ had wanted a boy, and Kristen had been praying she'd get what she wanted. She checked her phone and found Kelli had responded with, "We'll come up. They're going to be moving her soon." The elevator chimed, and several people got off, including Kelli, Lisa, Justin, and Derek. Matt was not with them, but Alice and Laurel brought up the rear. Matt's 3 older children chatted enthusiastically, and they paused on the outskirts of the waiting area. Robin, ever the mother hen, went to welcome them and fold them under her wing to bring them in closer.
"What did we miss?"
Alice asked.
"Can we go see them?"
"They haven't brought her up yet," Robin said. "How did she do?" Laurel asked, looking at Kelli and Lisa, who still stood side by side. "So great," Kelli said with a smile. "I wasn't there, obviously, but Matt came out for a minute to say it was a boy. They're still trying to decide what to name him." "I'm telling you, he's going to name him after Grandpa," Justin said, and he actually looked a little gleeful about it.
"Yancey is terrible," Lisa said. "No way Ava Jane is going to let that happen."
Kristen kept her smile to herself, but she agreed with Lisa. "Ava Jane likes weird names like 10. Derek shot back.
10?
Robin asked, horrified. That set Kristen to giggling, as did the very idea of naming a child 10, and Alice burst out laughing. "She does like strange names," Kelli said. "I wouldn't be surprised if he's Leonard or something from the 40s. Or something like Ribeye, and they'll call him Rib for short," Justin said.
"Oh, you're being silly now,"
Robin said, but Kristen didn't think so. She could easily see AJ giving that baby a strange name, and she hoped Matt would at least try to tame her wild streak. Kristen looked at her phone as the group continued to throw ridiculous names back and forth. It had been almost 90 minutes since Kelli had texted to say she'd brought AJ to the hospital, believing her to be in labor. As she scrolled back down to the newest texts, Eloise's message arrived. "I just got off the ferry, and the rideshare wait time is 40 minutes. I'm going to walk because it'll be faster." "She should call her husband," Laurel said. "The man has a car with a siren and lights on it." She shook her head and tapped before lifting her phone to her ear. "Elle?" she said a moment later, then turned her back and walked away from the group. Kristen admired Laurel, as the woman had been loyal, kind, and she'd really seemed like she needed Kristen's girls. They seemed to need her, too, and she'd been enveloped and welcomed into the group easily. Another chime of the elevator brought Arthur and Shad, Reuben and Jean, to the 3rd floor. Kristen got to her feet to greet her son and daughter-in-law while Arthur kissed Alice and Shad slid his hand along Kelli's waist. They shared a secret glance, and Kristen's whole heart warmed at the sight of them. She almost said something before she remembered that Kelli had not announced her engagement yet. "Look who's here," someone said, and a rousing cry went up before Kristen could turn to see who had arrived. When she did, she saw Matt getting mobbed by his children, followed closely by Robin, Alice, and Kelli. Matt wore pure happiness on his face. The glow only a new father, no matter his age, could possess. He passed the infant Kristen couldn't see to his daughter, laughing as he backed up. "Wow, you guys know how to turn out to support a person." "What did you name him?" someone asked. Matt gazed at his new son for another moment, his smile soft and caring.
Asher Proctor Hymus, he said. Asher means blessing.
Oh, that's perfect, Robin said.
Asher's normal,
Justin said. He stepped over to his dad and hugged him.
Kristen knew things hadn't been smooth sailing for AJ and Matt and his older kids, and she enjoyed watching the two of them embrace. The baby started to fuss, and Matt reached for him. Ava Jane said a couple of people could come back at a time. He glanced around. Are my parents here?
Not yet, Robin said. Want me to call them?
Would you? Matt asked, and his eyes locked on Kristen's. She wants you, Kristen, and Lisa. His daughter squealed, and had Kristen been a younger woman, she would have too. Inside, she did, but she maintained her composure on the outside. Matt kept his son securely in his arms as they went back to AJ's room. He gave her the baby and got out of the way. Kristen ran her hand along AJ's forehead, noting how tired and pale AJ looked. You did it, she whispered, all of her maternal instincts firing. Look at you, Ava Jane. You're a mother. AJ wept as she looked down at her son. I did it. Yes, you did. Kristen knew how much AJ struggled. She'd seen it every day when the girl was in her teens, and she'd thought about her, worried about her, and prayed for her each and every day since the day she'd left the cove to this very day. Did you get to hold him? She asked, looking up at Kristen with such hope in her eyes. Not yet, she said. His sister did. He's so beautiful, Ava Jane, Lisa gushed. He looks just like you. No, he has your dad's chin. Look at that thing. It's like a box. AJ laughed quietly. Her son snuggled safely in her arms. No fussiness in sight. She lifted him toward Kristen. You take him for a minute. Kristen did, noting how tiny the baby was. How big is he? Only 6 pounds, AJ said. He came early, the devil. Tears continued to flow down her face, and Matt asked her what she needed. Kristen's attention got consumed by the beautiful boy in her arms, and she couldn't look away from him. He grunted and snuggled into her too, and Kristen sighed in pure bliss. There was nothing quite so wonderful and quite so perfect as a brand new baby. Hello, Asher, she whispered to the infant. You have so many people who love you already. My parents are here, Matt said, and Kristen looked up. She gave him the baby, and she accepted Lisa's helping hand to stand from the hard chair. We'll go out so they can come in, Kristen said. She paused beside AJ's bed and leaned down to give her a kiss. You never cease to amaze me, AJ. I love you. Thank you for including me in this. Kristen never wanted her girls to feel like they had to invite her to things. She wasn't their age, and she knew AJ particularly thought of her as a mother figure. Sometimes a daughter didn't want to do everything with her mother, and her thoughts once again lingered on Clara. I love you too, Kristen, AJ said. Thank you for always being there for me. Your dad and sister are here now too, Matt said, glancing over to the bed. Who should I bring back first? Maybe my sister, AJ said, her eyes filling with tears again. Kristen left with Lisa, glad she'd gotten a few minutes with AJ and a couple of minutes holding that precious baby. Out in the waiting area, she said, She wants you, Wayne and Amy. Can I take the girls? Amy had both of her daughters with her. Did she really have a boy? Take them, Kristen said, though she didn't really know the visitor rules in the maternity ward. And yes, she did. She smiled at AJ's family. They gave him your last name, Wayne. The man's chin trembled, and when their eyes met, absolute understanding passed between them. Kristen had gone out to Pearl Island a couple of times to try to talk to the man when AJ was going through her hardest times. Those visits had not gone well. as Wayne had been drunk most of the time, angry when he wasn't, and in complete denial about what his daughters needed. AJ had reconciled with him over Christmas, and that meant Kristen couldn't hold on to the dislike of the man either.
"Thank you, Kristen," he said, "for everything."
She nodded, and the four of them went toward the wing. Kristen faced her group of loved ones, old and new. She'd be there for any of them if she could, no matter what. She caught sight of Jean, who clung to Reuben and seemed to be one breath away from a complete breakdown. Tears streamed down her face, and had the waiting area been quiet, Jean would have filled it with her sobs. "Jean," she said, rushing to her side. "Oh, my dear, it's okay." She wrapped the petite woman in a tight hug and held her, as if she alone could stop the tide of hurt and pain at not being able to have a child. She couldn't, but Jean gripped her too, and they held one another up for the time being.